After a martial artist loses his weapon, his combat strength will plummet. This is a big problem. Luo Shang and the others' weapons were all made of martial god armor, and they could only last for about a minute. Xiang Nan looked at his saber again. It turned out that it was already stained with rust, and a large area of the blade had fallen off. Even the giant saber made of nether gold was unable to withstand the corrosive effects of the power of filth. After the nether gold was corroded into particles, it would fly back and condense into a saber. However, during this process, a portion of the nether gold particles had also been corroded away. Only about 70% of the nether gold particles had returned. When Xiang Nanhua fought, the smaller the weapon in his hand was. The giant saber had shrunk from 4 meters to about 2 meters. 30,000 troops. Attack 5 experts together. In the beginning, the 5 of them were able to use harvesting-like killing to stop the enemy's charge. But now, the efficiency of killing enemies had decreased too much. The 5 of them had already been forced to retreat. As they fought, they retreated. The situation had changed drastically. On the other hand, Xing Hui was the weakest person in terms of combat strength, but his weapon was still intact. Guan Xiao. Xiang Nan slashed the 3 fallen knights and took time to look back at Guan Xiao. Guan Zhao's tearing light had already stopped. She was bending down to catch her breath. Because of the long period of time, her pair of eyes released the tearing light with all the firepower. At this moment, it was already covered in bloodshot lines. The light of tearing was divided into 9 levels. The highest limit Guan Xiao could grasp was level 7. But from beginning to end, she had also used the light of tearing to kill her enemies. She had never been lazy. This had led to such serious consequences. Xiang Nan. I can't see. Guan Xiao gritted her teeth and kicked a fallen knight away, and quickly retreated. Xiang Nan's heart skipped a beat. Don't worry, Xing Hui shouted. That's normal. You can recover after a short rest. However, you can't release the tearing light now. Hearing this, Xiang Nan's heart calmed down a little. He shouted, We can't continue fighting. Think of a way to break out of the encirclement. Xiang Nan originally thought that killing these 30,000 fallen knights would save him from future trouble, so as to prevent any fallen knights from escaping and bringing more fallen knights to chase after him. It seems impossible now. Everyone lean over, Xiang Nan shouted as he approached Guan Xiao to protect her. Luo Shang's blue spirit and Xing Hui also retreated to Xiang Nan's side. The 5 of them gathered in a circle and quickly retreated. Xing Hui said, I said it was a plot. But how are you going to get out? You don't even have any weapons. Xiang Nan said, Follow behind me and charge with me. I have a way. The 4 of them immediately followed behind Xiang Nan and formed a line. Xiang Nan's right arm trembled, and the etheric particles in the air rapidly contracted, condensing into a 4-meter translucent saber. Charge! Xiang Nan roared and turned into a beam of light, rushing towards the army of knights. The etheric blade was unable to attack from a long distance. It had to strike the enemy's body. This was a test of Xiang Nan's ability to react. Countless fallen knights chopped at him with their weapons in a mess. Not only did he need to maintain the speed of his sprint, he also needed to ensure that he could block the attacks of all the knights. He also needed to kill all the knights in front of him in a straight line. This was simply impossible. Xiang Nan activated the Dream God physique. In an instant, all of the enemy's attack routes were seen in his eyes in advance. Thus, the scene that frightened Xing Hui to death happened. Xiang Nan sprinted like flying, and the etheric blade in his hand had already turned into a saber blade spirit wind. All of Xiang Nan's spears were accurately split into 2, and the fallen knights fell like chives. Chi 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 chi, the sunlight was constantly purifying, and every fallen knight who died, after being cut down, would turn into a pool of sewage. 2. Isn't this too accurate? How did you do it? Xing Hui opened his mouth wide, cold sweat dripping down his forehead. To judge the enemy's attack, we need to accurately block it, and we also need to counterattack. One person, facing countless enemies at the same time, yet you are able to accomplish this step? What kind of monsters are you? Xiang Nan's sprinting speed was extremely fast, charging and killing all the way. He was like a sharp sword, directly tearing apart the enemy camp. The 5 of them charged from the enemy's head to its tail, and then broke out of the encirclement. "Run!" Xianxia roared and immediately flew into the air, shooting towards the distance at the speed of light. The other 4 also reached the speed of light and charged with Xianxia. Behind them, a large number of fallen knights flew into the air, chasing after the 5 of them reluctantly, biting their tails. Under Xianxia's leadership, the 4 of them had already entered acceleration. However, the fallen knights could also accelerate, exceeding the standard speed of light. They were originally members of the Thunder God race, and their acceleration was a good trick. Moreover, after becoming fallen knights, their strength had increased even further. Xianxia formed a vortex of sun qi around the 4 people behind him. Using his innate talent in the 6 divine spiritual meridians, the speed of acceleration was extremely high. However, the army of fallen knights behind them were actually reluctant to give up. It was almost the same as Xianxia's acceleration. "This won't do," Xinghui said. "We can't shake them off at all. It's very likely that the divine realm will notice us charging at such a high speed. We must get rid of them as soon as possible." The land quickly retreated under the feet of the 4 of them. Xianxia suddenly saw a few scattered animals and thought, "Starlight, are there any powerful groups of animals nearby? Animal herd? You mean divine beasts?" Xianxia said, "What kind of ghost is a divine beast? No matter where it is, point it out for me. I want the most powerful." Xinghui immediately pointed to the southeast. "Over there is a sunset valley ahead. There are tens of thousands of divine beasts inside. The highest level has already reached the 6th level of the spirit void." Xianxia grinned and said, "Naturally, that's the best." Xinghui was stunned for a moment before he suddenly understood. He laughed loudly and said, "It's really good of you to be able to maintain such a terrifying calm state in such an urgent time." Very quickly, Xinghui reminded Xianxia that he was about to arrive. Xianxia was prepared and released the sunlight. In the Sunset Valley, many powerful creatures were moving, and a blazing sun appeared in the sky. The divine beasts all became restless, releasing divine light as they prepared to attack the enemy. At the same time, the sun also rapidly grew larger. It absorbed the power of the divine beasts and grew larger and stronger. Xianxia's group of 5 had already arrived and quickly stopped. Xianxia said, "It's countless times weaker than the strength they absorbed in the God realm, but it shouldn't be a problem for them to deal with the fallen knights." Behind him, the army of fallen knights had also arrived. The Dark Legion was like a thick fog. Xianxia pointed in the direction of the fallen knight and said, "Attack!" The sun, which was still absorbing the power of the divine beast, immediately shot out a beam of light 1,000 meters in diameter. This beam of light pierced through the knights like it was being torn to pieces, and then the thick beam of light split into thousands. A beam of light 11 meters in diameter shot out like a laser lamp. 1.5 seconds. Tens of thousands of fallen knights were all destroyed. Guanshao and the others sucked in a breath of cold air. Xinghui was also shocked by this scene. He said, "Although I have seen it from your memories once, I still feel extremely terrifying when I personally came to the scene." Xianxia clenched his fists and the sun in the sky immediately disappeared. "That's because there are Spirit Void's 6th-level divine beasts here that I can borrow power from," he said. "But what are your plans next?" Hearing this, Xinghui became anxious again and said, "Lord Master God must be trapped." Xianxia said, "Then there is no need to worry. There will definitely be no way to survive." "No!" Xinghui said excitedly. "I hid her in Haotian city of the human race. She has already entered a state of absolute silence, and no one will discover her. However, that place is not far from the God race. With the current size of the Fallen Knights Legion, they must have completely occupied Haotian city. She can't get out. We must save her." Xianxia shook his head and said, "I'm sorry to hear that. Although I really want to help you, I still have an even more important task." Xinghui hurriedly grabbed Xianxia's arms and said, "You don't understand. You don't even know the identity of Lord God. Xianxia frowned. Then tell me, all my secrets have been revealed to you, but you have been hiding something from us. Xing Hui gritted his teeth and finally made up his mind, saying, I escaped with the little daughter of the goddess of life. She is the master god of life. Ah! Xianxia and the others looked at each other. They didn't expect that there would be another master god of life. Xing Hui said, She is very, very important. She is far more important than you think. When the Thunder God race was studying the fallen god, they had already discovered a flaw in the fallen god. That is, after the gods fell, they lost their ability to cultivate. What realm did they reach when they became fallen gods? From now on, forever, this realm will not continue to rise. Xianxia muttered, And their strength is very special. They don't have a cultivation method to match them. This is true. This is just one of them. Because the fallen god needs to rely on the tree of life to take shape. But the tree of life must be controlled by someone, Xing Hui said. If no one controlled it, the fallen god would be like this, unable to cultivate. However, if the master god of life were to control the tree of life and reverse the fundamental laws of the tree of life to this world, Xiangxia's eyes turned cold. The fallen knights will find the elemental energy that matches them. They will be able to cultivate. Damn it! In that case, the god race must not be allowed to find the master god of life. What about the goddess of life? Guanxiao asked. Didn't you already catch her? Xing Hui shook his head. She is the supreme god. No one can control her mind and make her do things she doesn't want to do. However, the master god of life is still young and can be controlled by her mind. Guanxiao shrugged. Even so, we can't help you. You can see that we don't even have weapons. Xing Hui hurriedly asked Xiangxian, Isn't the weapon you used just now very powerful? Why can't you use that? Xiangxian shook his head and said, That dream Dao that will take me a long time will disappear soon. Furthermore, forget it, I'll show it to you directly. After saying that, Xiangxian tapped on the space between Xing Hui's eyebrows. Everything about the etheric blade entered Xing Hui's mind. Xing Hui's eyes lit up. It's actually an etheric particle. It's amazing. You can even control this kind of thing. However, you can only use it yourself. That's a problem. Right? I thought of someone who could help you. How can I help? Xiangxian said. I know an Elementium master. His abilities are extraordinary. Although he can't capture etheric particles, if you capture them in advance, he can help you freeze them, Xing Hui said. From now on, all of you will be able to use the etheric blades without any time limit. Xiangxian's eyes lit up and he said, Take me to him quickly. Xing Hui said, The place where Elemental Master lives is very far away. We should first show our cards and finish the task easily so as to avoid any detours. Xiangxian said, Sure. Let's talk about you first. Xing Hui said, I've been looking for a way to change my physique. You know that our god race can only increase my physique through faith, but I can no longer be worshipped. That means that I will never be able to advance to the 6th level of Spirit Void. Previously, I had placed my hopes on the pills of the human race, but in the end, I searched all of Xuanji City without any clues. Xiangxian fell silent and said, This is a big problem. Guanxiao rolled her eyes and said, I have a way. I wonder if you are willing or not. As he spoke, Guanxiao whispered in Xiangxian's ear for a while. Xiangxian was surprised at first, then he shook his head slightly. Xing Hui hurriedly asked, What method? As long as I can continue to raise my cultivation realm and protect Lord God, I can pay any price. You won't agree, Xiangxian said solemnly. Xing Hui was anxious. Just say it. Xiangxian sighed and said, I must kill you. Ah! Xing Hui was stunned. Xiangxian said, You have already seen the dream world in my memory. It is impossible for you to be reborn. The only way is to send your spirit into the dream world and start cultivating there from scratch. After you reach the spirit void realm, I will use my dream Dao ability to drag you out of the dream world. This is a good idea, Xing Hui said. But why must you kill me? Xianxia said, if your main body is still alive, then when your spirit returns, you will still return to the main body and become the same as you are now. That's why you must die. You must abandon this fleshly body. But doing so is equivalent to betraying the god race and giving up your identity as a god race. Will you be willing? Xinghui gritted his teeth and stood there silently. Xianxia knew that he needed time to think, so he didn't rush. After a while, Xinghui said ruthlessly, all right, if it was in the past, I would never have agreed. But now that the Thunder Divine Palace has fallen, I have to stand up and do something. Xianxia looked at him deeply. Are you sure? Even if I pull you out, you will no longer have a physical body. You are only a dream character in the dream world. As for me, I can only place your dream body in the real world for at most 3 years. Xinghui said, come on. I've already made up my mind. Xianxia nodded and said, coincidentally, my next plan is to go to the Divine Pill Peak to refine pills. I will also refine the pills you need together later, so that you can quickly reach the 5th level of Spirit Void. Close your eyes. I need you to die in your sleep. Xinghui lay flat on the ground and slowly fell asleep with Xiangxia's finger. Do you really want to do this? Guanshao asked. That's his choice, Xiangxia said. I can only choose to help him. With that, Xiangxia released his etheric blade and cut off Xinghui's head. In a dream, Xinghui stood blankly. In front of him, Xiangxia gradually condensed into form. Am I dead or alive now? Xinghui looked at his hands. Xiangxia said, you are already dead. However, I forcefully used the dream Dao to drag you into my dream. Xiangxia was willing to help Xinghui. Xinghui could be considered a man with strong bones. For the sake of what he was pursuing, he didn't hesitate to destroy his fleshly body. Xiangxia said, before I send you back to the dream world, there are some things I need to tell you first. Remember them well. First of all, you must guarantee that you will survive in the dream world. If you die there, I will not be able to drag you out. You will truly disappear. In the human world, the path of martial arts is extremely dangerous. It is definitely not as simple as the cultivation of the god race. Even if you don't harm them, there will still be countless people who want to harm you. Xinghui nodded. I will find a way to adapt. Xiangxia said, in the dream world, I can be considered a bit authoritative. However, everyone I know is already asleep and waiting for my return. Therefore, my connections have no effect on you. You must rely on yourself. Secondly, you will still have the 5 divine spiritual meridians when you enter the dream world. But remember not to expose this secret. Otherwise, before you grow up, someone will envy your physique and harm you. Don't trust anyone, including the woman you might fall in love with, or even your master. Trust me. Xinghui's heart skipped a beat as he said, is it that dangerous? Xiangxia said, also, I won't let you go to a wealthy family, nor will I let you grow up in the martial arts sect. Instead, I will let you appear as a disciple of the Han sect. You will be born in poverty and grow up step by step, because you will have to go through tribulations and experience countless enemies to temper your battle prowess. There's no point in just raising our cultivation. See us? The reason why we are so powerful is not only because of our cultivation, but also because of our combat ability. This is the most important point to remember. Xinghui nodded. I understand this. Xiangxia said, in the end, I'll tell you the incantation of the true energy of the sun. Cultivate quietly by yourself. All right, this is all I can think of. Xinghui said, aren't you going to give me a few more martial techniques? Xiangxia chuckled. If you live too comfortably, how can you look down on the heroes? You need to temper yourself, you don't need to enjoy it. With that, Xiangxia pushed Xinghui away with his right hand. Xiangxia connected the creator's dream Dao with his own dream Dao and sent starlight into the dream world. There, he will go through a process of remaking himself. Xiangxia opened his eyes. Guanshao hurriedly asked, did you send it out? Xiangxia smiled and closed his eyes again. Then, he reached out to grab a man and pulled him out of the air. The man's temperament was very low. His expression was solemn, and there were 2 deep scars on his face. This person seemed to have endured many hardships at a glance, and his old self was much more stable. Who is he? Lan Lingqi said. Xianxia said, Starlight. Due to the difference in timeline, the moment in the real world could be 100 years, or even 1,000 years in the dream world. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Xinghui wore a black cloak, and behind him was a rusty spear. Xianxia nodded and said, Your temperament has completely changed. It seems that you have indeed experienced a lot. Xinghui looked up at the sky, took a deep breath and said, It's back again. It really feels like another life. I didn't feel the slightest bit excited when I returned to the real world. I thought I would lose control of myself. Xianxia chuckled and said, After seeing the cold world, you will indeed undergo an earth-shattering baptism on your soul. How many years have I lived inside? 40 years, Xinghui said. But 20 years ago, I already reached the 9th level of the heavenly tribulation. Hiss. Who? Now I know why you love the human race so much and want to risk your lives for it. Xianxia smiled and said, You are already a standard human. Luo Shang. Check his combat ability. Luo Shang and Xinghui stood opposite each other, cupped their fists and cupped their hands before starting to fight. This fellow went to the dream world and was used to the clasping of fists of martial artists. He used it very smoothly. It was also because he had been to the dream world that Lanling, Guanshao, and the others felt a sense of intimacy towards Xinghui. They felt that they were already one of their own. Luo Shang condensed his true qi saber and immediately fought with Xinghui. The 2 of them exchanged blows and fought each other like the wind and water. Lanling was shocked. His combat skill can actually fight Luo Shang for so long? It's completely different from before. Luo Shang's battle prowess naturally didn't need to be talked about, and Xinghui had actually reached the level of a great grandmaster. However, his style was very different from Luo Shang's. Xinghui was used to using guns, and his fighting style was domineering and fierce. After the 2 of them fought for more than 60 moves, Luo Shang sent Xinghui's spear flying with his saber. The blade was placed on Xinghui's neck. Xinghui's pupils contracted, and then he was relieved. He let out a long sigh and said, I only thought that the 4 of you were quite powerful until I went to the human world myself and experienced even more superb combat techniques. Come back and fight with Luo Yingshou again. Then I'll know how amazing you are. In my generation, in the entire dream world, I was invincible under the heavens. No one could pass 3 moves in my hands. Luo Shang said in a low voice, Chang'e. Xinghui cupped his fists. Xianxia patted Xinghui's shoulder and said, Being able to force Luo Shang to the 60th move is already amazing. This is something to be proud of. Alright, since that's the case, let's go to Divine Pill Peak for our next target. Coincidentally, I want to refine a grade 5 sacred pill. By the way, I need to refine all the grade 1 to 5 sacred pills you need. Along the way, everyone discussed the follow-up plan. There were a few of them in total, and the most important one was the Lord God of saving lives. The next step was to concoct pills, search for the Crimson Eye Clan, and search for elemental masters. The Crimson Eye Clan had gone to the Divine Pill Peak to search for Xianxia. They must have made some important discoveries, but the 2 sides were unable to contact each other. This matter caused Xianxia to feel annoyed. It was very likely related to the issue of Godhead, so this matter could be put aside for a while. With the War God Godhead, Xianxia, and the others already possessing it, they could smoothly advance to the 6th level of Spirit Void, so it wasn't the most important thing right now. About Divine Pill Peak. Xianxia had chosen the farthest Tier 5 Arcane Mystery City. He had long since planned to find the pill formula and go to concoct pills. However, this Tier 5 Arcane Mystery City was still very close to the Divine Pill Peak. The group only flew for about 15 days before arriving near the Divine Pill Peak. Xianxia gestured for everyone to slow down. Right now, he stopped outside the Divine Pill Peak and whispered, The God race has encountered me twice here. The second encounter was silenced by me. However, it is still possible for them to set up an ambush there, so don't go in. I have the Eternal Eye and can protect myself. The four of you bury yourselves in the ground and let Guanshao use the silence technique to hide you. When I come out, I will contact you." With that, Xianxia prepared himself and flew towards the divine Pill Peak. Perhaps the god race was busy with the matter of the fallen knights, or perhaps they had completely abandoned the divine Pill Peak. Unexpectedly, Xianxia's trip to the divine Pill Peak went smoothly. There were a total of 9,981 pill furnaces in the array. Previously, when Xianxia was refining pills, he only used 30 pill furnaces at a time, and the rest were free. Now that there was only one last chance to use the pill furnace, he directly used the idle pill furnace to cultivate all of the 1st to 5th grade Saint rank pills in one go. This is a difficult process that requires a multitasking effort. However, after Xianxia became the supreme god, that wouldn't be a big problem. A tier 5 pill would take 9,981 days to complete. To be on the safe side, Xianxia still used the eternal light to protect the formation of the pill furnace. After that, he successfully refined the pill inside and absorbed the godhead. Then, he consumed a tier 5 pill to refine the medicinal effects. After absorbing the tier 5 sacred pill, an unprecedented movement erupted from his body. The famous talent fusion. That feeling was extremely mysterious and hard to describe. It was like a person who had been divided into two halves when he was born. Perhaps he would never encounter another half in his entire life. But now, this feeling was unprecedentedly intense, and Xianxia had already found his other half. The two strongest talents on Xianxia's body were the first to merge together: divine grade lightning veins and divine grade fire veins. With the lightning meridian as the main body and the fire meridian as the auxiliary, the fire meridian merged into the lightning meridian itself, allowing the divine grade lightning meridian to reach the 2nd grade divine. At this moment, the most terrifying phenomenon of heaven and earth appeared. The entire real world burned. The earth was burning, and the sky was burning. Everything was burning. This entire real world had directly turned into a sun. Countless races panicked. They jumped on the blazing land and fled to the sky. But that day it was also fire. It was as if all living things had been moved to the surface of the star in an instant. Even Guanshao and the others, who were lurking below the ground, were stunned by this terrifying scene of doomsday. However, everyone soon discovered that this was just an anomaly. The star-like world didn't really burn anyone. Xianxia, who was in the pill furnace, suddenly opened his eyes. Spirit Void's 6th layer. A flash of light intertwined with lightning suddenly flashed through his eyes. In that instant, the flames in the burning real world suddenly turned into lightning. Dense thunder and lightning covered the land and the sky. It was like a burning sun. Suddenly, it no longer burned with flames, but began to burn with thunder and lightning. Lightning star. Xianxia opened his mouth, and streaks of light and lightning shot out from between his teeth. What is this? Lightning and light are two different things. Why can they be mixed together? Xinghui, who used to be a god race, was shocked when he saw such a terrifying phenomenon. Electricity is electricity. Light is light. However, flames could emit light and lightning could also emit light. Xinghui stretched out his hand and touched the unbelievable arcs of lightning. This is too shocking. As a member of the Thunder God race, I have never seen anything like this before, he said. Is it light or electricity? It's the sun. Luo Shang took the initiative to speak, saying, it's still the sun, but the light in the form of thunder and lightning is even more intense than the flames. Inside the pill furnace, Xianxia took a deep breath and slowly floated out of the top cover. He looked at his right hand, and in his palm he forced out the true energy of the sun. The sun chi had also changed. Under normal circumstances, it should be a ball of light, representing the power of light. Right now, it was still light, but its vibration frequency was frighteningly high. It was as if it had crushed a ball of lightning and used a knife to flatten the dense electric arcs on the surface of the ball of lightning. The serpent said, there is actually such a thing. What is this called? Thunder Yang True Chi. Xianxia shook his head. It's too ugly. It's better to continue calling him Sun Chi. Do you feel that the normal amplitude of this brand new sun chi has already reached twice the speed of light? This means that I don't need to use acceleration anymore. I can directly use double the speed of light to attack. The serpent nodded and said, yes, double the speed of light. In your body, it can only be considered normal speed of light. This is truly amazing. Tier 2 lightning talent had never existed before. Even those who claimed to be members of the Thunder God race had never seen such a terrifying existence. Xianxia flew out of the mountain. The big snake hurriedly reminded, are you flying in the wrong direction? This is not an exit, it's a mountain wall. I know. The corners of Xianxia's mouth curled up slightly as he said, I have a new ability that I need to test. The serpent was stunned and immediately understood. Ah, it's material penetration. After Xianxia flew in front of the mountain wall, he directly touched it with his hand. Naturally, he was blocked by the mountain wall. Afterwards, he took a deep breath and his body suddenly trembled at a very high frequency with a very small amplitude. His body trembled, instantly reaching twice the speed of light. Under this small vibration, Xianxia didn't seem to be shaking at all. He only vaguely felt that his body was feeling a little hazy. Matter is formed on the basis of the speed of light. Thus, an astonishing scene appeared. Xianxia's palm actually easily pierced through the mountain wall and entered. However, the mountain wall was completely unharmed. He retracted his right hand, and the mountain wall was still flat, leaving no holes behind. Xianxia smiled. He stepped into the mountain and disappeared. On the way to Guanshao and the others, Xianxia also took out his storage ring. He deliberately didn't open the storage ring. Instead, he extended his hand directly into the storage ring. With the ability to pierce through the material, he actually touched the storage ring. Najie was no longer able to stop Xianxia. He passed through the vast divine Pill Peak and the boundless land, but he didn't encounter any resistance when traveling through material things. It was much easier than a fish swimming in the water. Finally, he found Guanshao and the others. At this moment, the heaven and earth phenomenon had already disappeared, and they were still recalling the horror they had just experienced. Suddenly, he saw Xianxia's face. Heavens! How did you get in here? Lan Ling opened her mouth wide and said, I haven't seen any movements from the soil. Xianxia said, look. As he spoke, he daydreamed and infused his new ability into everyone's minds. After the few of them finished reading, they were all dumbfounded. You seem to have created a lightning power that never existed before, Xinghui said in shock. It's the sun. Xianxia shook his head. All right, where's the next step? Let me ask you first. Do you know where the Crimson Eye race lives? Xinghui shook his head. The Crimson Eye race has always been mysterious. We know it should be them. Their Thunder God race has never found the territory of the Crimson Eye race. Their eternal power can block our perception. However, I still know a way to find them. Xianxia hurriedly asked, what method? Xinghui said, don't you have an eternal eye? That's much easier. Use the eternal eye to search their territory. As long as you discover where your perception is hindered, isn't that the Crimson Eye territory? Xianxia laughed loudly. That's a good idea. Ordinary perceptions would be directly blocked by the eternal force. But if one used the eternal eye to perceive, the two eternal forces would collide, creating a perceptual vacuum. Xianxia opened the eternal eye and started a large-scale search of the Crimson Eye territory. At this moment, his perception had already reached an incomparably shocking range. If he treated this perception range as a circle, then the diameter of that circle would reach a terrifying light-year. Unfortunately, Xianxia still couldn't find it. Xinghui said, it must be too far away. Since the Crimson Eye race has not been able to find you with this move, it means that you are unable to search for them here. We should leave the vicinity of the Divine Realm first and go to a more distant place to search for it. We should also look for that Elemental Grandmaster. Xianxia asked, how far is the place where the Elemental Master lives? 20 light-years away, Xinghui said. Xianxia was shocked. So far? Even if I were to take you off at double the speed of light, I would still have to fly for a full 10 years. Xinghui smiled and said, "No, it won't be that long. How do you think I brought Lord God to run around the world? I can easily reach several light years away. Follow me first. I'll see for myself." Xiangnan and the others exchanged glances before leaving with Xinghui. Xiangnan flew with the four of them at double the speed of light. In just half a day, Starlight stopped. In front of him was a valley. At this moment, there were a large number of fallen knights floating outside the valley. However, these fallen knights' cultivation bases were generally very low. They were only at the 3rd to 4th spirit void stage. Xiangnan said, "These fallen knights should have been made by ordinary god messengers." Xinghui said, "The Thunder God race has constructed intersecting spatial wormholes beneath the surface of this world. It can be said to be connected in all directions, but each spatial wormhole's starting point and ending point are guarded by the God race. No one else has the right to use it. This wormhole leads directly to the God domain boundary city outside the 3 light years. There is also the civilian impulse that the outsiders have set up. We can use it. The road behind us is made of private wormholes for civilian use, but it's very expensive. Let's find a way to deal with these fallen knights first." Xiangnan said, "No, I'll let you advance first." As he spoke, Xiangnan left with the 4 of them and found a remote place to absorb the pills. Guanshao and the others took the lead in reaching the 6th level of the spirit void, while Xinghui needed to start at the 9th level of the heavenly tribulation. Took more time, but in the end, he also reached the 6th level of the spirit void. The extra godhead was originally prepared by Xiangnan for the big snake and the little sparrow. Now, he could only temporarily give the little sparrow's portion to Xinghui. A few days later, they all became spirit void 6th layer and returned to the vicinity of the valley. Xinghui pulled out his spear and was eager to start a war. Xiangnan shook his head and said, "No need. These people's realms are too low. They can completely control them. Look." After saying that, Xiangnan flew towards the army of fallen knights. Halfway through, he daydreamed and slashed his finger to the left, saying, "Turn around." Thousands of fallen knights stood there in a daze. They turned around mechanically and stood facing the mountain wall. Xiangnan and the others easily passed them and entered the wormhole. Xinghui asked in surprise, "Can this be done? The spirit of a fallen knight is hard to control." Xiangnan smiled and said, "Because not only do I have a daydream, I also have a supreme divine body." After passing through the wormhole, they arrived at the God domain boundary city that Xinghui had mentioned. And the prosperity here was far beyond Xiangnan's expectations. Ever since he arrived in the real world, the places he saw were all extremely desolate. Either the mountains or the wastelands, they would often fly a few light days away and not be able to see a single inhabitant. But this place was too different. Countless ancient trees pierced through the clouds. On the land, there were densely packed strange buildings. Some of them were shaped like mushrooms, while others looked like giant beasts. And on those ancient trees, the waist of the tree, and the dense canopy of the tree were all buildings. All sorts of outsiders flew back and forth from the dense forest city. There were even many people riding on flying boats, shuttling through the magnificent tree trunks, selling strange things, including weapons, spiritual herbs, and so on. So prosperous? This is probably the busiest place in the world, Xiangnan said in surprise. So many people. Moreover, not only were there many people, the people here even knew how to pursue fashion and liked to dress themselves up. A girl with 6 breasts proudly floated over in front of Xiangnan and the others, and even turned around to look at Xiangnan. She pushed her chest and the waves immediately surged. Xiangnan was stunned. Guanshao smiled in Xiangnan's ear and said, "Does she look good? Is she in a better shape than me? If I look again, I'll cut off all her breasts and cook for you." Xiangnan hurriedly shook his head and laughed dryly. No, purely out of curiosity. I prefer the human figure." Xinghui said, "This is bustling? Where is this going?" Xiangnan hurriedly asked, "Why is there such a big difference from the place I saw before?" Xinghui said, "Do you still need me to explain the principle of accompanying the tiger? Everyone doesn't like to live too close to the god race." "Oh, That's true. Xianxia suddenly understood. At this time, a cute little girl flapped her wings and flew over. Her big, sparkling eyes lifted a basket towards Xianxia and said, "Big brother, buy some small fruits to eat. I want to make some money and buy new clothes for my mother." This girl was only 7 or 8 years old. She was extremely cute, especially her pair of shining big eyes. She was very adorable. Xianxia had no resistance to this adorable creature, so he had always doted on Little Sparrow. "Fuck off," Xing Hui scolded coldly. The little girl was so frightened that she started crying. Xianxia frowned and said, "Why are you so rude to children?" Xing Hui shook his head. He grabbed the little girl's shoulder with both hands, and with a snort, he tore off the girl's skin. And inside the girl's body, a burly man actually came out. This fellow had 2 noses, his nose hair hanging down on his chest, his entire body covered in mucus, making people feel goosebumps from nausea. Xing Hui sneered, "The nose expansion race will crush snot into drowsy fruits. Those who eat the fruits will fall into a deep sleep and have their families pay a high ransom." Xianxia almost vomited. The sturdy man became angry from embarrassment. His body trembled, and 8 sticky tentacles grew on his back, about to shine with starlight. Xing Hui's face was expressionless as he lifted his long hair, revealing a sharp ear. With this action, the sturdy man knelt on the ground as if he had seen a ghost. He kowtowed repeatedly. "I wonder if the Lord God race descended. Please spare me." Xing Hui pointed at the spot. "Stand here and don't move for 3 years." The sturdy man was overjoyed and hurriedly nodded. "Thank you, Heavenly God. Thank you, Heavenly God." Xianxia was very surprised. "Let's go find the wormhole." Xing Hui led everyone into the depths of the forest. Xianxia sighed with emotion. "You punished him for not moving for 3 years. He's actually happy to be like this. How reckless of you, God race, are you normally?" Xing Hui was slightly embarrassed as he said, "Let bygones be bygones." This city was even richer than Xianxia had imagined. Not only were there auction houses similar to the dreamscape world, there were also underground trading markets, even singing and dancing performances, and so on. Life in the real world was too rich. After they had no worries about food and clothing, they would concentrate on finding fun. In any case, they would not be able to obtain divinity. No matter how hard they cultivated, they would not be able to break through to the 5th level of Spirit Void. As a result, all sorts of strange entertainment items were born one after another. What surprised Xianxia the most was that when he passed an ancient tree, it was surrounded by people. People actually lined up and paid for beautiful young girls to lick their eyes. The young girl was beautiful and her entire body emitted a fragrant fragrance. She gently hugged a fat man and licked him lightly in the eyes. The burly man was delighted, and he yelled out, "Io!" Xianxia was dumbfounded, and he felt that his knowledge was still too little. Either. A small man flew up and put his elbow on Xianxia's waist. He laughed strangely and said, "De Ming Ling, Fairy Xing Chen's urine is fresh from last night. Take a sip and keep you safe." "Fuck off," Xing Hui shouted. The little man scratched his head resentfully and said, "You guys don't have any taste." Xianxia opened his mouth wide, not knowing what to say. The wormhole was located in the center of the boundary city of the Divine Realm. There would be a large number of people coming and going here every day. Because they were close to the Divine Realm, some bold and reckless fellows would sneak into the area near the Divine Realm and get some rare treasures to sell. They would usually sell for astronomical figures. After witnessing this, Xianxia understood why many outsiders had curried favor with the humans, and even Sukaiwe had an avatar to stay with the humans. Judging from the geographical location of the past, the only person who allowed the god race to build a city under the sky was the human race. At that time, the human race was truly treated as the darling of the heavens. This was a great privilege. However, using impulse was incomparably expensive. The key was not that it was expensive, but that Xianxia and the others didn't have any money at all. 2 5-meter-tall wormhole guards blocked their path. "Are you the leader? Don't you know the rules? You want to use a wormhole without money?" One of the strong men put the knife on Xing Hui's neck. Xing Hui narrowed his eyes. It seemed that he had activated a true fire. Although he had already lived once in the dream world, after returning to the real world, that arrogance of the god race was still alive. Who would have dared to put a knife on Xing Hui's neck? How many heads? Xing Hui narrowed his eyes and lifted the clothes on his chest. Inside, on his chest, there was a small and exquisite emblem. Those were two swords that crossed in front of a shield. On the shield was a smaller statue of a god. The sword shields were both purple and gold. This pattern represented the famous Knights Templar. The statue on the shield represented the divine protector knights, while the purple-gold color represented the level of starlight. The God Protector Knights and the Heavenly Punishment Knights were ranked as the two highest order of knights. The Heavenly Punishment Knights had a higher deterrent power, but the God Protector Knights had a higher status because the Heavenly Punishment Knights were external, while the God Protector Knights could obtain the favor of God. The Heavenly Punishment Knights were only responsible for killing people, but the God Protector Knights often represented the spokesman of the God race. As long as they said a word, an outsider would usually be doomed. When the strong man saw this emblem, he cut off his neck without saying a word. The corpse fell to the ground and the head rolled. This scene shocked Xianxia once again. He said, "Even if I'm afraid, I won't commit suicide on the spot." Xing Hui said awkwardly. He was afraid that if he collided with the Templar Knight, it would bring harm to his family and friends, so committing suicide was the best choice. Xianxia sighed with emotion. "I am only experiencing it now. Your Knights Templars are truly not raised by humans." Looking at the other strong man, he was already lying on the ground trembling, unable to stand up. Xing Hui lit up his identity and directly brought Xianxia into the wormhole with his head held high. Along the way, tens of thousands of people were waiting to use the wormhole. They all lowered their heads and stood on both sides, not even daring to look at Xing Hui. Spend money? What did the Knights Templar spend? Do you still need a head? After passing through the wormhole, Xianxia and the others arrived at another large city. After that, they passed through the wormhole 3 more times and finally arrived at the place Xing Hui had mentioned. This was where elemental masters lived, and it was also the notorious Fallen City. The atmosphere in the entire city was exceptionally oppressive. It was already very difficult to see civilians here. The people walking along the road and flying in the sky were all vicious criminals. The reason why it was called the Fallen City was because the people here were extremely courageous. There was once a small team from the Knights Templar that had been annihilated here. This was a place where the god race had fallen. Of course, because Fallen City was too reckless, it had already been annihilated 7 times by the divine realm. It was unknown how many generations Fallen City was now. As Xianxia flew, he looked around randomly. There were fierce people everywhere. These people were not joking, they really dared to challenge the god race. Xing Hui directly brought Xianxia and the others to meet the city lord of Fallen City. The city lord was more than 10 meters tall, and he laughed from afar. He walked towards Xing Hui with dragon and tiger strides. Moreover, he was getting smaller and smaller. By the time he arrived in front of him, he was only 2 meters tall. He happily patted Xing Hui's shoulder and said, "Captain Xing Hui, haha, your presence is truly rare. I want to see the elemental master. Do you know where he is now?" Xing Hui said straightforwardly. The city lord said, "I went out a few days ago. I heard that an outsider was annihilated by your Knights Templar. He went to pick up some corpses. Come, sit down." The city lord greeted Xianxia and the others and asked them to stay here first. The elemental master should be back in a day or 2. At night, Xianxia and Xing Hui stood at the top of the city lord's mansion. Looking at the boundless night, Xianxia was filled with emotions. The sky was filled with countless rays of light. They were flying ships. Their bodies shone brightly. Every night, hundreds of thousands of flying ships would come over and join together to form a temporary city in the sky. There would be many things that could not be seen. Speaking of which, Xianxia seemed to be deep in thought. As a God Protector Knight, you should not have left the house at all. How could you know so much about Fallen City? Xing Hui sighed and said, In order to please the god race, many people who think they are strong will go to the god realm to worship the statue. Of course, that's not easy. If they want to worship and win the god's favor, they can only curry favor with us god protector knights. After going back and forth, they can be considered to know some fellows. Xianxia said, "You're not a protector? You're a protector of the statue." Xing Hui laughed out loud. "Of course, it's to protect the statue. The master god. The god king is so powerful. Do you need a small knight like me to protect you?" Xiangnan said, "That makes sense." Thunder God Race, Secession Act. Anyone who voluntarily transforms into a fallen god is bound by the following laws. 1. Limit on the number of fallen gods split. The first level of the Spirit Void God representative can split up 10 times, the second level 50 times, the third level 100 times, the fourth level 500 times, the fifth level 1000 times, and the sixth level 5000 times. If there is any violation, the God King himself will withdraw his life authority and erase his life connection from the Tree of Life. 2. At this stage, if necessary, appropriate massacre of outsiders may be carried out and no genocide may be carried out. If there is a breach, that life link may be erased. 3. Those who voluntarily convert to the fallen god shall submit an application to their respective shrines and be personally examined by the Master God. Those who pass the examination shall have the right to convert, and those who selfishly convert shall erase their life connection. 4. In order to ensure the cultivation progress of the temple battle god and above, and to maintain the number of believers worshipping the statues, only 1 out of 10 god race disciples possess the qualifications to transform. 5. Any fallen god who encounters any of the following races in the course of performing a mission shall immediately suspend the mission. Capturing the following races shall be the first priority. Priority was given to the Master God of Life, the human race, and the white-eyed race. 6. If you discover that your mind is out of control, record your name immediately and send the information back to God Realm. You can erase your life force. 7. The fallen god must obey the orders of the god domain completely. If there is a violation, erase the connection between life and death. The temple god king looked at the splitting bill in his hand and let out a long sigh. He raised his head and looked towards a lightning cage in front of him. There was a fallen knight sitting in the cage. This person's expression was dull and he didn't react at all. Beside the god king stood an old man. He whispered, "Lord God King, shall we begin?" The temple god king nodded. The old man waved his hand and said, "Send it in." Behind him, 2 Templars escorted an outsider and threw the outsider into a lightning cage. In a short moment, the stunned fallen knight immediately pounced on the outsiders like crazy, tearing them into pieces amidst the screams of the outsiders. The fallen knight didn't even stop. Instead, he continued to tear apart the corpse and nibble at it. The old man held a notebook in his hand and respectfully said to the God King, "Although the fallen god can split infinitely at the level of life, we have discovered that the split is not uncontrolled. It is still affected by the spirit. Every time it splits, its spirit will be weakened by 1 layer. Inside the cage, there is a second-level spirit void god representative. This is the result of his 51st split. Through observation, we found that he has already shown signs of mania, irritability, and even lost control of his mind. In this situation, he is unable to obey orders and is not under control." The temple god king pondered for a moment and said, "If we kill him and only have one of the other 50 avatars left, can we control this negative effect?" The old man shook his head. "No. The higher the cultivation level of the god race, the stronger their spiritual power will be. The more times they will be able to split up, the less they will be able to do the opposite." The temple god king nodded and said, "So far, the fallen god still doesn't have the ability to cultivate himself." The old man said, "We can't completely control the Tree of Life. Unless we find the Master God of Life to control the Tree of Life and further transform the laws of life in the world, the fallen god will never be able to raise his realm. But if we find a Spirit Void 7th stage white-eyed race expert, we can create a Spirit Void 7th stage fallen god." The divine king of the temple said, "As far as I know, there are no Spirit Void 7th stage experts in the white-eyed race. The old man sighed. That's right. The only way is to capture the white-eyed race and forcefully raise his cultivation. We have already sent out a large number of fallen gods to search for the whereabouts of the white-eyed race. The temple god king said, Is there any result? The old man sighed. Currently, we have captured 13 white-eyed race members. However, when the white-eyed race is promoted, there is a 20% chance that they will die. As for these 13 people, they were generally around the first level of the spirit void realm. When they reached the next level, they all died. The strongest of them had reached the 5th level of the spirit void realm. We need more white-eyed race members as experimental samples. At this moment, the fallen god in the lightning cage had gone completely crazy. He had gone all out to smash into the lightning cage, completely unconcerned about the injuries he had sustained from the lightning strikes. The temple god king shook his head and said, This person is already crippled. Erase the connection between life and death. Yes, the old man nodded. He flipped through the book in his hand and said, This man works for the Knights Templars. He is a trainee knight and belongs to the Vanguard Temple. His name is Moses. It is confirmed that Moses' life connection is erased and he is pronounced dead. God Domain, the ruins of the divine temple of nature. Outside the nature temple, there was a heaven-span divine tree. It was endlessly tall, and its entire body was jade green. At this moment, tens of thousands of lifelines were returning from all parts of the world, connecting to the trunk of the Tree of Life. A master god guarding the Tree of Life received an order to search for a lifeline corresponding to Moses and gently stroke the tree trunk. In an instant, the fallen knight in the lightning cage suddenly fell to the ground and turned into a pool of sewage. At the same time, outside the realm of gods, the other 50 Moses, who were going berserk and attacking the other fallen gods, also collapsed to the ground, turning into sewage. The old man said, There is another matter that needs to be reported to Lord God King. We have discovered that there were many lifelines that suddenly disconnected and were not caused by our own people. The temple god king frowned and said, What does that mean? The old man said, That means that there are people outside the divine realm who can completely kill the fallen god. We have every reason to believe that there are only 2 people who can do this. First, the master god of life. Second, the human Xianxia who obtained the Tao god body. The temple god king nodded silently. These 2 people must be brought back to me. Yes, the old man said. God Domain Boundary City. A wormhole dedicated to God Domain. The bustling border city was still bustling with people as usual. Suddenly, thousands of black coffins flew out of the wormhole. These coffins pierced through the sky and flew in different directions like a blooming black flower. One of the coffins landed directly in Border City. The coffin slanted into the ground with a loud boom. Many of the outsiders from Border City flew over in panic, pointing at the coffin, not knowing what it was. A short minute later, the coffin was staggered open. As the gray gas leaked out, a fallen god whose bones were exposed slowly walked out. Seeing this, everyone immediately retreated several hundred meters, but they still looked at the fallen god from afar. Look at his chest. There's the emblem of the Knights Templar. Someone recognized the emblem on the fallen god's chest at a glance. This was a fallen knight. At this moment, an unbelievable scene occurred. Suddenly, a beam of light shot into the sky from the coffin. The light quickly dispersed into a fan-shaped spider web. The fallen knight twisted his neck and rushed towards the light net. His body was instantly sliced into more than 20 pieces of meat. Everyone was frightened. Looking at that inexplicable act of suicide, it was truly incomprehensible. But soon, an even more frightening scene appeared. The 20 pieces of meat were actually constantly wriggling. After a period of time, each piece of meat had turned into an identical fallen knight. The 20 fallen knights, on the other hand, stood up and charged towards the net of light. They were sliced into 400 pieces of meat. After a period of time, 400 pieces of meat turned into 400 identical fallen knights. This was a 4th-level Spirit Void Templar Knight. According to the restriction of the Separation Act, his upper limit was 500. At this moment, The 400 fallen knights all stood up from the ground and said in unison, "From this moment on, Border City is sealed off. No race, no identity, no cultivation is allowed. If you want to leave or enter Border City, you need to undergo a strict race test. At the same time, there are already races in the city. Please come here to save your life and undergo a race test. If there is a violation, you will be killed without mercy." Everyone in Border City looked at each other with fear in their hearts, but they didn't dare to approach. Seeing that these people were indifferent, a fallen knight immediately rushed towards the crowd. He pulled out a huge sharp sickle from his back. The scythe's handle was 5 meters long, and the scythe's body was about 3 meters long. The gray sickle slashed across, and more than 100 outsiders were immediately slashed at the waist. Bubbles appeared on the bodies of these people, and they developed abscesses that quickly turned into blood. The scene was so frightened that they cried out in alarm. A fallen knight pointed at the coffin and said, "Those who come to line up for testing will need to lie in the coffin for up to 3 seconds before they can leave on their own. Now seal the city." After saying that, the other 339 fallen knights immediately soared into the sky and flew in all directions of Border City. Very quickly, the 339 fallen knights formed a huge sealing net. They stood outside Border City, preventing everyone from entering or leaving. In the distance, thousands of coffins were still spreading in all directions at the speed of light. These coffins were extremely fast. They could even enter acceleration, exceeding the normal speed of light. Every time a coffin flew into the nearest bustling city, it would immediately be slanted down and shot deep into the ground. Afterwards, a fallen knight walked out and began to split up, sealing off the city. "We are looking for the master god of life, the human race, and the white-eyed race. Whoever exposes them will be rewarded heavily. If they are protected, their sins will be increased." These words echoed endlessly in every direction and city at the same time. The gray horror was rapidly expanding from Border City into the distance. Fallen City, 3rd day. The city lord found Xing Hui and told him that the elemental master had returned last night. "Let's go." Without saying a word, Xing Hui brought Xiang Nan and the others and immediately flew towards Elemental Master's manor. When they arrived near the manor, they discovered that the people outside the manor were crowded and were already surrounded by people. Shouts and curses could be heard endlessly. "Why are there so many people looking for elemental masters?" Xing Hui frowned. The 4 of them tried to squeeze in, but there were too many people here, and all of them were Spirit Void 5th layer experts. Xing Hui immediately unveiled his emblem. In an instant, the crowd split into 2 sides, making way for a path. All of them looked at Xiang Nan's group of 5 with fierce gazes. Although these people were not used to the god race and would fight against the god race even if they were forced to do so, they were still unwilling to take the initiative to stir up a dispute under unnecessary circumstances. Xing Hui wore a black cloak and walked in front of them while Xiang Nan and the others followed behind him. Pairs of eyes fell on them, some surprised and some angry. "Ha! Isn't this the Grand Knight Commander, the Purple Gold Knight Starlight? I heard that you have rebelled against the God Realm. Yo, you are truly bold. Now that you no longer have the backing of the Divine Realm, you actually dare to show off your might here." Xiang Nan was surprised to hear the mockery of the fierce people. This fallen city was well informed. This fallen city was 20 light-years away from the Divine Pill Peak and 25 light-years away from the Divine Realm. The news of Xing Hui rebelling against the God Domain had actually spread so quickly. "God race, go back to your hometown," someone shouted loudly. Immediately after, the scene went out of control. Everyone scolded in unison. "Go back to your hometown." Amidst the shouts and curses, the reckless criminals were eager to move forward, as if they were about to make a move soon. Xiang Nan and the others narrowed their eyes and were ready to fight. As Xing Hui was advancing, he suddenly stopped and turned to look at the strongest man who was shouting loudly. Immediately after, Xing Hui's figure flashed, and his knee heavily smashed into the strong man's stomach. He pulled out his spear with his right hand and ruthlessly smashed the strong man to the ground. Xing Hui stepped on his head condescendingly and said, "Kacha, don't you play dumb with me? Even if I leave God realm, I will be able to take care of you. Don't forget that I'm no longer a God protector knight, but I'm still strong. The sturdy man named Kacha Air was beaten half to death by Xing Hui's 2 moves and was lying on the ground, dying. Xing Hui's fierce gaze swept across the crowd. Everyone took a few steps back in fear of his gaze. Xing Hui's eyes narrowed slightly. If anyone doesn't accept it, then come. I'll make you regret being born in this world. With that, Xing Hui threw out his spear and stuck the shaft on his back, continuing to walk towards the manor with large strides. This move was extremely intimidating, and the clamor completely disappeared. Xianxia nodded slightly. At this moment, Xing Hui's behavior was very similar to that of a human in the dream world. Even his tone of voice was very similar. They easily entered the manor, and at this moment, the hall inside the manor was filled with people. Leading the group was an old man with a white beard and a vertical chest. He looked like a fairy, with a crane-haired and childish face, and had a very expert demeanor. On both sides there were 2 rows of experts. Each of these experts had an indifferent expression on their faces, as if they were lofty and lofty. These people's realms were all at the 6th level of the Spirit Void realm. The Scarlet Eye Clan elder once said that without a godhead, one could reach the 6th level of the Spirit Void realm through cultivation. However, that was very difficult. It would take tens of thousands of years, and the efficiency was extremely low. Moreover, such a person was only at the 6th level of the Spirit Void realm, but his talent had never been fused, so his strength was still slightly insufficient. As soon as Xing Hui and the others arrived, the originally quiet lobby became even more deathly silent. Only the Elemental Master smiled and nodded his head. So it's the Starlight Knight Commander. His presence is too bad to welcome him from afar. The people on both sides remained expressionless. Some were gloomily observing Xing Hui, while others simply lowered their heads to drink tea without even looking at Xing Hui. Xing Hui hugged his shoulders and sneered, "Elemental Fairy, you are now very influential. When you saw me back then, you bowed your head and waist, but now you don't even bother to stand up." The Elementium Master smiled and said, "Today is different from the past. This old man is no longer that little Elementium elf, and you are no longer that high and mighty Grand Knight Commander. The situation in the Divine Realm is unstable now. If it weren't for the fact that you helped me once back then, you wouldn't have been able to enter this manor alive." Hearing this, Xing Hui laughed furiously and said, "Ha! What a big breath! You are tired of living." Xianxia was very surprised. He had already observed that this Elemental Master was only at the 6th level of the Spirit Void realm. However, Xing Hui was at least a Violet Gold Knight. He could already say that Xing Hui's combat strength was very high. This Elemental Master actually dared to challenge Xing Hui. At this moment, both sides were filled with the smell of gunpowder, and the experts on both sides also gently put down the teacups in their hands. Although they didn't do anything else, this small detail meant that they were ready to attack Xing Hui at any time. This could not be concealed from Xianxia's eyes. The Elemental Master waved his hand and said, "No matter what, you saved half of my life back then. Leave now. Fallen City doesn't welcome you. With my words, you can still leave alive. Don't test my patience." Xing Hui pulled out his spear and shouted, "Do you really think a tiger isn't powerful?" Right at this moment, a faint voice floated over, "Little brat Starlight, let's go. This is not a place where you can act wildly." The voice was very soft and did not give off a hint of anger, but it was clearly filled with confidence. Xianxia and the others looked in the direction of the voice and saw a small table in a remote dark corner. In the shadows, a burly figure was sitting in front of the table, drinking and eating alone. Xianxia noticed the table as soon as he entered, but the man remained silent. Hearing this voice, Xing Hui's body suddenly trembled and he said, "You! Who?" The figure stood up. His figure was gigantic and was actually 10 meters tall. He swayed out of the shadows and revealed his true appearance. This was a strong man. He was made of steel. His entire body had muscles that exploded. Blood vessels were like scars, crawling all over his body. He had long golden hair, but his ears were very strange. Half of them had been cut off, leaving only the lower half behind. On the other hand, there was a circular scar between his eyebrows, as if he had gouged out a piece of skin. The man hugged his shoulders and looked at Xing Hui indifferently. He was at the 7th level of the spirit void realm. Xing Hui's pupils constricted as he blurted out, "Xingchan? Didn't you already die?" When Xiangnan heard the name of the star generation, he knew that this person was not simple. For the Thunder God race, anyone with the word star in their name was either a distinguished figure or a distinguished father. But now Xiangnan finally understood. No wonder the strong man cut off half of his ears and gouged out the flesh between his eyebrows. It turned out that he had concealed his god race identity. Could it be that this was also a god race that had betrayed the god realm? The star buzzed with laughter and said, "That's right. The star has long since died. Right now, I am called Blood Apostle. Remember when I left God Realm, you were only a vanguard temple, a small cavalry captain, right? At that time, you were only at the 2nd level of the spirit void realm." Xinghui sighed emotionally. "That's right. Big Brother Xingchan had a unique vision at that time. He promoted me to the Divine Protector's Palace, and only then did I have a future. Since Big Brother Xingchan isn't dead, that's great." The sturdy man sneered and shook his head. "I told you, I'm called Blood Apprentice now." Xing Hui looked at the elemental master and said, "No wonder you dared to speak to me like this. So someone is supporting you. However, I'm not here to cause trouble today. I'll give Big Brother Blood Apostle face and not argue with you. I told you so. I need 5 elemental emperor stones. Coincidentally, I do have 5 elemental emperor stones, but I won't give them to you," laughed the elemental master. A cold light flashed in Xing Hui's eyes. "You're courting death." Just as he finished speaking, an expert at the 6th level of Spirit Void suddenly pounced towards Xing Hui. This person's right hand flashed with a black light. Xing Hui's speed was even faster. He suddenly attacked and slammed the man on the ground with a spear. Immediately after, 6 experts from each side attacked at the same time. Xing Hui held one in his left hand, hooked one in his left foot, smashed one with his left fist, and slapped 3 with his spear. His body twisted, and 7 experts stacked together. Then, with a whoosh, the spear pierced through the 7th person's back until it pierced through the 1st person. The spear tip was firmly nailed to the ground. 7 people were pierced through by a single shot. The expressions of the elemental master and the Blood Apostle changed slightly. The Blood Apostle frowned and said, "Your skill has actually made such a long-term improvement. Haha, Xing Hui, you really don't know whether to die or not. You dare to bring the 4 humans here to cause trouble. Grandmaster didn't go to the divine realm to expose you. I've already given you a lot of face. You've become stronger, but you don't know the heavens and the earth? Do you think you can show off your might in the fallen city by yourself? This is not a place for you to act wildly." When the Blood Apostle said this, his tone became exceptionally harsh. Xing Hui laughed loudly 3 times, and with a clang, he placed the spear on the ground and shouted, "I'll show you all how wild I am today." The Blood Apostle narrowed his eyes and his entire body suddenly turned into a streak of black lightning. He directly smashed into Xing Hui's body and both of them rushed out of the lobby. Immediately after, thunder rang out from outside. Terrifying black lightning exploded. As for Xing Hui, he used his Sun Qi to fight against the Blood Apostle. At this moment, everyone in the room stood up and stared coldly at Xiangnan and the others. Xiangnan clapped his hands and said, "All right, since other people are unwilling to give it to him, don't waste your breath, Luoshang." Chang. Luoshang's body was slightly bowed, and his right thumb had already pushed the saber out of its sheath by half an inch. This saber was a temporary saber that Xiangnan had made for Luoshang with the remaining martial god armor materials. It was not as good as before, but it could be used temporarily. Xiangnan nodded slightly. Luoshang lowered his head, followed by a flash of black shadow. Without a sound, Luoshang appeared again. In front of him, there were more than 100 left hands. These left hands had a smooth cross-section, and there was no time for blood to gush out. Hiss, the scene was filled with a cold breath. The experts lowered their heads one after another, only to discover that their left hand had already disappeared. Luo Sheng lowered his head and said in a low voice, "This time it's his hand. Next time it's his head." Elemental Master's pupils constricted as he stood up from the chair. Boom! Behind him, an explosion came from the door. The starlight was blasted down from the sky, creating a huge crater at the entrance. He lay in the pit, black lightning flickering on his chest. In the sky, the Blood Apostle hugged his shoulders and said, "Your skills are indeed good, but your strength is too weak." Xing Hui spat out a mouthful of blood. Instead, he laughed. He stood up from the crater and shook his shoulder. Again! At this moment, a hand pressed down on Xing Hui's shoulder. Xing Hui turned around and saw that it was Xiang Nan. Xiang Nan withdrew his right hand with a smile and said, "His cultivation level is too high. Let me do it." Luo Shang's move had suppressed all the experts in the hall. At this point, no one dared to act rashly, not even daring to stand up, afraid that the next time they would lose their heads. Luo Shang stood quietly in the middle of the hall. He did not move and no one dared to move. Outside, only the Blood Apostle could hold on. Xiang Nan raised his head and looked at the Blood Apostle with a smile. "I don't want to kill you without grievances or enmity," he said. As soon as Xiang Nan said that, the murderers at the scene burst into laughter. Even Elemental Master Xiang Nan smiled angrily. The Elemental Master shook his head and said, "You guys are very powerful. Each of you has reached the level of a Violet Gold Knight. But it doesn't matter if you want to bully a martial artist of the same realm. You actually dare to challenge a Spirit Void 7th layer expert." Xing Hui, your friend, probably didn't understand. The Blood Apostle used to be a Purple Gold Knight. Furthermore, he was a divine grade war god of the temple. The 7th layer of Spirit Void was a standard temple battle god. The Blood Apostle floating in the sky, surrounded by a black bolt of lightning, completely ignored Xiang Nan. He waved his hand at Xiang Nan and said, "Pill scram, when the Violet Gold Knight is talking, there is no room for you to interfere. You should first figure out your identity." Upon hearing the word medicinal pill, Xing Hui looked at the Blood Apostle with sympathetic eyes. These two words were the greatest insult to humanity. It's a reverse scale. Xiang Nan laughed loudly and said, "Good, good, great." After saying that, Xiang Nan suddenly turned into a beam of solar lightning and charged towards the Blood Apostle. The Blood Apostle's expression suddenly tightened as he said, "This is..." Before he could say anything else, Xiang Nan, who had transformed into a sun and lightning bolt, charged straight at the Blood Apostle. Then, he turned around and pushed the Blood Apostle onto the ground again. Xing Hui's eyes flashed as he placed his hands on the ground and a giant sun disk appeared. Boom! Xiang Nan leaned against the Blood Apostle and directly exploded on the sun disk. The disk was actually instantly smashed into pieces. What is that?" In the lobby, everyone cried out in alarm. The Elemental Master's eyes widened. He had never seen such power before. Was it sunlight or lightning? Boom! Immediately after, the Blood Apostle did not show weakness. He exploded with a ball of black lightning and blew Xiang Nan away. After all, it was at the 7th level of Spirit Void, much stronger than Xiang Nan's 6th level of Spirit Void. After the Blood Apostle pushed Xiang Nan away, he immediately pointed at Xiang Nan. A streak of black lightning shot towards Xiang Nan's chest. Xiang Nan also pointed backwards, and a bolt of solar lightning struck back. Pa! The two bolts of lightning collided with each other, canceling each other out. Hiss, the Elemental Master sucked in a breath of cold air. What kind of power is this? It can actually cancel out the lightning of the 6th level of the Spirit Void and the 7th level of the Spirit Void. Everyone present was dumbfounded. Who are these people? The difference in cultivation realms didn't have any effect on them? The Blood Apostle was completely enraged by Xiang Nan. He roared and rushed towards Xiang Nan, saying, "Divine power! Light of world extermination! Who? Hundreds of black lightning bolts shot into the sky. Suddenly, it spread out into the sky and turned into a layer of lightning clouds. Within the lightning clouds, a black pillar of light rushed down. Xianxia was not afraid. He raised his right hand and shouted, "Sun God Technique, Sun Tempering." The 6 great suns formed a circle in the sky and enveloped the lightning clouds. At this moment, Xianxia's combat strength soared by another level. Boom! The black beam of light smashed onto Xianxia's shoulder fiercely, causing him to bend his waist. The Blood Apostle was shocked. He knew how powerful his world-devastating light was. Not to mention the 6th level of Spirit Void. Even the purple gold knights of the 7th level of Spirit Void would only die after being struck by the world-devastating light. However, not only was Xianxia not killed, he was slowly straightening his waist. The black light beam brutally shot towards Xianxia's back, causing a large amount of black light to splatter out. But it was unable to penetrate Xianxia's fleshly body. Xianxia's body became more and more straight, and he was about to lift the light of annihilation. The Blood Apostle became ruthless and gritted his teeth. His fists were filled with lightning. Hundreds of black lightning flew into the sky and joined the sea of lightning clouds. The world-destroying light became even more intense and sturdier. This time he pressed down on Xianxia again and slowly bent down. "Why aren't you dead?" the elemental master shouted in shock. "What exactly is this human made of?" However, at this moment, someone noticed that Xianxia had actually raised the corner of his mouth. He laughed. Xianxia licked his lips and said, "Interesting, really interesting." After saying that, Xianxia suddenly raised his right hand and said, "The sun shines everywhere." Amongst the 6 great suns, an even bigger sun suddenly appeared. At this moment, countless rays of light shot into the sky and shot into the sun in succession in the entire fallen city. As for Xianxia, he raised his right hand high up and slashed down towards the Blood Apostle, saying, "Fall!" Whoosh! A beam of light shot down from the sun. The pillar of light instantly pierced through the Blood Apostle's stomach without any hindrance. A bucket-sized bloody hole appeared in the Blood Apostle's abdomen. If it weren't for the fact that this person was 10 meters tall, just the diameter of this bloody hole would have shot him in half. This scene caused the scalp of all the murderers present to go numb. That's a Spirit Void 7th stage purple gold knight. Damn it! What kind of ghost power is this? The Blood Apostle fell from midair, and with a loud sound, he fell heavily into the crater at the entrance of the lobby. Sun God Xianxia slowly descended from the sky. He floated above the Blood Apostle and listened, saying, "Come, give me another pill to listen to." As he spoke, Xianxia raised his right hand, and the sun in the sky hummed. The next attack under the sunshine was already ready. The Blood Apostle vomited large mouthfuls of blood. The golden blood flowed down his chin and covered his neck. The scene was completely silent. The god race was already very strong, the Templar Knights were even stronger, and the Violet Gold Knights were even stronger. The God Protector Purple Gold Knight was even stronger. Such a Blood Apostle, under the premise of crushing his opponent's first level, was actually nearly shot to death on the spot by Xianxia. Everyone could tell that Xianxia was showing mercy. Otherwise, the bloody hole would not be in his abdomen, but in his chest. The vicious God Race Trader and Blood Apostle were also shocked by Xianxia's power. As tough as him, he actually didn't dare to insult the human race any longer. Xianxia landed lightly on the ground, stepping on the sun and lightning as he walked into the lobby step by step. Everywhere he passed, everyone panicked and made way. Xianxia walked all the way to the Elementium Master and used his right index finger to condense the sun and lightning, stopping between the Elementium Master's eyebrows. Xianxia said, "You can't refuse what I want. Die or live." This was not the first time Xianxia had experienced the apocalypse. He was not in the mood, nor did he have time to slowly reason with anyone. In the face of a catastrophe, we should make a prompt decision. The kindness of a woman is not desirable. Xianxia had already understood this logic when he was in the dream world. "No, I can't give it to him. At the entrance, the blood apostle panted and slowly crawled into the lobby. Xinghui couldn't help but frown and said, "Big brother Xue too. You said that the human race is a medicinal pill that has offended Xiangnan's reverse scale. If he hadn't shown me face, he wouldn't have shown mercy and spared your life. You still don't know what's good for you?" The blood apostle gritted his teeth and said, "I need the elemental emperor stone." Xinghui frowned. "You also want the elemental emperor stone? What are you doing here?" After a long time, the blood apostle also wanted this kind of thing. No wonder he would flip out and make a move. The blood apostle's words allowed Xiangnan and the others to understand the whole story. It turned out that the fallen city already knew about the appearance of the fallen god. They even knew that the fallen god could split infinitely. There was no need to describe it in any language. It was the end of the world. There was absolutely no chance of winning against such a divine realm. The blood apostle and the elemental grandmaster had come up with a helpless solution, and that was to escape. They wanted to construct a wormhole that was 1,000,000 light-years long and flee to a distant place. The speed at which the fallen knights split apart was terrifying. Very quickly, God Realm would no longer be able to occupy them. Those fallen knights would definitely spread out and even invade the territories of the other races. This was still the best idea. If it was any worse, the God Realm might directly slaughter all the outsiders. No matter how fast the fallen gods split up and spread, there was still a process of diffusion. As long as the blood apostles and the others were far enough away, they would be relatively safe. However, a wormhole of 1,000,000 light-years was not something that ordinary people could construct. Even the Space Master God did not possess such an exaggerated ability. This required the use of powerful elemental emperor stones. The 5 elemental emperor stones could create a spatial wormhole that could reach up to 1.22 million light-years away. This was because there weren't many emperor stones. Otherwise, they would have escaped as far as they could, not even 100 million light-years away. "There's no hope for us anymore," the blood apostle sighed and said, "The only thing we can do is run away. When the power of God Realm expands to 1,000,000 light-years away, we will escape again." Xinghui gritted his teeth angrily and said, "Are you still the big brother Xingchan I know? How come you don't even understand justice? Running away is useless. It's only a slow death. You people have escaped. What about the other outsiders?" The blood apostle shouted angrily, "I don't care about the bullshit outsiders. The most important thing is that I can survive. As many people as I like. What does it have to do with me?" Xinghui was extremely disappointed. He immediately understood that Blood Apostle was different from him and Xiangnan. The Tao differences were not conspiratorial, and there was no need to speculate in the slightest. "You guys heard it too." The Elementium Master smiled coldly. "If I hand over the Elementium Emperor Stone to you, I will die. If I don't hand it over to you, you will also kill me. Since they are all dead, why should I fulfill them? A person who once threatened my life? I would rather die myself than let you all get what you want." Xiangnan moved his finger away and shot a bolt of lightning towards Elemental Master's stomach, piercing through it. The Elemental Master snorted in pain, but his sneer grew even stronger. "Whatever you want, torture it as you please. I'm not afraid. In the future, you will be returned by the fallen god 100 times, 10,000 times. These vicious people were not afraid of anything." Xiangnan narrowed his eyes. "If you don't give it to me, I will kill everyone in Fallen City. Who are you threatening? Go kill him. If you don't kill the last person, you'll be my grandson," laughed the Elemental Master. Xiangnan took a deep breath and turned to look at Guanzhao. Guanzhao's face was already filled with excitement, as if she was eager to try. Xiangnan sighed and said, "He is yours now." Guanzhao was overjoyed. She licked her sexy lips and walked forward. First, she tied up the Elemental Master. Then, a small bloody hole was dug in the back of the Master's neck, arms, legs, and back, and 6 seeds were planted inside. Very quickly, the wound healed, and the 6 seeds rooted and germinated in the flesh and blood. 6 green branches emerged from the Master's body. These branches quickly grew into whip vines. 6 whip vines stood up beside the master. On top of the whip vines, 6 brightly colored trumpet flowers blossomed. The trumpet flower was the size of a palm. Then, Guanxiao slowly took out a sharp dagger and began to cut the wound on Master's chest. She did all of this very slowly and seriously, as if she was a girl who had lived in her boudoir for a long time and was carefully sewing. The Master sneered ferociously. "What is this injury? Not enough. Give this old man a better time." Xianxia knew that things were obviously not that simple. It was impossible for him to just cut his body with a knife. Guanxiao was very serious and excited. While licking her sexy lips, she explained it to everyone in detail. This is called hell of bitterness and joy. The pain sensation of the human body is divided into different levels. The weakest pain sensation is itching, and then it increases gradually from itching to pain, intense pain, heart-wrenching pain, and so on. When a person suffers a certain degree of pain, it is due to the self-protection mechanism of the body that they initiate a coma shock. This is a very shallow truth. I'm sure everyone understands. Everyone was dumbfounded when they heard this. Guanxiao was actually teaching everyone a lesson. However, there was one detail that everyone noticed. When Guanxiao cut more wounds on Grandmaster's body, those 6 trumpets were actually gradually growing. At first, the flower was only the height of a palm, but now it was the size of a watermelon. The most inconceivable thing was that the wounds that Guanxiao had cut on Grandmaster's body were actually slowly healing. At this time, she had already cut more than 100 times, and the wounds of the first 50 times had all healed. Not even a scar could be seen. Guanxiao introduced with interest, saying, "Then, how can people break through the limits of pain? Someone's way of doing this is to strengthen the person's nervous system, that is, to strengthen the senses, to increase the sensitivity to pain at once. But there is a drawback to doing so. In the end, there is a peak in the human body's perception of pain. Once this peak is reached, the pain will not increase further. Even if he were to cut this person into thousands of pieces, the pain he felt was still at its peak." At this point, Guanxiao pointed to one of the trumpet flowers and said, "These flowers are connected to the master's main pain sensation nerves. They are like 6 enormous pain reception towers. The more painful it is to nurture flowers, the more painful the master will be. The more painful the flowers will be, the more nutrients they will receive, and the stronger they will grow. The bigger the flower, the more painful the master's body will be. In other words, the peak pain he will feel will increase. The larger the flower, the greater the pain he can feel. The greater the pain, the greater the flower." At this moment, the great master could no longer laugh. He was forcefully suppressing it as cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Guanxiao smiled faintly and said, "Now that I cut his wound with my knife, the pain I feel is nearly 100 times greater than before. In order for a flower to survive, it must ensure the survival of its host. Therefore, master will not be killed. His injuries will be repaired by the flower, and he will continue to heal. But do you think this is the end? That would be a big mistake." Who asked her? No one asked her. She had been talking to herself and enjoying the process. Following Guanxiao's cutting, the 6 trumpets had grown to a height of 1 meter. At this moment, a strange scene occurred. Logically speaking, the trumpet flower was already so enormous. The pain felt by the master must have risen to an inconceivable height. It must have been painful to the heart, painful to the point of dying. However, in reality, everyone was surprised by that master's expression. It was an extremely enjoyable and painful expression. Everyone was dumbfounded. Guanxiao smiled and said, "But sometimes, there may not be people who continuously bring pain to the host, but these demonic flowers must survive and need the host to provide endless pain." "Then what would you do if you were trumpets at this time?" Guanxiao turned around and swept her gaze across the crowd, as if she was waiting for someone else to give her an answer. Everyone was still dumbfounded. Guanxiao covered her mouth and chuckled softly. She said in a charming and moving tone, "Then we need the host to create our own pain. But how could this happen? Therefore, These 6 devil flowers will secrete a toxin and return it to the host. The pain will become a strange and unbearable itch. It will itch into the bones, into the bone marrow, and into every cell. At this moment, the great master had already begun to howl. Ah! Oh! Oh! Ah! This sound was extremely similar to a ghost suffering torture, letting out an extremely ear-piercing scream, but it was also like a kind of joy that reached its limit, so pleasant that it could not help but mutter in a low voice. A miserable scream, coupled with Guan Zhao's serious explanation, caused everyone to break out in cold sweat. So, Guan Zhao raised a finger and said, "He itches so much that he wants to scratch himself. The harder he scratches, the better. But at the same time, the more painful he scratches. You should all understand the itchy feeling, right?" At this point, Guan Zhao untied Grandmaster, no longer cutting him, and even took a few steps back to make room for him. The master went mad. He scratched his body hysterically, leaving traces of blood on his body. He even scratched his skin, shredded his flesh, and ripped off his muscles from his bones. However, the 6 trumpets had already grown to 1.5 meters, and the life support they had given back was extremely powerful. The master crazily scratched, and the wound crazily healed. This was a person who was out of control and self-destructing. Guan Zhao said, "He can't stop at all. He is so painful and itchy that he has to scratch it to get rid of his hatred. But at this moment, his peak pain has already reached 1,000 times the limit of the human body through 6 trumpets. The master could no longer even let out a miserable scream. He rolled his eyes and spat out white foam, but his hands were still crazy as he scratched his body randomly. As he spasmed, he tore off his own flesh and blood. Guan Zhao pointed at the master's head. 6 abyss devil flowers have already become part of his body. The bigger the flower, the more endurance it can share for him. Therefore, he cannot faint. At this time, the 6 trumpets had already grown to a height of more than 3 meters. Just as Guan Zhao said, the more painful master was, the bigger the flower was, and the bigger the flower was, the more painful it was. As the pain increased, the faster the flower grew. At this moment, the master didn't even use his scratch to relieve his hatred. He began to bite his own body. He bit off the flesh and blood on his arm, mouth by mouth. He even hugged his arm bones and gnawed at them, causing bone fragments to fly everywhere. This crazy and uncontrollable scene caused everyone to be shocked. This was even more cruel than the worst nightmare. At this moment, Guan Zhao threw out another bomb. "When a person is thirsty to the limit, what is most important to him?" she said. "That's right, it's water. If you give him water at this time, he will do anything you ask him to do. Then what is the cruelest? Haha. Put the water next to his mouth, but don't give it to him to drink. Let him look at the water in front of him, but die of thirst." At this point, Guan Zhao walked towards the master. She condensed her sun qi into a rope and quickly tied the master's legs and hands behind her back. She tied a big flower with a rope and put the master's head away, inserting it into the flower, preventing his head from moving freely. That master could no longer scratch his own itch. Guan Zhao pointed at the master and said, "However, his itching has reached an unimaginable level, but I won't let him scratch it. Do you know what kind of experience this is? It's itchy to the bone, itchy to the point of collapse." As expected, the master had gone even crazier. He was eager to scratch, but his hands were already useless, and he couldn't even reach his mouth. He cried, screamed miserably, and occasionally laughed strangely. His body was like a big shrimp on a hot metal plate, constantly bouncing and struggling. The frequency of the spasms was frighteningly high. Guan Zhao said, "He desperately wants to break free and scratch, but I can't catch him. So, do you think this is the end? No, what will flowers do if they don't get more pain? They will give the host more itching and stimulate the host to destroy itself." Indeed, as Guan Zhao said, the great master suddenly stopped struggling. His body suddenly tensed up, as if it was petrified. His entire body was only trembling, ultra-high frequency trembling. Guan Zhao said, "But he still can't scratch it. What about the flowers? I can only give him a small punishment. And this punishment is to instantly cut off the supply of poison, causing the itch to turn back into pain. As a result, in the next instant, the poison was interrupted. Master suddenly experienced tens of thousands of times the pain of a peak creature. His life's miserable screams echoed through the clouds. Guanxiao said, "After the punishment, you still need to give it some sweetness. That's itching." The scream lasted less than 3 seconds. Grandmaster snorted again with an itch. Immediately after, another 3 seconds of extreme pain followed by 3 seconds of unbearable itching. Everyone present felt their scalps go numb, and their entire heads were dumbfounded. Guanxiao pointed at the master and said, "This process of bitterness and joy will repeat endlessly. Pain and strange itching are only one aspect. The desire to scratch is the most devastating." Lan Ling's mouth was slightly open. This was the first time he had seen Guanzhao's methods, and this was also shocking to the heavens. Xianxia frowned and said, "But you have never interrogated him since the beginning." Guanxiao naughtily stuck out her tongue. "Because I don't want him to say that if he said it, I can't continue torturing him." These words were the last straw that crushed the audience. This woman never wanted an answer. She was simply torturing and enjoying herself. Who were these people around? They were all vicious people who killed without blinking an eye. They were a bunch of lunatics. But at this moment, the Guanxiao in their eyes had already made them feel the greatest fear. Compared to this crazy woman, those so-called madmen were completely pediatric. At this moment, Guanxiao said something that made everyone feel as if they had fallen into an ice cave. "But do you think it's over?" she said. Guanxiao licked her sexy lips and smiled cruelly. She held the dagger and walked towards a trumpet flower, saying, "If I cut off all 6 abyss devil flowers now, then Master will be relieved and all the pain and itching will disappear. But what's even more unbearable is that when you're about to crawl out of hell, when you take the last step, you're dragged back by a ghost. Therefore, I will plant 6 more abyss devil flowers in his body. Freedom after despair is not freedom, but despair once again. But in fact, apart from the devil flower, I still have more fun tricks. I will let him taste them one by one. As long as I don't stop, he will be able to experience what hell on earth is. Oh no, hell is already a fairyland for him. What I gave him is a soul journey that is even more wonderful than hell." No one spoke anymore. At this moment, everyone present had the same thought in their hearts. 10 million, definitely, absolutely, cannot fall into this woman's hands. If there was a day like this, he would definitely commit suicide before she caught him. She could not be given the chance to torture herself. Guanxiao was not joking. In fact, she had already cut those trumpets. From the looks of it, she didn't enjoy herself at all. She still wanted to continue playing for a few days and nights. Xianxia frowned and said, "Almost there. Ask the elemental emperor stone directly." Guanxiao hurriedly grabbed Xianxia's hands and said coquettishly while shaking them, "Let me play for a while longer. It's not easy for me to have such a chance. After arriving at the divine realm, I almost died of grievance." Xianxia whispered in Guanzhao's ear, "You've already scared me. Do you really want me to be scared of you?" Guanxiao hurriedly waved her hand and said, "No, no, no. I managed to get you to accept me with great difficulty. I'll let him go now." With a whoosh, Guanzhao's 6 trumpets snapped. The master suddenly collapsed to the ground and his entire body trembled. Lan Ling said, "TSK, this master, is there any hope?" Guanxiao said, "It's hopeless. After that torture, even if I let him go, he will die. Now that there are 6 seeds in his body, he will be able to stay alive. But if he dug out the seeds, he would immediately die. If he didn't dug out the seeds, the 6 seeds would grow into the devil flower." Guanxiao curled her lips and said, "He still wants to live? Being able to die for him is already the greatest kindness to him." It could be seen that Elemental Master really wanted to dig out the seeds in his body. But how could he still have the slightest bit of strength? Grandmaster looked into Guanzhao's eyes and said weakly, Let me die, please. At this moment, Elemental Master had completely lost all thoughts of survival. He was bent on dying. Guanxiao squatted down and looked at the master with a smile. Now you don't talk hard? Why don't you call me a man? Aren't you going to be his grandfather? Didn't you rather die than let him get what he wanted? What is he doing? He is a bastard who ignores his personal safety and tries his best to save you bunch of bastards from the real world. What are you doing? Even if you're finished, you still have to drag the whole world to your back. You really don't deserve to die. All right. Now tell me the whereabouts of the Elemental Emperor Stone. The Elementium Master nodded desperately and said, The Emperor Stone was deposited by me in the underground auction house of Everlasting City. There. You guys go, say, slogans. The sun is going down. The bright moon is coming out. He will hand over the Emperor's Stone to you. Guanxiao nodded in satisfaction. She raised her right hand, which was hazy with a layer of evil light, and said, You know, I absorbed the ability to summon the spirit heretic god. If you dare to lie to me, I can summon your soul and continue torturing you. Don't think that you can escape from my palm if you die. Don't be so naive. There was no need for Guanxiao to make a move. Just this sentence alone was enough to scare the Elemental Master to death. Hurry up and set off. Xianxia frowned. Before leaving, Guanxiao patted the Elemental Master's face and laughed. I like a tough-mouthed man like you. Don't forget me. With that, Guanxiao grabbed Xianxia's arm and the five of them soared into the sky. In the sky, there was still a magnetic laughter. Fallen City wormhole. Xing Hui said, I know where Eternal Joy City is. It's still 5 light years away from here, but we're heading back to the Divine Realm. We have to seize the time. If we take another step later, I'm afraid that the Fallen Knights will take over Everlasting City. Xianxia and the others immediately passed through the wormhole and headed towards Yongla City. At this moment, the number of Fallen Knights was still growing exponentially. Xianxia and the others had to compete with the Divine Realm for time. Before the entire world was filled with fallen gods, one had to raise one's cultivation level. In order to improve his cultivation, he had to fight against the fallen knights, so he had to possess a good weapon. Light flashed in front of his eyes. Xianxia and the others appeared in Yongla City. When the 5 of them saw the situation before them, their hearts went cold. Fallen knights. Near the wormhole, there were dozens of fallen knights guarding the exit of the wormhole. Moreover, everyone who came to Yongla City was lining up and lying in a black coffin. Shit! Occupied, Xing Hui said. At the same time as the 5 of them appeared, the fallen knights walked towards them. When the fallen knight saw Xianxia and the others' physical features, he fled frantically and shouted, Discover the human race. Request backup. Request backup. First priority warning. Discover the human race. Request backup. First priority warning. Xianxia and the others had only just realized the situation when such a terrible scene happened before they could react. The fallen knight was also very smart. He did not rush forward immediately, but immediately fled to give himself a signal for help. Pa! A bolt of sun and lightning shot down from the sky, piercing through the fallen knight in midair. However, it was already too late. The distress signal was sent out. Xianxia shouted, Charge! Charge all the way to the underground auction guild. He didn't know if the auction guild was still there, if they had been killed, or if they still survived. But now there was no other way out. Either escape quickly or take a risk. Xianxia chose the latter. At the same time, all the fallen knights rushed towards Xianxia and the others, risking their lives to buy time. Xianxia soared into the sky and shouted, Thunder array! Rumble, 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 rumble. The dense sun and lightning descended from the sky, instantly piercing through all the fallen knights present. However, the corpses of these fallen knights began to quickly heal. Xianxia raised his right hand and shone brightly. Rays of sunlight shone down, purifying the corpses that were repairing themselves. Where is the guild? Xianxia grabbed the 4 of them and flew in the direction Xing Hui had pointed out. Almost as they left, The wormhole behind began to flash. In an instant, 5,000 fallen knights at the 6th level of Spirit Void jumped out of the wormhole. These 5,000 people looked exactly the same. It was obvious that a single person had split into 5,000. Holy shit! The pursuers are here so quickly. Xianxia was extremely anxious. He brought the 4 of them to speed up, but he couldn't use double the speed of light. Because this speed was too fast, it was 1.2 million kilometers in a second, directly flying out of Yongla City. No, 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 it's not this way, it's the wrong way. In his haste, Xing Hui sent out another desperate signal. Xianxia said anxiously, "Don't you know where that guild is?" Xing Hui was even more anxious than Xianxia and said, "I only know about this place, but I have never been here before. Quickly change directions and fly towards the south of the city. I heard it's under a bell tower." Bell tower? Bell tower? Bell tower. Xianxia dragged the 4 of them along as he muttered about the bell tower. Damn it! Which clock tower is it? Xianxia was annoyed again. Damn. This eternal joy city is actually filled with bell towers. How the hell would I know? How could there be so many bell towers? This damn place. Xing Hui said anxiously. I'm catching up, Luo Sheng warned in a deep voice. Behind him, the 5,000 fallen knights had already been suppressed. You guys go find him. I'll hold him off. Xianxia pushed the 4 away and faced all the fallen knights alone. Fortunately, those knights were only at the 6th level of Spirit Void, so even if Xianxia didn't have any weapons, he could still deal with them. However, those fallen knights were extremely smart. They were actually split into 2 groups. One group rushed towards Xianxia, while the other 2,000 people chased after Xing Hui and the others. Seeing that the situation was not good, Xing Hui and the others could only quickly fly back to Xianxia. They didn't have weapons, and once they were trapped, their fate would be miserable. Group Thunder Formation. Xianxia raised his right hand and countless suns and lightning descended from the sky, accompanied by intense bombardment. Many fallen knights were knocked to the ground one after another, but their realms were the same as Xianxia's, and their filthy power was also reversed to restrain the power of light. The group lightning array was just an ordinary technique, and its lethality was obviously insufficient. All the fallen knights flew into the sky again. Xianxia gritted his teeth and shouted, "Rotating light finger! Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh!" At that moment, thousands of rotating fingers shot out. A large number of fallen knights had their bodies pierced through, but an even worse scene had occurred. The rotating fingers weren't thick enough, although it possessed an extremely strong twisting force. Theoretically, it only needed to pierce through a wound the size of an index finger to crush a person's entire body. However, the fallen knights' defenses were too high. They had only been pierced through a bloody hole, but this was not enough to cause death. In almost an instant, all the bloody holes on the fallen knights' bodies healed. They're surrounded, Xing Hui shouted anxiously. 5,000 fallen knights surrounded the 5 of them. Xianxia took a deep breath and said, "Let's see how you guys heal this time. Thunder Dragon Palm." Boom! A lightning dragon palm that was more than 100 feet tall charged towards the enemy. The fallen knights on that side immediately fled in all directions at the speed of light. This palm strike was supposed to directly kill nearly 1,000 people, but because the fallen knights were too nimble, it only shattered a dozen people. Again, Xianxia sent out both of his hands, shooting lightning dragon palms in all directions. The fallen knights also counterattacked crazily. Every fallen knight could chop out tens of thousands of filthy saber lights every second. Those saber lights bombarded the running thunder dragon palm, continuously weakening it, whose palm flew out. After being weakened halfway, it still killed more than a dozen fallen knights. Xianxia swung his hand for dozens of palms. Within 10 seconds, more than 500 fallen knights had been killed and purified. This was also the reason why Xianxia possessed the Sun Lightning. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to kill a fallen knight of the same realm just by relying on the Sun Chi. It worked! Xing Hui was overjoyed. He wished he could kiss Xianxia and say, "Damn! This Sun Lightning is too ruthless. He can actually kill them without weapons. Quick, kill again." These 5,000 people will be finished soon. Xiangnan was very serious and didn't have time to talk to Xinghui. There was a serious problem with fighting these fallen knights. Those 5,000 knights looked exactly the same, which meant that they were the same person. The 5,000 people were all the same person. They didn't need to communicate at all to make the perfect cooperation. That was why Xiangnan's killing efficiency was greatly reduced. Another 10 seconds later, another 500 knights were killed. Seeing the density of the knight army decrease, he was about to break out of the encirclement. Xinghui suddenly shouted, "Fuck! Another batch is coming." In the distance, another 5,000 fallen knights rushed over. However, these 5,000 people weren't the same as the current 5,000 people. Xiangnan gritted his teeth and said, "No, we can't just rely on the sun and lightning anymore. If we continue to kill like this, there will be no end to it. Damn it, I didn't want to use the dream Dao so quickly. Get ready. I'll deal with them immediately and go find the guild." With that, Xiangnan condensed the etheric blade, and then his bow turned into a bolt of solar lightning. The lightning quickly charged into the enemy army, and a chain of lightning connected hundreds of knights together at the same time. Hundreds of fallen knights were slashed at the waist. The bolt of lightning crackled as hundreds of knights and hundreds more fell. Xinghui and the others took the opportunity to fly towards the south, while Xiangnan turned into a bolt of lightning, circling the four of them all the time. Once a knight rushed forward, he would be killed with a single slash. Be careful! Suddenly, Xiangnan flickered and pushed Xinghui and the others away. At the same time, millions of filthy saber lights flew over from their previous positions. Those fallen knights weren't passively beaten, and they would counterattack as well. The new 5,000 knights had already arrived. Adding the previous ones, the number had reached 8,000. Xiangnan had just put down the four of them when he rushed into the enemy army. Pa! Hundreds of fallen knights chopped down after a long chain of lightning. This lightning chain was not as simple as it looked. Instead, Xiangnan charged in front of a knight in a sprinting manner and slashed him at the waist. Almost at the same time, he charged towards the next enemy and slashed him again with the etheric blade. Because it was too fast, at first glance, it looked like hundreds of people were suddenly connected by a bolt of lightning. But very quickly, the situation reached an impasse. The thousands of fallen knights knew that they could not defeat Xiangnan, so they quickly retreated and spread into a larger encirclement. As long as Xiangnan rushed to a certain area to kill the fallen knights, the knights from other directions would immediately release a massive amount of saber light to attack Xinghui and the others. After Xiangnan returned to the four of them, the fallen knights quickly spread out and did not fight Xiangnan head-on. Lan Lingqi's face turned green. "Damn! If I had a weapon, why would I drag you down?" Xiangnan whispered, "Let's not talk about this anymore. Find the elemental emperor stone and you'll be able to find your weapon. There will be a time for you to fight happily." "Do you want to use your luck ability?" Guanshao asked. Xinghui closed his eyes and said, "There's no need. It doesn't matter if there's a stalemate. I'll spread my perception and search the guild building directly. I should be able to find it soon." Xiangnan's perception was stronger, but he didn't know what the building looked like. "I found it. It's in the northwest." Xinghui suddenly opened his eyes. Xiangnan said angrily, "I said southeast just now, but now I said northwest. I almost went the other way." Xinghui hurriedly said, "This time, it's absolutely correct. I saw it with my own eyes." Right at this moment, all the fallen knights retreated like a tide, quickly disappearing into the horizon. Xiangnan and the others were stunned. Afterwards, a figure gradually walked over from the distant dark clouds. Before the figure could be seen clearly, Xinghui sucked in a breath of cold air. A fallen knight at the 7th layer of spirit void? How is this possible? Xiangnan's heart skipped a beat. He also felt it and said, "Didn't you say that no one from the white-eyed race has reached the 7th level of the spirit void? What kind of situation is this?" "Damn it, how would I know?" Xinghui said anxiously. The people in the sky were getting closer and closer. Xiangnan tilted his head slightly and said, "Guanshao, Use the silence technique to bring the three of them to the guild. I will distract the enemy. That Guan Shao released the silence technique, enveloping the few of them, and quickly escaped to the ground, using the ground to block the enemy's line of sight, quickly moving in the direction of the guild. This small action was impossible to conceal from the enemy, but as long as Guan Shao and the others bypassed a few buildings and escaped from the enemy's line of sight, it would be relatively safe. This required a little time, so Xiangnan's only goal now was to buy time. Sure enough, the person who walked over from the sea of clouds paused for a moment. It could be seen that his head was twisting in the direction Guan Shao and the others were fleeing in. Xiangnan was already prepared to intercept. He knew that person would definitely intercept Guan Shao, while he was responsible for intercepting the enemy. Unexpectedly, the enemy did not make a move. Instead, he looked at Xiangnan and continued to walk towards Xiangnan under the gray mist. The snake said, "This is not right. Why didn't he stop Guan Shao and the others?" Although he didn't know that Guan Shao and the others were looking for the elemental emperor stone, he clearly knew that we were looking for something. Xiangnan also felt that it was strange. That person's choice was a bit too rash. But very quickly, when Xiangnan saw the person's appearance, he immediately understood the reason. "It's you." Xiangnan narrowed his eyes. "Xiangnan." The man walked 50 meters in front of Xiangnan and stopped with a cold smile. This person was the strongest enemy Xiangnan had encountered in the dream world, Star Lord. "Finally, we meet again." The Star Lord heaved a long sigh of relief. It was like a stone that had been pressing down on his heart for a long time. He finally found an opportunity to move it away. "He said it again," the serpent said in a deep voice. "I heard you." Xiangnan remained calm. Xingjun looked at Xiangnan and smiled. "A few years has been compressed into a flash of thought. It is indeed difficult for me to recall the hatred between you and me." Xiangnan said, "So you remember everything?" Star-Lord nodded. "It was all thanks to my transformation. When I transformed into the fallen god, my memories of my entire life were replayed in my mind. It made me discover a small group of flashes. It was extremely complicated. I cut it open and found that this memory of less than 1/10 of a second had actually squeezed into it for several years. Do you still remember what I said? I'll wait for you in God's domain." The Star-Lord raised his right hand and the black spear behind him flew out with a buzzing sound. He held it in his hand. Xiangnan said, "Then you have achieved your wish now, but it seems like a failure. It doesn't seem to be enough to make you despair. Then I will give you another taste of failure." Xingjun wasn't too busy making a move. This was what Xiangnan was most happy to see. He needed more time for Xinghui to find the elemental emperor stone. When enemies met, their eyes were especially red. If they didn't express their resentment, how could they resolve the hatred in their hearts? Star-Lord laughed loudly. "Back then, you were able to defeat me because you were at the 10th level of the heavenly tribulation. I was only at the 9th level of the heavenly tribulation. But now everything is reversed. You have the 6th level of the spirit void and I have the 7th level of the spirit void. Who gave you so much confidence that you can still defeat me? Is that the divine body?" Xiangnan frowned and said, "Why did you become a spirit void 7th stage fallen knight? Without the spirit void 7th stage white-eyed race as a conductor, you wouldn't have reached this level." "Don't be so vulgar." Xingjun shook his head. "Talking about this kind of thing between you and me is harmful to Daya. What realm? What fallen god? In my eyes, he is just a tool. My only goal is to defeat you. I will avenge you. So don't talk to me about these mundane things, and don't let me underestimate you." Xiangnan heaved a sigh of relief and smiled. "Yes, between us, it's only about strength competition. This is what a warrior looks like. This is the Xiangnan I remember," Xingjun said with satisfaction. "Xiangnan, my realm is higher than yours. My talent level is higher than yours. I know that I have a great chance of winning. But I know you too well. I know that you won't fail so easily. You will definitely create a miracle, right? Xiangnan, don't disappoint me." With that, the Star-Lord turned into a ray of gray light and rushed towards Xiangnan. The gray light surrounding the Star Lord quickly condensed into the shape of a horse's head. Immediately after, the horse's body appeared, and a knight appeared on the horse's back. "No, I can't." Xianxia frowned and immediately condensed the sun and lightning into a giant shield. The etheric blade was not long enough. If he stretched out his saber completely, he could only stab it into the horse's head at most. It was only a few dozen meters away from the Star Lord's body, and he would be the first to be hit by the gray light warhorse. This was the biggest weakness of the etheric blade. It had to personally hit the enemy. Boom! The warhorse violently collided with the sun shield, and the enormous impact it produced directly blasted Xianxia into a beam of light, shooting into the ground at an oblique angle. Star-Lord rode the fallen divine colt back and forth in the air. He shook his head and said, "Come out. I know you won't be defeated so easily. Anyone in the world at the 6th level of Spirit Void is standing in front of me. I don't even have the interest to take a look. But you are Xianxia, you are the famous son of the sun." Son of the sun, Xianxia slowly rose from the ruins on the ground. He flicked the dust on his shoulder and said, "Did you give him the nickname?" Star-Lord shrugged his shoulders. "You want me to admit that you are the sun god? That's definitely impossible. You're just a thief. You stole our Tao god body. Do you think this is considered a supreme god? I won't admit it. Thieves are thieves after all." Xianxia said, "Your consciousness has disappointed me. As martial artists, aren't we stealing the power of heaven and earth to strengthen ourselves? Absorbing spiritual energy is considered stealing, and cultivating is also considered stealing. Not to mention, your Tao God physique was also stolen. TSK, TSK, TSK. Xingjun shook his head. "You're still so sharp-tongued. I really can't say anything about you. All right, aren't you just buying Guanxiao time? With my understanding of you, can't I even see through your little thoughts? But you still cooperated with me," Xianxia said. "Because I only have eyes for you? I don't care about anything else," Xingjun said. Xianxia chuckled and said, "You really have a deep affection for me. If we didn't have a grudge, we would have drunk a lot from the dream world to the real world. You can be considered my best friend." Star-Lord laughed heartily. "Heroic heroes think alike, but more often than not, a mountain cannot accommodate two tigers. Xianxia, show your true abilities. I won't show mercy this time. Again, don't fall so easily. Don't disappoint me." The Star-Lord took a deep breath, and the gray light in his body spread out and condensed into a warhorse. Xianxia raised his right hand and 6 suns appeared in the sky. This time, Xianxia was indeed serious. Star-Lord looked at the sun above his head and said, "A very friendly feeling, a very familiar scene. Come, renew your previous fate." The Star-Lord brandished his gigantic spear and charged towards Xianxia. Xianxia's saber stabbed into the air, and a dense amount of solar lightning shot out from the blade. These lightning bolts converged into a giant dragon. "Azure Dragon, go out to sea." With a bow, Xianxia ferociously defeated Xingjun. The warhorse howled, and a dragon roar resounded through the clouds. Boom! The two of them collided heavily, but this time, neither of them was able to send anyone flying. The two of them fought desperately, veins bulging on their foreheads. 30 meters away, 30 meters away. Xianxia gritted his teeth, this thought constantly flashing through his mind. If he could advance another 30 meters, the etheric blade would be enough to reach the Star-Lord. Yes, that's it. It's this kind of power. I didn't misjudge you. Xingjun roared excitedly. Only by defeating such a powerful you can I relieve my hatred. The Star-Lord raised his spear and pushed Xianxia into the air. Immediately after, the Warhorseman stood up and a pair of horse hooves ruthlessly stomped on Xianxia's chest. With a muffled sound, Xianxia was kicked into a beam of light and shot into the ground again. Beneath the land, Xianxia rapidly advanced into the depths of the Earth's surface. His powerful supreme divine body allowed him to withstand such a heavy blow, but he was still not injured. He quickly pondered in his heart what exactly he needed to do to cross that 30-meter distance. If the etheric blade could not touch the Star Lord's body, then all the fighting would be meaningless. Little brat Xianxia, let me remind you that you've already used up 8 minutes of your dream Dao time. The etheric blade is also about to disappear. Xianxia gritted his teeth and said, I have to tear apart his protective divine light before I can reach him. However, his realm is higher than mine. At most, my solar lightning and his filthy power can only draw. The serpent said, with the ability to pierce through matter, can it penetrate through his filthy power? Xianxia said, try it. With that, his body trembled, causing his body to tremble at double the speed of light. At this moment, he no longer had any contact with the ground. He had still fallen for a while, but he hadn't rushed out of the tunnel beneath the surface of the ground. Very quickly, Xianxia soared into the sky. Without saying a word, he charged straight towards Star-Lord. When Xianxia came into contact with the divine colt, the two did not collide. Instead, Xianxia penetrated through. Penetrated. Success. Xianxia was overjoyed. Seeing this, Star-Lord was greatly shocked. Xianxia was quick-witted, and he suddenly jumped out from the tremor of twice the speed of light. He twisted his waist, waved his arm, and slashed horizontally with a knife. The Star-Lord's body split into two and fell backwards. When he died, he still looked incredulous. Xianxia raised his right hand high and slashed down abruptly. A beam of light descended from the sky, enveloping the Star-Lord and purifying him. Success! Xianxia was greatly excited. It turned out that this substance had such a miraculous use for penetration. Soon, another Star-Lord came from the horizon. The Star-Lord's expression was solemn as he said, sure enough, I was defeated by you. What was that just now? Did a dream come? But I didn't see you release it just now. Star-Lord had seen a great dream descend, and he was very familiar with such a scene. However, there had never been a dream world that merged with the real world before. Xianxia turned his head to look in Guanzhao's direction and thought to himself, why haven't we obtained the Emperor's Stone yet? In the distance, the underground auction guild. Under the guild, there was a large secret hall. At this moment, the hall was filled with people. These were all dignitaries who had come to participate in the auction, but in the process, they were suddenly invaded by the god race, so they temporarily hid here. Who is in charge of the auction house? Xinghui shouted angrily at the room full of people. At the scene, no one stood up to answer. Xinghui gritted his teeth and said, we are not enemies. Quickly respond to me. Guanzhao frowned and whispered to Xinghui, isn't it a fantasy for you to ask the supervisor to come out and admit your identity on such an occasion? Xinghui pondered for a moment and said, I have the secret password of an elemental master. The sun sets and the moon rises. However, no one answered the secret order. Xinghui said angrily, damn it, these bastards. Guanzhao whispered in Xinghui's ear, you are too amateur. If you ask everyone directly like this, even if the supervisor is present, it is impossible for him to answer you. We can only use the stupidest method, one by one. Is there time? Xinghui said. Guanzhao said, there is no other way. Guanzhao clapped her hands and pointed at the thick door beside her. The person I pointed at, come to the vault and talk to me alone. After saying that, Guanzhao Sui pointed at a person and said, you, come in with me. The man was squatting, but he didn't move at all. Like Guanzhao's right hand, that person's head split up and rolled on the ground. Seeing this, Xinghui was shocked. He wanted to say something, but he still swallowed it back. Guanzhao pointed at the second person. You, come in with me. Everyone on the scene was panicking. Seeing Guanzhao kill people, there was no one who dared not cooperate. Afterwards, Guanzhao tried to find the whereabouts of the supervisor one by one. On the other side, in the sky of Yongla City, there were already more than a dozen pools of sewage on the ground. A Star-Lord came from afar. He frowned and said, this is the 9th time you've killed me. I seem to have gradually understood your methods. The big snake said in Xianxia's heart, this person is very cunning. He must be hiding a body somewhere far away. If you kill like this, as long as one dies, another will split up and come over. If you continue killing like this, I'm afraid you'll never be able to finish it. Xianxia nodded slightly and thought to himself, if we can find his hiding place, we can annihilate him in one sentence. As he spoke, Xianxia subconsciously glanced towards where the Star Lord had flown over. The Star Lord immediately noticed this gaze and smiled. Don't worry. My other body has been swimming around. You won't be able to find it. Even if you can find it, it's useless because I still have a body in the divine realm. These words completely dispelled Xianxia's thoughts. The Star Lord said thoughtfully, did the way you crossed my filthy light just now bring your vibration frequency to the speed of light? And this is indeed hard to tell. If it weren't for the price of many deaths to exchange for observation time, I'm afraid that I would have been deceived by you forever. Xianxia didn't say anything. He knew that his secret would be seen through by Xingjun sooner or later. Double frequency. No matter how small the amplitude of the vibration was, as long as one observed it carefully, they could still see some clues. Since he knew that it was impossible to truly kill Xingjun, Xianxia was no longer too busy to make a move. He shook his right arm and put away the etheric blade. The serpent reminded Xianxia that there were only 5 minutes left in the dream path. We can't waste any more. Xingjun walked around in front of Xianxia. As he pondered, he asked, aren't you going to attack me? Xianxia said, is it meaningful? My mission is to stall you. Obviously, I have already done it. Xingjun nodded and muttered to himself, how should I deal with your penetrating ability? At this moment, the sound of horse hooves suddenly came from afar. Xianxia's heart trembled slightly, but he quickly felt relieved. The one who came was still a spirit void 7th stage fallen knight. However, that wasn't a problem. As long as he used double vibrations, not only would he be able to pierce through them, he would even be able to ignore their attacks. The number of enemies that came would all end in the same fate. This was also the reason why Star Lord did not attack collectively, but one after another. But soon, Xianxia discovered something wrong. Star Lord also noticed. He frowned and turned to look at the newly arrived fallen knight. Then his expression stiffened. The newly arrived fallen knight was also riding a black horse, and his body was 1 lap larger than the Star Lord's. He was about 13 to 14 meters tall. His physique was also slightly different from that of a Star Lord. Although this person also had a pair of sharp ears, his ears were longer than Star Lord's, and the tip of his ears had already exceeded 3 or 4 inches above his head. What was most worthy of Xianxia's attention was that there was a shallow horizontal line between his eyebrows. He didn't know what it was. You? Star Lord looked at the person and said, who sent you? Xianxia is my target. Don't fight with me. Xianxia took a deep breath. After that person arrived near him, he immediately discovered that his aura was much stronger than that of the Star Lord. It wasn't even at the same level of strength. At this moment, the mysterious fallen knight finally spoke. His voice was very strange, deep and hoarse, but it was more like 2 rusty iron plates rubbing against each other. Idiot! The fallen knight said arrogantly. The Star Lord was furious and said, you'd better be polite to me. Don't forget your identity. Don't forget who rescued you. The fallen knight ignored Star Lord and continued. This human's body vibrates at a frequency that exceeds the standard speed of light in an instant. He is indeed an expert amongst experts, but it is not impossible to deal with him. As long as your own speed reaches the same speed, he won't be able to penetrate you. Of course, Star Lord was very clear about this principle, but he was unable to do so. Every god race could reach the speed of super light, even with a divine cult. However, they needed to use acceleration to complete the movement of super light. In actual combat, Xianxia obviously wouldn't give him a chance to accelerate. If the divine steed only needed 1/10 of a second to complete the acceleration, Xianxia could kill him within 1/100th of a second. One was to reach double the speed of light in an instant, and the other was to reach superluminal acceleration. With such a small difference, it could directly affect the outcome of the battle. The fallen knight glanced arrogantly at Xingjun and said, with your explosive power, It's impossible to defeat him. Trash, you can scram now. After saying that, the fallen knight pulled out a 10-meter-long giant sickle from behind him, and then his wrist shook. A streak of black light pierced through the sky. The Star-Lord didn't even have time to react and was directly cut in half. So strong. Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. The two Star-Lord corpses immediately wriggled in the same direction, attempting to heal. This time, before Xianxia could purify him, the fallen knight had already thrown out 2 strands of filthy energy, enveloping the Star-Lord's corpse. This time, the Star-Lord's corpse remained motionless. Although it did not turn into sewage, it remained motionless. Immediately after, an angry roar came from the distance. The Dark Star-Lord rushed over. Xianxia looked around and saw that the number of star monarchs should have reached more than 1,000. The mighty fallen knight smiled in a low voice. Following that, he turned into a black shadow and suddenly rushed into the crowd of star monarchs. All of the star monarchs released filthy light and charged at the fallen knights with their divine steeds. "You damn bastard! You actually killed one of your own!" Xing Jun roared angrily. "But I didn't really kill you, did I?" The fallen knight laughed coldly. The huge black sickle in his hand instantly swung into countless circles. The terrifying sickle sliced through the protective divine power of the Star-Lord like a bamboo, causing numerous Star-Lord to fall like mowing grass. Xianxia's eyes suddenly narrowed as he thought to himself, "No! How could this person be so powerful?" The Star-Lord fought with all his might, but he was simply unable to defeat that mighty fallen knight. He even tried to escape, letting hundreds of star monarchs charge at the fallen knights, while dozens of star monarchs took the opportunity to flee in all directions. But the fallen knight's speed was too fast. As he reaped the Star-Lord, he could also swing the huge sickle away. The black sickle's cry surpassed the speed of light and drew a huge arc, killing dozens of star monarchs on the way to escape. After drawing the beautiful arc, the sickle returned to the hands of the fallen knight. Then, he raised his hand and dozens of star kings were slashed at the waist. This person was merciless when he killed his fellow clansmen. Seeing that the number of star monarchs was getting fewer and fewer, he could not beat them, nor could he escape. The Star-Lord was also annoyed. He shouted, "If you steal my battle merit, you can't think of it yourself. Xianxia, he's an ancient god. He's a dragon knight. Be careful of him. Don't let him kill you. I'm the only one qualified to kill you." After saying that, the last Star-Lord was also beheaded by the fallen knight. Hearing this, Xianxia's mind buzzed. An ancient god? The black-eyed race? Aren't they already extinct? Where did this person come from? On this day, Xianxia encountered too many unbelievable things that he couldn't explain. How did the fallen knights of the 7th layer of Spirit Void come about? The ancient god was revived? Who? The fallen knight retracted his sickle and slowly walked towards Xianxia with the sound of horse hooves. He said, "Do you already know? That doesn't matter. I, the ancient god race, the soaring dragon knights, the 2nd grade knights commander Han Mo. Didn't all the ancient gods die?" Xianxia said. Han Mo said, "I'm not a Star-Lord, and I don't have the mood to chat with you. Leave these questions for hell. Offense is the best defense." Xianxia suddenly turned into an afterimage and rushed towards Han Mo. He immediately doubled the speed of light and summoned the etheric blade. Han Mo pushed forward with one hand. The distance he pushed wasn't far, it was only a meter long. But at the last centimeter, the speed at which he pushed his hand suddenly accelerated. He directly pushed out a hemispherical gray shield in the air. Xianxia's voice was bounced back. His Xianxian stopped abruptly as he flew backwards and rubbed his painful shoulder. "I really blocked it," the serpent said in a deep voice. "This person can actually reach the speed of light in an instant." Han Mo did not pause at all. His figure flashed and directly appeared in front of Xianxia. The warhorseman stood up and a pair of front hooves ruthlessly stepped on Xianxia's chest. Xianxia had already made a blocking gesture. He immediately placed the etheric blade across his chest, but his strength was completely unbeatable. The horse's hoof kicked the etheric blade, still sending Xianxia flying. The moment Xiang Nan was kicked away, the huge sickle in Han Mo's hand had already taken the lead and circled behind Xiang Nan. When Xiang Nan flew backwards, he would hit the blade and be cut into two by himself. Xiang Nan's reaction was swift. He flipped his right hand backwards and stabbed the etheric blade into his back. Clang! The etheric blade and the sickle collided intensely, causing Xiang Nan to stumble away. He had to meet the sickle with the back of his saber. If he used the blade, he would quickly cut the sickle in half. However, the speed of sickle splitting wasn't that fast, and Xiang Nan would still be beheaded by the hook. Just this small detail won Han Mo's approval. Han Mo nodded slightly and said, "Indeed, he is an expert." Xiang Nan gritted his teeth and stopped in the air. By the time his body stabilized, Han Mo had already arrived in front of him. With a shout, a huge black arc of light sliced down towards Xiang Nan. When Xiang Nan suddenly stopped, there was still inertia in his body, making it impossible for him to retaliate quickly, so he could only block again. Clang! Xiang Nan was sent flying again. Han Mo nodded slightly. "Looks like the legend is true. You indeed possess the body of a supreme god. Otherwise, these two attacks of mine will be enough to shatter your bones. We should intensify our attack on you." After saying that, Han Mo drove his divine steed back a distance, and then charged towards Xiang Nan for a long distance. Xiang Nan's heart tightened. No matter what, he would not be able to withstand such a charge. Damn it! I was forced to play another trump card. Xiang Nan raised his right hand. At the top of the sky, a pair of angry eyes slowly opened. The Eye of All Lives was no longer able to provide Xiang Nan with realm growth. At this stage, one's realm had to rely on Godhead. However, his realm couldn't be improved, and his combat strength increased by a large margin. As for the utmost divine physique, there was no longer any need to fear the weakened laws. Azure Dragon, go out to sea! Xiang Nan decisively retaliated. Han Mo sprinted a long distance and collided head-on with Xiang Nan, who was also sprinting for a long distance. The two sides collided with each other and sent each other flying. As Han Mo flew backwards, his body suddenly stopped and he immediately rushed back. Xiang Nan did not show any signs of weakness as he drew an acute angle in the air and rushed towards Han Mo. The moment the two of them clashed, Xiang Nan drew his saber. Han Mo produced a sickle. Xiang Nan leapt into the air and dodged the attack of the sickle. The etheric blade in his hand slashed towards Han Mo's neck. Han Mo's body shortened, and the enormous divine colt suddenly collapsed. He lay down and slid down from Xiang Nan's body, and because of this, Han Mo dodged Xiang Nan's saber. In this battle, neither side was able to touch each other's bodies. Xiang Nan stepped on the air fiercely and drew out a long stream of air before stopping. The divine colt suddenly stood up and stomped on the air in front of it with its front hoof. Its entire body bounced back and shot back towards Xiang Nan. This time, it was Han Mo's subordinate, and the divine steed was upside down. Xiang Nan's Thunder Dragon palm slammed down, and the huge thunder palm covered a small portion of the sky. Han Mo's gray eyes flashed with a cold light as he shouted, "Dragon Knight, 10,000 horses galloping." Suddenly, a group of Shadow Knights appeared behind Han Mo. These shadows formed a conical array, led by Han Mo, charging forward aggressively. Xiang Nan had never seen this move before. That Han Mo's astonishing charge actually crushed the Thunder Dragon Palm and trampled towards Xiang Nan. The Thunder Dragon Palm was already Xiang Nan's strongest martial skill apart from the etheric blade. Seeing the enemy attack, Xiang Nan raised his right hand and thousands of dragon, subduing slashes flew into the air, slashing towards Han Mo's charging squad. However, the power of these dragon subduing slashes was clearly insufficient. A large number of blades clanged against Han Mo's body and were bounced off one after another. Damn it! Xiang Nan formed a seal with both hands and shouted, "Thunder God Seal!" The sun and lightning formed a six-horned door. Xiang Nan jumped out of the door and turned into a lightning man. His combat strength had increased again. Xiang Nan's saber stabbed into the air and a green dragon went out to battle. Boom! The two sides collided, and Xiang Nan directly knocked Han Mo flying away. However, A large number of Shadow Knights did not receive Xiang Nan's charging power, and they continued to rumble as they trampled on Xiang Nan Chao in the distance. Xiang Nan was so trampled on that it was so painful that even his bones were about to be broken. Bastard! Is the ancient god race that strong? Xiang Nan gritted his teeth and shook his body forcefully. The horse hoof marks on his body disappeared one after another. In the distance, Han Mo stepped onto his horse again. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said, "Your strength has been suppressed. I didn't expect you to have so many methods." As he spoke, his left fingers pressed against his temples. At this moment, the horizontal line between Han Mo's eyebrows slowly opened. That's an eye. Eyes that had always been pure black. The moment his eyes opened, a black gas suddenly flew out and circled Han Mo a few times. Afterwards, Han Mo put on a layer of dragon armor, and the fallen divine cult beneath him also became half dragon and half horse. Is this the original form of the Dragon Knight? Xiang Nan's mood was heavy, and he felt that the situation was getting worse. If he had a spirit void 7th layer, then he wouldn't be afraid of him, but Han Mo shook his body and said in a hoarse voice, "The fallen god form has greatly increased my strength. I originally thought that I could easily kill a 7th level spirit void god race, but today, I was forced out of my true body by your little 6th level spirit void human race. Is the world really changing so dramatically?" Xiang Nan was shocked by Han Mo's strength, and the shock in Han Mo's heart was even more intense than Xiang Nan's. At this moment, shadows flew over from afar. "Xiang Nan, we've got it. Quickly retreat." As Guanshao flew, he turned around and directly ran towards the wormhole. Xiang Nan finally breathed a sigh of relief in his heart and immediately followed Guanshao and the others. He didn't want to continue fighting. To be able to fight against this fallen ancient god at the 7th level of the spirit void realm was already very difficult. There was no point in fighting again. However, Han Mo obviously couldn't let Xiang Nan and the others off. With a dragon roar from behind him, Han Mo condensed a large number of knights and chased after Xiang Nan and the others ferociously. What the hell is that? Xing Hui suddenly turned around and saw Han Mo. He couldn't help but be shocked. Unexpectedly, a first-class dragon knight? Damn it! Why would such a thing appear? Xiang Nan gritted his teeth and said, "Fuck him!" He was actually forced to take out his last trump card today. After saying that, Xiang Nan raised his right hand high and suddenly pulled it down. In the dream world, a blade of light that could pierce through the heavens and earth was pulled out. What is this? Xing Hui was shocked. Why is it the 7th layer of Spirit Void? Lan Ling and the others were too familiar with this move. They all smiled and said, "I'm saved. Tai Divine Art." Xiang Nan suddenly turned around and slashed horizontally. Who? That terrifying blade of light swept through the sky and slashed down with a single saber, slashing the entire knight's order of Han Mo to the waist. Even Han Mo wasn't spared. Xiang Nan drew out another ray of sunlight to purify Han Mo. Lan Ling said in surprise. After the sun's true energy turned into the sun's lightning, even this broadsword became stronger. "Let's go." Xiang Nan grabbed a few people and quickly rushed into the wormhole. Along the way, Xiang Nan asked Xing Hui, "What the hell is that? How could it be so powerful?" Xing Hui smiled bitterly and said, "Are you joking? That's a first-rate dragon knight from the ancient god clan. The strongest expert in the entire god domain, the temple god king. He used to be a first-rate dragon knight. So you're fighting against a spirit void 7th stage temple god king. Do you think you're strong?" Hearing this explanation, Xiang Nan didn't know whether he should be happy or worried. Happily, not all ancient gods were that powerful, but he was unlucky to encounter the rarest and strongest of them all. What he was worried about was, how did this thing resurrect? How many more? In order to avoid the fallen god, Xiang Nan and the others chose a separate path in the wormhole and arrived at a relatively remote and small city. After the 5 of them came out, they searched vigilantly for a while and discovered that they were not occupied by the fallen knights. Only then did they begin to prepare their weapons. Starlight tossed out 5 spherical glowing balls of light the size of walnuts. Xianxia felt the essence of the elemental energy in the ball of light and said, "This is the elemental Emperor Stone? It is indeed very powerful. The true elemental Emperor Stone is smaller than you can see," Xinghui said. "This layer of sphere is just an elemental concentrate covering the surface of the Emperor Stone. The elemental Emperor Stone is a superquality elemental core. It can firmly grasp any element of any attribute and even stabilize the spatial structure. The Blood Apostle and the others wanted to use the Emperor Stone to construct a long-distance wormhole, so they were interested in its second attribute. Alright, since we've already obtained it, let's start now." Xianxia first prepared weapons for Guanxiao. Because Guanxiao did not use weapons herself, her most powerful methods had nothing to do with weapons, so Xianxia condensed the etheric particles and turned them into a diamond-shaped shield that was half human tall. After that, Xinghui threw an elemental Emperor Stone onto the shield. When the Emperor Stone touched the shield, it immediately embedded half of its depth and firmly grabbed the etheric particles of the shield. "Let's see if we can succeed." Xianxia took a deep breath and disbanded the Daydream Dao. At the same time, this also meant that the etheric particles would dissipate by themselves. As a result, the shield immediately loosened. Immediately after, the elemental Emperor Stone began to shine and retracted the shield. The shield instantly solidified without any subsequent turbulence. "Success!" The few of them cheered. Guanxiao took the shield and swung it twice in her hand. "It's very suitable in size, and it's as light as nothing. It's really amazing." The shield looked extremely thin and almost transparent. It looked even more fragile than a piece of paper. Xianxia only knew that the etheric particles were very thin, so it was naturally easy to create sharp weapons. However, he still needed to test his defensive capabilities. He immediately used the sun and lightning to hit the shield fiercely. As a result, the shield only buzzed and knocked Guanxiao and the shield away. After Guanxiao returned, everyone checked the shield and found that there was no defect at all. "Very good." Lanling was excited and said, "I can't wait to have my own etheric weapon." Amongst them, Blue Spirit gained the most from acquiring an etheric weapon. This was because both Xianxia and Luoshang were more skilled in physical combat, and using their hands to hold weapons would increase their combat strength. Blue Spirit was the only one who was skilled in controlling weapons for long-range attacks. The problem of the length of an etheric weapon did not exist with him. His weapon could directly fly out and kill people. Xinghui muttered to himself, "But did you ignore the other question? Blue Spirit uses 99 flying swords. Where are we going to get 99 elemental Emperor Stones for him?" Xianxia shouted and said, "This is indeed a problem. An Emperor Stone can only stabilize an independent weapon." Blue Spirit said, "One is fine. At the very least, there is no need to be barehanded. I only have one flying sword, and I can still kill them to the point that they are unable to form an army." Xianxia immediately created a small flying sword for Lan Ling. This flying sword was only half a meter long and did not have a sword hilt. It looked like a streamlined two-headed sword. On both sides there were sword tips. The Emperor Stone was embedded in the center of the flying sword. Blue Spirit happily took over the control. His right fingers drew together, and he glided into the air. With a whoosh, the flying sword dragged a stream of air into the sky. As Blue Spirit quickly grasped it, the flying sword made all sorts of incredible movements in the air. The agility of this thing was already comparable to the nether ferret that Xianxia had captured before. "Your control over weapons is much stronger," Luosheng said. Xianxia smiled and said, "The etheric particles are so sharp that they can cut through almost all matter. Isn't Blue Spirit able to assassinate the Temple God King now? As long as he stands far away and puts the flying sword into the divine realm, it will be invincible." Everyone's eyes lit up. Xinghui smiled and shook his head. "How could there be such a good thing? Blue Spirit's attack method can indeed pose a fatal threat to many enemies, but his method has great advantages and disadvantages. Once he encounters the Spirit God race, there will be no use." As he spoke, Xinghui waved his right hand and released a ball of sun qi, surrounding the flying sword. The sun chi condensed into a ball and enveloped the flying sword. Xinghui said, "If a spirit god race uses spirit energy to wrap around a flying sword like me, then the connection between the blue spirit and the flying sword will quickly be cut off. No one will be able to control the flying sword." Xiangnan thought so and nodded. "You were very thoughtful. This is indeed a big problem. The flying sword was so beautiful and invincible to kill, but it also had its own limitations." Xinghui said, "There are still quite a few god races in the divine realm that are skilled in spiritual energy. Therefore, blue spirit must be careful of such a person." Afterwards, there was nothing else to say. Both Xiangnan and Luoshang liked sabers, while Xinghui liked guns. Out of habit, Xiangnan still used his own saber as the core, and wrapped an etheric blade around the outer layer of the giant saber. On the other hand, Luoshang's weapon was formed from pure etheric particles. It was much narrower than Xiangnan's saber, but its length was similar. Xinghui's spear was also condensed from Tai particles. Its body was 5 meters long, making it very suitable for mid-range battles. The little bird sat on Xiangnan's shoulder, shaking its legs as it peeled off a big green insect. Xiangnan shrugged. "You didn't." The little bird cried out, crying, not forgetting to stuff the worm into its mouth. Xiangnan was both angry and funny, and said, "Don't be willful." Guanshao said, "When you were in the dream world, you refined the other party's spear and didn't say that you would compensate the other party for something. Can the little fellow not feel wronged?" Xiangnan helplessly patted the little bird's shoulder and said, "Stop crying. Here you go. This is a good thing. The Master God personally made it." As he spoke, Xiangnan took off his soul necklace and put it on the bird's neck. Little Sparrow was happy again, and his thumbs rubbed around the necklace, enjoying themselves. Next, Xiangnan began to discuss the plan with everyone. "Who are you?" said the little bird, shaking its 2 short legs. "What do you want? Bugs? You have them. Eat. If I don't give you the bugs, I won't be able to talk to you." "Bah!" Xiangnan and the others were discussing how to rescue the Master God of Life. When they heard the little bird muttering non-stop, they waved their hands and said, "Shut up." Guanshao looked at the bird thoughtfully and said, "Is he talking to himself or Aya?" Xiangnan patted his forehead and said, "Damn it, he's talking to the necklace. Damn it, it must be the Master God looking for me." In the Divine Nature Palace, the Space Master God was holding a soul connection, and his face was ashen with anger. At this moment, he was in the main hall of the Divine Nature Palace, with all sorts of important figures sitting on both sides. Amongst them, there were 15 other Master Gods, Temple War Gods, experts from various ancient races, and even a group of people that Xiangnan was familiar with were sitting on the left row. They were the Crimson Eye race, one of the 3 supreme ancient races. The atmosphere at the scene was extremely solemn. An incredible piece of news caused everyone's hearts to be extremely heavy. But now, everyone looked at the Space Master God with strange expressions. The Space Master God grabbed Xiangnan and shouted at him, "Who exactly are you? I want to find Xiangnan. Who are you? Do you want a bug?" A mouthful of milk sounded from the necklace. "What the hell are you talking about?" The Space Master God was about to collapse. The necklace said, "Bug made. It's delicious. Give it to me." The Space Master God had been competing with the necklace for 20 minutes, but he hadn't even heard a single human word. It's been a long time since I've seen the Space Master God lose his composure like this. One of the Master Gods sighed emotionally. The women of the Crimson Eye race all lowered their heads, their faces flushed with laughter. "Who exactly are you? Please give the necklace to Xiangnan. I have something important to tell him," the Space Master God said weakly. After a moment of silence, the necklace pulled a long note. "Yeah." The Spatial Master God's right hand trembled as he grabbed a cup of tea. After drinking 2 mouthfuls of tea, he said, "Yeah. Do you want to send a message or not? Give me a good one. You've been playing with me for quite some time now. Shame on you. Bring it over." Suddenly, a familiar voice came from the necklace. "No! Little bastard, you almost missed my big deal. Hurry up and give it to me. Be obedient. No. My necklace is for you. I'll just borrow it for a moment. I'll return it to you when I'm done talking to the Master God. Okay? Everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. They could be considered to have heard Xiang Nan's voice. After a long while, the little bird returned Xiang Nan to Xiang Nan. Sorry. The sound of friction came from the necklace, and then Xiang Nan spoke. Is it Lord Space Master God looking for me? The Space Master God was already trembling with anger. He said to the necklace, Come back quickly and report the location. I'll give you a wormhole. Is it safe? Xiang Nan asked in a low voice. The Space Master God said, It's safe. We're already very far away from the divine realm. As long as we're fast enough, it's hard to detect us. Later, in a wormhole, Xiang Nan's group of 5 jumped out. When everyone saw an unfamiliar purple-gold knight appear, they all felt as if they were facing a great enemy. The Thunder Master God waved his hand and said, Don't worry. This is Starlight. Xiang Nan mentioned it before. This was the first time Xinghui had come to the nature shrine. After looking around for a while, he cupped his fists at the Master Gods and said, Junior Xinghui, the God race has abandoned us. Greetings, Master Gods. Xiao Nan. Xiang Nan's familiar voice came from the crowd. Everyone turned around and saw that Guanxiao and Lan Ling had their mouths wide open. Su Guanxiao was surprised. Master! Xiang Nan ignored such a solemn occasion and rushed straight to Su Kaiwe. He grabbed both of his hands and said, Master, this disciple has been missing you every day these days. Su Kaiwe pursed her lips and smiled. Didn't I come? Guanxiao knew about the relationship between Xiang Nan and Su Kaiwe. She knew that the two of them had always been very close and did not think too much about it. What exactly is going on? Did you bring my master here? Xiang Nan asked the Space Master God in surprise. Xiang Nan, we meet again. The old woman of the Crimson Eye race walked out with a walking stick and greeted him with a smile. Xiang Nan was overjoyed again. He hurriedly knelt down on one knee and said, Thank you, Senior, for giving me the eternal eye. I am truly ashamed that Xiang Nan did not come to thank you for your great kindness. If it wasn't for the eternal eye, Xiang Nan wouldn't have survived the Battle of God Realm. This was a grace to save his life. All right. The Space Master God clapped his hands and said, I know you have a lot to say, but now is not the time. There is a big problem, Xiang Nan, you need to know. This is related to both the ancient race and the God race. Then let me finish. Xiang Nan and the others had a premonition that things were not going well, so they all became serious. The first was the encounter between the Nature Shrine and the Crimson Eye race. Because the number of fallen knights had increased, the original location of the Nature Shrine was not far enough. It had to be relocated again. In the process, it had encountered the Crimson Eye race that was also moving out of God's domain. As a result, he received 2 messages. The first piece of news was about the secret of the disappearance of the godheads of the 3 supreme ancient races. Su Kaiwe had lived past the age of 3,000 and possessed the memories of her ancestors, thus opening up an unknown secret. The secret of the disappearance of the godhead was within it. From the very beginning, when the 3 supreme ancient races ruled the world and many other ancient races rose up, a new race appeared. It was the God race of today. Not only did the new God race possess the 2 supreme divine powers, the power of order and the power of destruction, but they also had no flaws in their lives. They could reproduce indefinitely. The Crimson Eye race's supreme self, the White-Eyed race's advanced death probability, and the Black-Eyed race's unreproducibility did not exist. This brand new race caused people to feel fear. Similarly, the Black-Eyed race was also the ancient God race, and they were equally afraid of this race. At first, the 3 supreme ancient races tried to suppress the new God race, but all of them failed. Although the Black-Eyed race's dragon knights were incomparably powerful, the God race, which possessed extraordinary reproductive abilities, could not be killed alone. They would trade 100 lives for a single life, and they did not care at all. The suppression process did not go smoothly, and the new God race grew stronger and stronger. Every time the 3 supreme ancient races lost a warrior, it would be an irreversible loss. The consequences would be very serious, and they would definitely launch a large-scale counterattack. Since then, the black-eyed race had come up with a bold idea. Dimensional realm. The three ancient races worked together to create a dimensional realm, allowing all experts above the 5th level of spirit void to hide in the dimensional realm. The dimensional realm had 2 layers of barriers to take on the defensive effect. The first barrier was called the God King domain, which meant that only God King experts could break through the gap in the barrier. The second barrier outside was even more powerful, and it was called the unconscious barrier. The mechanism of this unconscious barrier is very unique. It is called no minds, no presence. To put it bluntly, as long as no one knew about the existence of the dimensional realm, then this time the dimensional realm did not exist. It would never be found or sensed. It's kind of like, I close my eyes and the world disappears. I open my eyes and the world exists. If someone, in the literature or in legends, heard of this dimensional world, then this time the origin world would become visible and searchable. However, since everyone who knew about the dimensional world was already among them, theoretically speaking, as long as the people inside didn't come out, in that case, the dimensional world would be the same as if it had never appeared before. The Space Master God continued to explain to everyone. The black-eyed race proposed the idea of the dimensional world. The original intention was for everyone to hide in the dimensional world and think of a way to solve their own life flaws before dealing with the new God race. However, in reality, no one knew that the black-eyed race had concealed an important piece of information. The first barrier of the dimensional world was not the God King's defensive barrier, but the Supreme God's defensive barrier. No one could break through this barrier unless it was a Supreme God. Therefore, the experts of the 3 supreme ancient races were sealed inside. Never came out again. Hearing this, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. But why would the black-eyed race do this? Xianxia asked in surprise. Because of the Godhead. The Spatial Master God raised a finger and said, "We know that a Godhead must be nurtured by someone with a Godhead before a new Godhead can be born. The first ancestor of the 3 supreme ancient races was a God King level expert, so they could continuously nurture new Godheads to bestow on their descendants. Only in this way can experts at the 6th to 9th levels of the spirit void be nurtured. But Ci Yuanmu has sealed all the experts of the 3 supreme ancient races above the 5th level of spirit void into the dimensional world," Xianxia muttered. "That will result in no race other than the new God race being able to possess Godhead. So, the ancient God black-eyed race is not afraid of the new God race, but is helping the new God race." The Space Master God nodded and said, "That's right. This is the most effective method. It is the same as the new God race defeating the 3 sovereign ancient races. In this way, the dimensional world can no longer be called the dimensional world. Instead, it should be called the dimensional tomb." Xianxia said thoughtfully, "However, there is one thing I cannot understand. Since the new God race is said to be the descendants of the black-eyed race, that means the new God race was not created out of thin air, but was born on the basis of the black-eyed race's bloodline. Since that's the case, the first new God race to appear shouldn't be a God King. Then why are there so many experts at the 7th or 8th level of the spirit void now?" The Master God nodded and said, "You are very thoughtful. This is another problem. The Goddess of Life used the black-eyed race as the benchmark to create the new God race. When the 3 supreme ancient races entered the dimensional tomb, the strongest expert of the new God race was only at the temple battle god level. Therefore, one of the black-eyed race clansmen did not enter the dimensional tomb." Xianxia shook his head. "This doesn't make sense. According to the mechanism of the unconscious spirit formation, if someone knows about the existence of the dimensional tomb and hasn't entered, then the unconscious spirit formation won't close. The people inside will definitely be able to detect this." Guanxiao said, "What if the black-eyed clansman who didn't enter is someone below the 5th level of spirit void?" Xianxia shook his head. "That's even more wrong. He doesn't have a Godhead below the 5th level of spirit void. Even if he doesn't enter, he won't be able to help the new God race." The Space Master God sighed. "This is where the black-eyed race plays their tricks. They did leave behind a black-eyed race expert. Furthermore, he is a 9th-level Spirit Void God King expert. But this expert is very special. He has comprehended a kind of Tao called the Divine Weapon Tao. He has turned himself into an unconscious weapon. Xing Hui exclaimed, "Dragon riding spear?" The Space Master God said in a deep voice, "Yes, it's the dragon riding spear. It's the former God King expert." Over time, this spear gave birth to the artifact spirit, the divine king of the temple that we will know from now on. So it's him, Xiang Nan suddenly realized. After a long time, the divine king of the temple was the ancient god of the black-eyed race. Moreover, the true divine king of the temple was actually the dragon riding spear. The old man who had been using the dragon riding spear was the artifact spirit. The Space Master God said, after the dragon riding spear's artifact spirit was bred, it bestowed its godhead on the new god race. However, this artifact spirit itself did not know about the existence of the dimensional tomb. This matter has become an absolute secret. Xiang Nan had a deep understanding of this. He had also made a tool spirit before, but when he made a tool spirit, his memories from his previous life were fragments that were shattered. He was unable to remember the complete picture. The artifact spirit of the dragon riding spear should know his identity, but he couldn't recall many details from his memories, so he didn't know about the dimensional tomb. Xiang Nan took a deep breath and said, "What a big game of chess." After thinking for a while, Xiang Nan asked, "Since you said that there are 2 big problems, then what is the second big problem?" The Spatial Master God drank a cup of tea and continued. It turned out that the other 2 of the 3 sovereign ancient clans weren't all simple-minded idiots. The Crimson Eye clan had left a path for themselves before entering the dimensional tomb. This path has proved to be incomparably wise. The ancestor of the Crimson Eye race did not know about the plot of the Black-Eyed race, but before entering the dimensional tomb, he had a very bad idea. It was very likely that they would never be able to crack the flaws in their own life structure in the dimensional tomb. What if all the Divine King experts died in this experiment? Wasn't it possible that the others wouldn't be able to come out? Thus, an ancestor of the Crimson Eye clan planted a memory gene in the bloodline of the Crimson Eye clan. Xiang Nan already knew about that gene. When a Crimson Eye race clansman lived for 3,000 years alone, the memories in his bloodline would awaken. Su Kaiwe did it and recalled the big conspiracy back then. She recalled that when the dimensional tomb was completely closed, the ancestors of the Crimson Eye and White-Eyed race immediately discovered that the God King level barrier was actually the Supreme God barrier. But it was too late. The 3 supreme ancient races didn't even begin their life test before they started a full-scale war inside. That battle was extremely fierce. In the end, almost everyone was annihilated. The remaining survivors gradually aged and died in the endless years. When Xiang Nan thought about this scene, he felt his hair stand on end. What kind of despair was that? The 3 sovereign ancient clans escaped into the dimensional tomb with all their hopes. However, in the end, they discovered that this was not a land of hope, but a land of death. In this isolated space, the 3 desperate and lonely races began their final battle of rage. After that, the new god race, which possessed all of its godhead, naturally became the #1 race in the world and proclaimed themselves gods. Xiang Nan said, "There's one more thing I can't figure out. Since the strongest expert of the new god race was only at the temple battle god rank at that time, then why would the Crimson Eye race and the White-Eyed race want to escape? Even if they don't run, the new god race will not be able to defeat their Master God and God King experts." The Space Master God said, "Because the 2 utmost gods gave all their love to the new god race. They even began to study the godhead and prepare to bestow it on the new god race. The utmost gods are unable to create their own godhead. They can only create one race, and this race has their own godhead. This is precisely the reason. Therefore, the main purpose of the dimensional tomb is to cut off the divine lattice inheritance of the 3 supreme ancient races. The secondary purpose is for the temple god king to bring the divine lattice to the new divine race." Xiang Nan said thoughtfully. "Even without the temple god king, it's only a matter of time before the gods race can obtain their godhead. Yes, the Temple God King has only accelerated the growth of the new God race, said the Space Master God. Xianxia sighed. What kind of bias is this? A new God race, with all the privileges given to them by their parents, unscrupulously pushed the other races into a desperate situation. The unfair treatment was brought into full play here. Didn't the new God race not have a stronger godhead? It doesn't matter. Mom and Dad created it for you to kill your other siblings. Xianxia instantly realized what kind of hatred the Crimson Eye and White Eye clans carried before they were willing to make up their minds to enter the dimensional tomb. Thinking of this, Xianxia couldn't help but burst into laughter. What a mockery! Xianxia had already heard the Star-Lord say that the new god race was too ambitious. They were currently planning to dismount the two supreme gods. They first provoked their parents, causing the goddess of thunder and the goddess of life to turn against each other. The goddess of thunder completely sealed the goddess of life with her entire body and mind. Now, the new god race began to study the fallen god, preparing to dismount the god of thunder and kill him. The new god race would have real hegemony. This was a story of parents doting on their fourth son, forcing their eldest son, second son, and third son to die. In the end, their fourth son lost his rationality and wanted to kill his parents. Live a few lives. If it wasn't for the sake of the human race, Xianxia really didn't care about this shit. Let the two supreme gods suffer bitterly and let them die. Clearly, the new god race had also learned a lesson from their parents. Even though the new god race had produced the human medicine pill, the ones in disguise were considered to be the parents of the human race. However, when the human race was the first to step into the spirit void realm, even if it was only at the first level of the spirit void realm, the god race would not hesitate to annihilate the entire human race. They were afraid of being dismounted by humans, just as they had prepared to dismount their parents. Xianxia suddenly remembered the Star-Lord and the ancient god, so he hurriedly told them what he had seen and heard. Why did a seventh-level spirit void fallen god appear? Isn't that ancient god already sealed in the dimensional tomb? Why did it appear again? The spatial master god sighed and said, although the temple god king has become the dragon-riding spear and can't remember the details of the dimensional tomb, he knows that he has forgotten something important. He has been trying to recall it. They have controlled the spiritual master god for so many years, and have been using her to carry out various searches, including searching for us, for Crimson Eye White Eye, and for the dimensional tomb. Although she did not know about the existence of the dimensional tomb, she was only blindly searching for it. But Xue Qing's memories are a miracle. She remembered all of them and discovered the secrets of the dimensional tomb. As a result, the unconscious barrier was broken, and under the control of the god race, the location of the dimensional tomb was quickly discovered. The Space Master God took a deep look at Xianxia and said, they have already begun to dig up the dimensional tomb and discovered a spirit void 7th stage white-eyed expert inside. This is why Star-Lord was able to become a 7th stage fallen god. Xianxia's heart was extremely heavy as he said, what about the ancient god? Didn't he die long ago? The Space Master God said, it's over. The dragon knight you saw was a corpse. It was a fallen knight forged from the corpse of the dragon knight. At this time, Su Kaiwe stood up and said, but when I recalled the dimensional tomb, I came into contact with Time Fly's soul search. Even though she couldn't help but be controlled by the god race, she still managed to give me a flash of hope. This flash is too short. It's about a millionth of a second. There's a portion of the information stored inside. We can't unlock it. There must be some important clues in this flash as to why the god race wanted to mine the dimensional tomb, said the Space Master God. There are only two ways to open such a highly concentrated flash. Xianxia immediately replied, transform into a fallen knight or use the river of time. A large amount of information was forcefully compressed to 1,000th of a second. It was not locked, but because the time was too short to be analyzed by people's perception. Leave it to me. Xianxia said, I will use the Dream Dao to bring flashes into the river of time. Su Kaiwe said, I'm not a time flies. I don't know how to give you the flash. Xianxia smiled faintly. I'll see for myself. After saying that, Xiang Nan opened his daydream Dao, entered Su Tsai's sea of consciousness, and fused that flash into his consciousness. Sure enough, he couldn't disassemble the flash. It was too fast. Then Xiang Nan activated the Dream Dao again. The Dream Dao could not fly directly to the River of Time, but he could connect with the Dream Dao of the Dream Creator. The two Dream Dao were linked together, and Xiang Nan's dream body sat cross-legged in the River of Time with a flash of thought. He found the longest ribbon of time, and the flash was suddenly extended to an extremely long time because of the difference in time. Very quickly, Xiang Nan opened his eyes in the Temple of Nature, his expression extremely solemn. The Space Master God hurriedly asked, "What did you find?" Xiang Nan heaved a long sigh of relief and said, "They are looking for the white-eyed ancestor of the 9th level of the Spirit Void Realm. If they find such a corpse, then the God Kings and Master Gods of the God race can also become fallen gods." Xing Hui was both desperate and gratified as he said, "Then they are no longer looking for Lord God of Life?" Xiang Nan shook his head. "No, even if we find a white-eyed expert, we can make God Kings, Master Gods, and Temple Battle Gods become fallen gods. However, such a fallen god still does not possess the ability to cultivate. They urgently need battle power now, but if they immediately turn a Master God into a fallen Master God, he will forever stay in this realm. That's why they still need the Master God of Life. But the problem now is that they don't just want white-eyed experts. They also want corpses. They want to turn the corpses of all the ancient gods into fallen gods to help them fight. Right now, a large number of experts from the Divine Realm have already entered the Dimensional Tomb. The Divine King experts have gone to dig up the corpses of the Divine Kings and ancient gods, while the Master Gods are digging up the corpses of the Master Gods. A Nature Master God roared angrily, "This is the greatest desecration of their lives. This is an unforgivable act. The most important thing now is for us to quickly enter the Dimensional Tomb and seize the resources," Xiang Nan said. When the three supreme ancient races entered the Dimensional Tomb, they brought with them a large amount of resources. It was beneficial to their cultivation, and there was even a high-grade godhead inside. However, the god race used the God of Thunder to pierce through a hole in the Supreme God Spirit formation. Only the god race could enter. The Space Master God said to Xiang Nan, "Didn't you become the Supreme Divine Body?" Xiang Nan shook his head. "But my realm is far from enough. I have to reach the 9th level of Spirit Void." This sentence caused everyone to fall back into despair. Right at this moment, Xiang Nan said, "I know someone who can help me." Time passed, and he said that he wanted me to find the Master God of Life. Although I don't know what exactly it means, this should be an urgent matter. We must do it quickly. The Spatial Lord hurriedly said, "All right, bring back Lord God of Life. We are gathering experts here to prepare to enter the Dimensional Tomb." Xiang Nan shook his head. "Don't go anymore. You don't have the true energy of the sun, and when facing the fallen god, you are simply unable to withstand a single blow." Xiang Nan's words were very straightforward, but this was reality. Hearing this, many Master Gods understood the reasoning behind it and could only sigh blindly. The Master God of Life was still hiding in Haotian City, and Haotian City was a human city, right at the foot of the Divine Realm. Xiang Nan had already learned of the existence of the Separation Act. He also knew that the number of divisions of the fallen god was limited. The 6th level of the Spirit Void could only split 5,000 times, while the 7th level could split 10,000 times. This was good news. At least, after entering Haotian City, there was no need to worry about the fallen god splitting up infinitely and completely drowning in it. The Space Master God said, "The journey is far. We are now 30 light-years away from the Divine Realm. Once such a long wormhole is constructed, it will be immediately sensed by the god race. Therefore, when we send you away, we will immediately flee as well. At this point, the 5 of you will not have any backup, and my wormhole will not be able to welcome you again. Xiang Nan, you must be mentally prepared. This is likely to be a battle that will never return." Xiang Nan laughed heroically and said, "I just like this kind of desperate situation. It's a common occurrence for me." After saying that, Xianxia glanced at his teammates who were dependent on him and said, "Brothers, what's going on? Let's go. Go and turn him upside down." The 5 of them carried their weapons and entered the wormhole with laughter and chatter. Looking at the back of these 5 people, everyone present was filled with respect. Talking and laughing in a desperate situation was not something an ordinary person could do. No one knew how many fierce battles they had experienced to temper their temperament. 30 light years away, at the foot of the divine realm, outside Haotian City. This wormhole pointed straight at the god domain, so the moment it took shape, it was immediately detected by the god domain above its head. Guanshao used the silence technique to hide the 5 of them and waited quietly. Very quickly, a large number of fallen knights descended. Within Haotian City, there were already quite a few fallen occupying forces. With hundreds of thousands of fallen knights lined up on top of the divine realm, this place had truly become a defensive circle that even mosquitoes could not fly into. "We must find them." A large group of fallen knights passed by on land above the 5 of them. No matter who passes through the wormhole and arrives nearby, they must have some secret. That's right, strengthen the defense of Haotian City. They are definitely here for Haotian City. Listening to the conversation, Xianxia and the others lay on the ground, quietly lurking. The 5 of them landed their hands together, making it easier for them to communicate with each other. Blue Spirit said, "It finally looks like something. After arriving at God's domain, this is the exciting battle I've been waiting for." Luosheng said, "I can finally display my fist and feet." Guanshao said, "There are so many cultivation resources and godheads in the dimensional tomb. Shouldn't we be able to pick them up after we enter? Isn't the realm white going up by a whoosh?" Xinghui smiled and said, "With our battle prowess, as long as our cultivation base is not inferior to theirs, then no one will be our match. Just wait for a big fight." The 5 of them had been lying on the ground for 2 days and 2 nights. The patrol army did not discover anything and finally began to return to God's domain. After walking 200,000, there are still 5,000 patrol troops left. Their cultivation realm is at the 6th level of Spirit Void. There are still 100,000 troops stationed in the city. Their cultivation realm is at the 4th to 5th level of Spirit Void. Xianxia calmly analyzed. Xinghui said, "What a big deal." After finding a Spirit Void 7th stage white-eyed expert, this god realm also began to ignore the fallen god of Spirit Void 7th stage. 5,000 people from each sect will come down. We really have to seize this opportunity. Otherwise, we'll really have no chance when the divine realm sends out hundreds of thousands of Spirit Void 7th or 8th layer experts at once. Xianxia asked in a low voice, "Where is the Master God hiding?" Xinghui said, "She has become inanimate. In Haotian City, in the garden of the City Lord's mansion, she has transformed into a small potted plant." Xianxia was speechless. This ability was really strange. Xinghui whispered, "We are right in front of God's domain, so we must do things quickly and silently. We must not let God's domain discover any movements here." Xianxia whispered, "I'll use my material ability to bring back the potted plant." Xinghui shook his head. "You can travel, but the potted plants can't. You will still be discovered at that time. Rather than startling the snake, it's better to kill everyone here. Eliminate the future trouble forever." Guanshao chuckled. "I like this plan." Xianxia frowned. "What about the 5,006th level Spirit Void Fallen Knights? No matter how fast we kill them, it's impossible for us to remain motionless. Furthermore, if we want to purify them, if the sun shines too much, we will still be discovered by the divine realm. We can only purify them one by one without letting out the sun." Lanling asked, "Luosheng, do you have the ability to instantly kill 5,000 people?" Luosheng shook his head. "It's too difficult. It's still possible to kill hundreds of people in an instant, but if we can get them together, it'll be easy." Xinghui said, "Leave this to me. I'll go lure them over." Luosheng is ready to make his move. Xianxia is ready for purification. With a shake of his right hand, the purple gold armor that he no longer wore flew out of his storage ring and was dressed neatly again. Then he gently jumped out of the ground. The moment Xing Hui left, he was discovered by the fallen knights. However, the thick helmet covered almost 2/3 of Xing Hui's cheeks, making it impossible for people to quickly recognize his appearance. There were still many purple gold knights that hadn't been converted. In this tiny Haotian city, a great violet gold knight suddenly appeared. It was still at the 6th level of the spirit void. This was no small matter. The fallen knights retained their reverence for the Knights Templars. Upon seeing Xing Hui, many fallen knights rushed forward and knelt on one knee. Xing Hui looked down at them condescendingly and said, "Are you all from the Knights Templar?" "Yes," everyone shouted in unison. Xing Hui nodded. "Who is the supreme leader here? Tell him to come see me." "Reporting to your excellency, I am." A fallen knight hurriedly stood up and respectfully said, "This subordinate is from the Vanguard Divine Palace. He is at the 6th level of Spirit Void. Silver Knight, Commander Zhu." At this point, Zhu Tong did not dare to raise his head. He merely tilted his eyes slightly and said, "Lord Zijin, have you not transformed yet? With your knight rank, you definitely do not even need to go through the verification process." Xing Hui's eyes narrowed as he berated, "Little Silver Knight, you actually dare to interfere in my personal affairs." "I don't dare." The Silver Knight was so frightened that he hurriedly lowered his head. Xing Hui said with a cold face, "Call all over the patrol team. I have something to say." "Yes, yes." Zhu Tong hurriedly wiped away his cold sweat and immediately issued an order to summon all 5,000 people. He lined up the square formation and stood neatly one by one. Standing in such a neat and orderly manner was simply for the sake of being annihilated by the group, making the best preparations. Xing Hui nodded in satisfaction and said, "Luo Shang, it's time." Hearing this, Zhu Tong was puzzled, but he didn't dare to ask blindly. As soon as Xing Hui finished speaking, a black figure suddenly flashed in the crowd. At the same time, 5,000 heads flew into the sky. 5,000 people, say more, say less, but after standing in a dense array, it would be much more concentrated. Moreover, they were arranged so neatly that Luo Shang didn't even need to change his line. If a straight line was cut through, everyone on the line would be beheaded. They didn't even have time to react, so they fell down neatly. Xianxia also rushed out. He did not shine the sun outside, but let the sun emblem on his chest shine. This was the form of shining the sun inside. He pointed at a line with his right hand, and the chest of the first fallen knight swiftly slashed forward with his right hand. A straight ray of sunlight flew far away from the ground, turning the fallen knights on the entire line into sewage. After that, he purified the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th lines. This action was extremely fast, and it was completely completed in about a second. None of the 5,000 fallen knights escaped. Wush Xiang heaved a sigh of relief and gave Xing Hui a thumbs up. "Well done." After that is the fallen knights of the city. However, Xiang muttered, "The terrain in the city is complicated. The number of fallen knights has also reached 100,000. Killing them all in one breath is obviously impossible. If we use this method again, we won't be able to do it. The streets in the city are narrow, and it's impossible for a road to be filled with 100,000 people. There must be branches everywhere. Not to mention that Luo Shang was unable to kill so many people at once. Even 100,000 people shouted Lord Zijin at Xing Hui in unison. It was estimated that the shouts could even reach the divine realm. But if he didn't do so, how could he kill 100,000 people without a sound? Lanling smiled and said, "Leave this to me. It's too simple. Xiangnan, get ready. I'm gonna start killing people. Follow my flying sword. One will die and the other will be purified. Heavenly Dipper Imperial Swordsmanship, go." Lanling turned her hands. The thin Ethernet flying sword pierced through the city wall and directly entered the city. The next scene was too wonderful. The flying sword wantonly pierced through the buildings. It was countless times thinner than a cicada's wing. When the flying sword pierced through the wall, the cracks left behind on the wall were completely invisible to the naked eye. It was almost equivalent to Xiangnan's material penetration ability. Silent, free to come and go, extremely strange. The flying sword drew beautiful arcs and advanced through a wall. It suddenly rushed out and quietly pierced through the eyebrows of the 13 fallen knights on the street. Following that, the flying sword shot into the opposite wall. The ghosts advanced through the buildings and suddenly flew out. It pierced through the eyebrows of more than 20 fallen knights. Judging from the sky, if the nearly transparent flying sword could be dyed white and leave behind a white stream of air on the flight trajectory, it was as if Haotian City was surrounded by dense white threads. The fallen knights in the city didn't even have a chance to react. They fell to the ground silently, not even knowing how to die. This move shocked Xianxia and the others. This etheric material is simply born for you. Guanxiao looked at Lan Ling in surprise. Absolute. Xianxia licked his lips and quickly used his material penetration to easily enter Haotian City. He completely followed the path of the flying sword. When he encountered a corpse, his right hand slid down and a beam of light descended, purifying the corpse. The flying sword swished forward rapidly, its trajectory covering every corner of the city. It flew out of the ground, out of the wall, and descended from the sky without warning. It suddenly rushed out of the trees, grass, and other unexpected places. Xiangxia's material travel was not intercepted by any terrain and perfectly coordinated with the Ethernet flying sword. 10 fallen knights fell to the ground, 20, 100, 200, 500, 1,000, 3,000. Blue Spirit had killed 100 fallen knights every second with near-perfect accuracy, and it had still killed nearly 17 minutes. Haotian City. The garrison knights were completely annihilated. Apart from the corpse falling to the ground, not a single sound could be heard during the entire process. Finish fighting and collect your merits. Lan Ling gently waved her index finger. Buzz! A nearly transparent sword suddenly floated in front of Blue Spirit. At this moment, in Haotian City, bursts of faint light continuously lit up at various locations. Another minute later, Xianxia finally emerged from the ground. He sighed with emotion. Amazing! This is truly an eye-opener. Lan Ling smiled and said, Come into the city. At this moment, Haotian City had already turned into a ghost city, filled with puddles of sewage, emitting an unbearable stench. Xinghui said, We still need to seize this opportunity. Although there are no combat fluctuations, the auras of so many knights are quickly disappearing. Soon, it will still be possible for the divine realm to detect them. Xianxia and the others quickly found the city lord's mansion, took the potted plant and fled. When the divine realm discovered it and sent people down to investigate, Xianxia and the others were already 60 million kilometers away. On this journey, Xianxia had only flown at double the speed of light for 50 seconds. Xinghui knelt in front of the potted plant and whispered, Lord God, I'm Xinghui. I'm safe now. Please show yourself. With that, the potted plant suddenly blossomed. Petals flew up one after another and circled in the air. In the end, all the laces condensed into the appearance of a young girl. When Xianxia and the others saw this, they immediately asked curiously, So young? After seeing the appearance of the god of life, Xianxia cried out in shock, What the hell? Qianer, that master god of life actually looked exactly like Xiangxia's disciple, Long Qianer. However, she looked 5 or 6 years younger than Long Qianer. When the master god of life saw Xianxia and the others, he was also slightly surprised. She stretched out her index finger and pressed it against Xinghui's forehead. Then, she nodded and said, So that's how it is. So many things actually happened. As she spoke, she looked at Xianxia and said, Xianxia, what Timefly said is correct. I can indeed help you. Xianxia still hadn't regained his composure and said, Oh, really? That's great. The Lord God of Life frowned slightly. Who did you say I was? Let me see your memories. Don't resist. After saying that, she also nodded between Xiangxia's eyebrows. As for Xianxia, who possessed the Daydream Dao, how could he be so easily detected by others? This detection from the autonomous god was immediately blocked out. The Master God said, Very strong. This is your Dream Dao, right? Xianxia said, It's better if I take the initiative to let you see it. Xianxia pointed at the space between the brows of the Master God, and immediately poured all the information about Long Chenner into the Master God's mind. The Master God giggled like a girl and said, "Then I know who you met." Xianxia suddenly felt a daze. When this girl laughed, she was exactly the same as Long Chenner. Xianxia hurriedly asked, "Could it be that your Tao heart has also been taken away?" "No, this question is too stupid. Little Master, let me tell you the reason." The Master God of Life tilted his head playfully. "Back then, when my mother, the goddess of life, created the human race, I was young and thought it was fun, so I went to cause trouble. In the end, after being berated by my mother, I still didn't give up. I slipped down quietly, but the human race was already on a large scale. There was nothing I could do about it. I was unable to participate, so I secretly created a person myself. It's a pity that I don't have the strength of my mother. After failing many times, I can only divert a little of my consciousness, spirit, and life force into that person's body. She's finally alive, but she's different from ordinary humans. She has almost all of my life traits. The dream world, the ancient Dragon Mountain. In the depths of the Dragon Mountain, there were pieces of crystal coffins. In one of the crystal coffins, Long Chenner suddenly opened her eyes. She pushed open the lid of the coffin and raised her hands to cheer. "Oh yes, I'm a god. I'm actually the Master God of Life. Haha. So I also have such a big background. God domain. So, you're part of Long Chenner?" "No, she's part of you." Xianxia was stunned. "Ong." The Master God of Life held onto Xianxia's arm and giggled. "My memories with Long Chenner have been cleared. I have also experienced all of Long Chenner's experiences." Seeing this, Xinghui was shocked and hurriedly scolded Xianxia. "Xianxia, don't be rude to the Master God. Quickly let go." "Starlight, don't be rude to my master," said the Master God with a bunch of willow eyebrows. Xinghui hurriedly lowered his head. Xianxia smiled bitterly and said, "What a coincidence. I intentionally or unintentionally accepted a Master God of Life as my disciple, and I even met Su Kaiwe and you at the same time. Coincidentally, the three of us have actually become disciples." Long Chenner smiled and said, "It's not a coincidence. After all, countless years have passed since the creation of the world. The two supreme gods created new races again. At that time, many other races were very interested. Many people came to see them and even participated in human life. People like me and Su Kaiwe still have a lot of people in the human race. However, they are not that lucky and have not been taken away by the dream creator. Su Kaiwe and I had already existed since the creation of the dream world. After countless reincarnations, we finally met you. This is not a coincidence. We missed more than 10 billion years." "That's true," Xianxia said. "However, I finally know the origin of Long Chenner's ability. No wonder her ability is so peculiar. This Master God, Long Chenner, not only knew about Long Chenner's experience, but she had even personally experienced it once and immediately became incomparably close to Xianxia. It must be hereditary. All disciples of the Sun Peak have a distorted feeling towards their master." Guanxiao narrowed her eyes and fiercely cursed in her heart. Seeing Long Chenner holding Xianxia, Guanxiao was very unhappy. Xianxia chuckled and said, "That's not bad. Our master and disciple son are happily reunited in the divine realm. Xianxia, you mustn't treat Lord God lightly." "She is," Xinghui said weakly when he saw that the boat was ready. Xianxia said, "Nonsense. I have accepted such a disciple in my entire life. Can I treat her badly? Right, Chenner? Well, I'll call you Chenner in the future." Long Chenner held Xianxia's arm and said happily, "All right." Xianxia said, "You said you can help me. How exactly can you help me?" Long Chenner said, "Didn't you have a supreme divine body? Although you don't have the power of the 9th level of the spirit void, you can borrow it. There are countless races in this world. If you can borrow enough power, you can push your cultivation to the 9th level of spirit void in a short period of time." Xianxia frowned and said, I've thought about this before, but it's impossible for me to succeed. My sunshine doesn't cover a wide area. I can't even envelop the entire God realm, let alone the entire real world. Long Chenner blinked playfully and said, "If I help you, you can do it. Listen to me." Long Chenner put forward a very bold idea. Since he couldn't cover the entire real world and couldn't make a fuss about the area, then he should start with the attributes of divine power. Her idea was to build 5 divine power towers. These 5 divine power pagodas were to be occupied by 5 people. They were the Crimson Eye race that controlled the power of eternity, the Nature God race that controlled the power of order, the Thunder God race that controlled the power of destruction, and the White-Eyed race that controlled the power of disintegration. The power of all races in the world was derived from these 4 great divine powers, and the 4 divine power pagodas could be used as guides. After the 4 of them occupied the 4 pagodas and took over Xianxia, all the ancient race and outsiders who possessed divine power would be able to sense a portion of it from Xianxia. In the end, the 5th tower was occupied by Long Chenner herself. She controlled the power of life, and she could sense a large portion of all living martial artists in the world. These 5 pagodas contained the attributes of divine power and life. They were equivalent to a super amplifier. Although it was still unable to cover the entire real world, it was still possible for Xianxia to sense a creature with a radius of 500 light-years through the 5 towers. This area is very sizable. Xianxia said, "It's quite a new idea, but the Crimson Eye, the Nature God race, the Thunder God race, our Nature Temple, and the God of Life also have you. Only the White-Eyed clansmen are missing. Those 5 divine power pagodas probably won't be able to withstand such a powerful divine power attack." Long Chenner said, "Don't you have 5 elemental Emperor stones? Using 5 weapons as the base of the divine power tower won't be a problem. As for the White-Eyed clan, I can help you find it. If you can find the Spatial Master God, plus your daydreaming Tao, and cooperate with my life search, there should be no problem." Xianxia snapped his fingers and said, "It's settled then. We will immediately return to the Nature Shrine." The Divine Nature Palace was fleeing, and Xianxia was the first to contact the Space Master God with his spiritual connection. Although the Space Master God could not come to pick up Xianxia, there were still a large number of secret wormholes in the God domain. At this time, practically all of the experts of the God realm had entered the dimensional tomb, and their defenses outside had become much more relaxed. Xianxia and the others had gone through several rounds, assassinations, and ambushes before arriving outside the divine realm through wormholes. He also arranged a gathering point with the Space Master God to be taken away by the Space Master God. After arriving at the Nature Shrine, it would be much easier. The Space Master God, Xianxia's Daydream Tao, and the life force of the Life Master God joined forces to conduct a 3-level search of space, life, and consciousness. Very quickly, they found the whereabouts of the White-Eyed race. The White-Eyed race was also fleeing God's domain, and the place they were fleeing from was even farther away than this place. At this moment, the Divine Hall of Nature had already returned to welcome Xianxia. It was about 25 light-years away from the Divine Realm. The White-Eyed clan was located 5 light-years east from here. The advantage was that the White-Eyed race was located farther away, so the wormhole didn't need to be close to the God race, but rather farther away. The downside was that this place was still within the radiated area of the God race. All of the large living areas in the 20-odd light-year region had fallen knights stationed there. All the private wormholes were also occupied. Outside the Temple of Nature, "Lord God, are you really going with us?" Xianxia said. The Spatial Master God nodded and stroked his beard. "There are fallen gods in all directions. Even if the wormhole I have constructed exceeds 1 light-year, it will be sensed. I can only come with you personally." "Don't worry," Xianxia said. "We will definitely have a smooth time this time. It would be much more convenient for him to have the Space Master God with him. If he couldn't construct an impulse of more than 1 light-year, then half a light-year. One after another. First half a light-year, then another half a light-year. After repeating this 10 times, they arrived at the nearest gathering place of the White-Eyed race. For safety reasons, Xianxia did not bring Long Chenner with him, Nor did he let the Master God of Space carry out his mission. Instead, he let the Master God hide in a spatial crack. Although this Space Master God's cultivation was extremely high and had already reached the 8th level of Spirit Void, his identity was still dangerous. Once the fallen god discovered the identity of the Space Master God, the Temple God King would personally descend to capture him. One had to know that the survival of the Nature Temple until now depended almost entirely on the power of the Space Master God. However, if Xianxia revealed his identity, it wouldn't be that dangerous. The Temple God King would never come because it was useless. At worst, Xianxia could activate the Great Dream to descend. He could just directly escape. Previously, Xianxia had been surrounded by all the god races in the god realm. It was even easier for him to escape here. Therefore, it was still Xianxia's 5-member team that carried out this mission. The few of them were the only forces that could contend against the fallen god. This is it. Xianxia and the others landed in a bustling multi-ethnic area. Even 30 light-years away from the god race, this place was still bustling with activity. Looking around, there was no space between cities. It was an endless stretch of outsider residential area. The towering trees that towered into the clouds and the huge buildings that reached into the clouds were overwhelming. An ancient primordial beast flew through the sky. The ancient beast's body was thousands of kilometers long, and on its back alone was a city. Rumble. As the earth trembled, a giant several hundred meters tall walked out of the huge building. This fellow walked on land with his legs like a small mountain. The more you go out, the more prosperous you are, Xianxia said. The outsiders here were even more diverse than Boundary City of the Divine Realm. Such a rich and beautiful world was now shrouded in the shadow of the god race. When Xianxia thought of this, he couldn't help but be furious. Damn it, the humans were forced to hide in the dream world, and the 3 supreme ancient races were forced into the dimensional tomb. Even these outsiders, who weren't threatening, would be harmed by the god race. The group of bastards who claimed to be gods would only be willing to waste the world like this. How loving of a mother! Xinghui had a deep understanding of what was happening, and after saying this, he was able to hit the nail on the head. Xianxia narrowed his eyes and said, "The god race is spoiled. No one is educating them. I will personally come. I want them to know that they have to pay the price for their nonsense. This time, their parents can't protect them anymore. Wait a moment. I'll search for the location of the white-eyed race." With that, Xianxia closed his eyes. But after a while, he shook his head and said, "No, I can't find it." Xinghui said, "Your search alone is not strong enough. They have the power to disintegrate, and they can block your perception." Xianxia nodded. "There is a blank area. It has begun to move quickly now. It must be the white-eyed race. They have discovered my search and are running away. Let's go. Go catch up." The few of them immediately flew into the air and flew towards the direction Xianxia had designated. In the distance, beneath the surface, an underground city shrouded in white light suddenly became chaotic. Large numbers of people with white eyes escaped from the underground city shrouded in white light and migrated to the east. White rays of light flew past the sky, and they were as beautiful as meteors. At the same time, dozens of streaks of gray light shot into the sky in the south. "I found it. The white-eyed race has revealed a flaw. Quickly chase after them." 36th level Spirit Void Fallen Knights quickly chased after the white-eyed race. In the distance. Shit! Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. There's actually a fallen knight nearby. They've gone after the white-eyed clansman, Xinghui said. What? Didn't the god race already find the corpses of the white-eyed race experts in the dimensional tomb? Why are they still chasing after the white-eyed race people outside? Xianxia gritted his teeth and said, I guess he wants to get rid of the future troubles forever. But those are not important anymore. Hurry up and catch up. Xianxia chased after them with extreme guilt this time. He knew that if he hadn't searched the white-eyed race and scared them away, the fallen god wouldn't have discovered the traces of the white-eyed man. The veins on Xianxia's forehead bulged, and he roared, The fallen god has accelerated. I must also speed up, and I cannot bring you guys with me. After saying that, Xianxia threw off the four of them and abruptly entered the double speed of light. Afterwards, he began to accelerate, gradually reaching 3 times 4 times. In the distance, boom! A gray ball of lightning landed on the ground, and the rolling gray wave of lightning spread wildly. This was still a densely populated outsider neighborhood. Countless buildings and outsiders were swallowed up by the terrifying gray tide. The building immediately corroded into powder and left with the wind. Hundreds of thousands of outsiders fled desperately, but they were struck by gray lightning. As they ran and flew, their legs melted, their arms melted, and they turned into pieces of pus that flew forward. At the center of the explosion, a spherical white shield appeared. Inside the shield, there were thousands of white-eyed race clansmen, old and young, hugging each other, trembling and crying. 50-odd 5th-level spirit void white-eyed experts were the last powerful warriors in the race. More than 50 of them desperately raised their hands to maintain the existence of the white shield. Rumble! Another 3 gray lightning balls exploded on the white shield. The white shield was in a daze for a moment and was on the verge of collapse. Who? A fallen god landed on the surface of the white shield. He smiled sinisterly and looked at the panicked white-eyed race clansmen inside. Everyone, don't give up. A white-eyed middle-aged man struggled with all his might and shouted. He can't enter. Our disintegrating power can stop him. Really? The fallen god laughed sinisterly, and a claw pierced through the white shield. What? The white-eyed race clansmen were shocked. The fallen god said, I also have the power to disintegrate. Trying to stop us is too naive. It's time for the white-eyed race to disappear from this world. You are not worthy of breathing under the same sky as the god race. As he spoke, the fallen god tore open a crack in the white shield and drilled into it. In an instant, many white-eyed race clansmen cried out in alarm. The 5 white-eyed experts rushed forward to intercept him, but they were torn into pieces by the 2 or 3 claws of the fallen god. They were casually thrown onto the ground and turned into pools of pus. Push him away! The other white-eyed expert suddenly pushed towards the fallen god. Another ring of white light pushed the fallen god out of the white shield. The fallen god began to tear apart the white shield again. At this time, more than 30 gray shadows descended from the sky. They landed on the white shield and lay on the surface, grinning sinisterly at the white-eyed race members inside. This was simply a disaster. The white-eyed race clansmen hugged each other and wept in despair. An old man choked. Who can save us? Who can stop these devils? Heavens, are you blind? Are you going to let them do whatever they want? Heavens! A fallen god tore open the white shield and laughed loudly. It's useless to call anyone. Right at this moment, a beam of light lit up in the sky, and then it turned into a beam of light that pierced through the entire sky and the white shield. Boom! Smoke and dust filled the white shield. The panicked white-eyed race clansmen and the fallen gods all looked towards the crater in astonishment. Finally, I came in time. In the smoke, a shadow stood up straight. One of the fallen gods frowned. 6th layer of spirit void? Where did you get a ghost from? With that, the fallen god slashed towards the shadow in the smoke and dust with a huge gray saber light. A white dot suddenly lit up in the dust. Pa! A bolt of solar lightning instantly pierced through the blade light, piercing through the fallen god's chest. The scene immediately became quiet, but in the next moment, the shadow in the dust suddenly flashed. He stepped on the head of the fallen god, raised his right hand high, and instantly slashed down. A beam of light descended from the sky, completely purifying the undying fallen god into sewage. As the smoke dissipated, Xianxia's expression turned cold. Nobody can punish you? Then I'll do it. My god, it's Xianxia. The remaining fallen gods subconsciously wanted to escape. But on second thought, as a fallen god, as long as there was a body elsewhere that hadn't been destroyed, he wouldn't really die. They quickly stopped and happily pounced towards Xianxia. However, the white-eyed race could clearly see their intention to escape. However, Xianxia turned into a ray of light and disappeared. Afterwards, under the astonished expression of the white-eyed race, One fallen knight after another began to fall from the sky. The sound of the corpse falling to the ground shook the hearts of the white-eyed race clansmen. At the same time that every fallen knight's corpse landed on the ground, a beam of light would follow and purify it. The white-eyed race were shocked. In their eyes, the fallen god was invincible, the most evil existence in the world. No one dared to look at the fallen god, not even the white-eyed race, one of the three supreme ancient races. However, this unidentified man in front of him actually dared to fight against the fallen god and was able to kill him. He even killed them so straightforwardly. Who? Another gust of wind whistled. Xianxia stepped on the corpse of the last fallen knight, descending from the sky and landing heavily in front of the white-eyed race expert. "Hello, my name is Xianxia." Xianxia stretched out his right hand, and at the same time, he drew his left hand. A beam of light purified the fallen knight beneath his feet. The white-eyed man who was facing Xianxia and extended a friendly hand was dumbfounded for a long time before he said, "You? What is your background?" Xianxia said, "I came from the Temple of Nature. This time, I'm here to rescue you. The Crimson Eye race and some other ancient races have already taken refuge with us." Upon hearing this news, the white-eyed race clansmen cheered happily. However, the strong white-eyed experts were very vigilant. One of them said, "The enemy of the enemy may not be friends. How do I know that you are not lying to us?" Xianxia patted his shoulder and said, "Friend, you saw my strength. Do you think I need to lie?" Xianxia's words made it impossible for him to refute. He opened his mouth and finally nodded. "All right," Xianxia said. "Let's wait a moment and wait for everyone to gather before we set off." After a while, Xianxia and the others also came, and Xianxia summoned the Space Master God with his soul. After seeing the Space Master God, the white-eyed race clansmen finally heaved a sigh of relief and became happy again. Through the wormhole, everyone jumped again and again. After 10 jumps, they finally returned to the nature shrine. When the white-eyed race members saw countless ancient races standing all over the mountains, heaven and earth, welcoming them, the white-eyed race members finally felt like they were going home for the first time after wandering for many years. Xianxia clapped his hands and said, "All right, this is considered a reunion." In order to welcome the white-eyed race and the various races of the Temple of Nature, a grand welcoming ceremony was held. They took out their precious wine and delicacies to entertain the returning guests. The celebration lasted for 3 days and nights before it ended. With Xianxia's personality, he had originally planned to stop them. He wanted to buy as much time as possible and enter the dimensional tomb as soon as possible. However, thinking that this might be their last reunion, and that it was only the end of the world, they could not bear to interrupt. Just let them relax. However, while others were celebrating, Xianxia was still not idle. He found Long Chenner and began to study how to build the Divine Power Tower. Long Chenner had this thought. It wasn't a whim, but she had used it once when the Goddess of Life created the human race. However, the Divine Power Towers used at that time were relatively simple. There were only 2 of them. One was to gather the power of order of the Nature God race, and the other was to gather the power of destruction of the Thunder God race. The third Divine Power Pagoda was the Goddess of Life herself. She was too powerful to use the Divine Power Pagoda. Finally, based on the power of the 2 God races, the Goddess of Life controlled the Tree of Life and created the human race. "Are you confident?" Xianxia asked. "You said that the Goddess of Life only used 2 Divine Power Pagodas, but this time we will use 5. Long Chenner said nervously, "There shouldn't be a problem, right? The reasoning is the same." Xianxia nodded. "Yes, I believe you can." Long Chenner had seen how the Divine Power Pagoda was constructed, and now, using etheric particles as materials was the most suitable. However, the Divine Power Tower required the Elemental Emperor Stone, which meant that Xianxia had to tear down the weapons of the 5 people and remove the Emperor Stone. After the Divine Power Tower is successfully created and breaks through the supreme divine barrier of the dimensional tomb, it will be enough to condense another 5 weapons. After 3 days of celebration, it was time to release the Divine Power Tower. On this day, Everyone walked out of the Temple of Nature to watch Xiangnan's performance. Everyone was nervous, wondering if the plan would succeed this time. Very quickly, the plan began. A divine power pagoda flew out of the nature temple first. This divine power pagoda was lifted by a single person. Everyone immediately cheered. It's the Order God Force Tower. The one holding this divine power tower was none other than the spatial master god of the divine nature palace. Immediately after, the space master god placed the divine power tower on the ground. As for himself, he transformed into a ray of light and merged into the divine power tower. The divine power tower of order immediately began to emit a strong light. After that, a second divine power tower appeared, and thunderous applause erupted from the crowd. Destroy the divine power tower. A god of thunder lifted a divine power tower and flew over. With a loud boom, the divine power tower stood on the ground, transforming into a ray of light and entering the tower. Next was the third tower, the eternal divine power tower. This tower was personally controlled by the old woman of the Crimson Eye race. She flew over and landed, entering the tower as well. The fourth was the Shunli pagoda, which was controlled by experts from the white-eyed race. When the fifth tower arrived, the cheers on the scene reached its peak. It was the master god of life. She brought the last and fifth divine power pagoda with her and landed in the middle of the 4 divine power pagodas. With a loud boom, the god of life turned into a ray of green light and merged into the tower. Since then, 4 of the 5 divine power pagodas had been arranged in a square shape, and the last one was in the middle of the 4 pagodas. The 5 divine power pagodas contained the 4 supreme divine powers and the power of life. The lights of the 5 pagodas shone on each other, and the brightness of the 5 pagodas rose by another level. At this moment, everyone's gazes shifted away from the divine power tower and gazed at Xiangnan. "Xiangnan, let's begin," said the master god of life. Xiangnan took a deep breath and flipped upwards. Above the 5 divine power towers was Xiangnan, who was holding his hands high. He tore off his jacket, and the sun emblem that occupied almost his entire chest began to shine at this moment. Xiangnan took 3 deep breaths in a row. He kept telling himself not to make any mistakes. We must succeed. No matter what, he must succeed. Thinking of this, he decisively displayed the sunshine. The 5 divine power pagodas simultaneously emitted 5 beams of light. These 5 beams of light gathered together and directly struck Xiangnan. At that moment, Xiangnan's sun body's perception of power began to expand crazily. Success! The experts in the 5 divine power towers shouted excitedly. Xiangnan closed his eyes and tried his best to sense the situation. His perception ability spread out wildly, covering a large area with a radius of 100 light-years in all directions. He closed his eyes tightly, and countless tiny dots of light suddenly appeared in the sealed black line of sight, resplendent like galaxies. Every single dot of light was a martial artist. There were Spirit Void Realm, Heavenly Tribulation Realm, Martial Saint Realm, and so on. The sun insignia on Xiangnan's chest began to emit a brighter light. "I borrowed it." The corner of Xiangnan's mouth rose slightly. Under the gazes of the crowd, a miraculous sign appeared once again. Everyone saw with their own eyes that Xiangnan's realm had risen from the 6th stage of the Spirit Void Realm to the middle stage of the 6th stage of the Spirit Void Realm, followed by the middle stage, the late stage, and the late stage. In less than a minute, Xiangnan's realm had jumped to the 7th level of Spirit Void. Countless people raised their hands and shouted at Sun God. But at this moment, something unexpected happened. Xiangnan's realm did not increase any further, and there was not even the slightest sign of loosening up. Xinghui frowned and said, "What? Even hundreds of millions of martial artists can't help Xiang and reach the 9th level of Spirit Void. Only at the 7th level of the Spirit Void realm?" This gap was far too different from the height that everyone had imagined in their hearts. Xiangnan frowned and tilted his face slightly. "No, I didn't borrow too much. I can only borrow the strength of martial artists when they are in combat or when they are releasing their own strength. At this moment, there are more martial artists who have yet to release their strength." Xinghui gritted his teeth and said, "How about this? Everyone listen to my orders and unleash your strength to help Xianxia. Don't. Xianxia immediately waved his hand and interrupted. If you release your strength, the god domain will immediately detect our location. Then what should we do? Xinghui had no idea. At this time, Long Qian'er said, this way, give them a little threat. Make them feel as if they are facing a great enemy. Let me do it. I'm creating a sense of urgency in their lives that makes them mistaken that their lives are in grave danger. As he spoke, a strange atmosphere suddenly enveloped a radius of 100 light years. This time, even Xinghui and the others could feel it. They felt that their lives were threatened, and there was a kind of power that was trying to take away their life force, turning them from a living state into a state of death. I did feel it. Blue Spirit nodded and said, but how effective is it? Within the radiance of the sun, all martial artists and civilians could feel the threat of this power. Indeed, the sun insignia on Xianxia's chest was much more powerful. His realm began to increase again: Spirit Void 7th layer, Early Spirit Void 7th layer, Middle Spirit Void 7th layer. After reaching the middle stage, his cultivation realm stopped growing again. Damn it! Long Qian'er said. These stupid outsiders are actually unwilling to release their strength under such circumstances. Don't tell me they don't want to resist at all? Xinghui sighed and said, they don't dare. They think that this is the work of the god race. And they don't dare to resist the authority of the god race at all. Ha! We're asking for trouble. The god race had been squeezing the outsiders for a long time, causing them to not dare to take up arms against the god race at a critical moment. Who would have thought that at this moment, everyone would actually be able to eat the bitter fruit that the god race had buried a long time ago? Long Qian'er said, I'll tell them. Afterwards, Long Qian'er's voice sounded like the sun was shining all over the world. Everyone, we are not the god race. We are people who are fighting against the god race. Please release your power and help us. Again, we are not the god race. We are people who are fighting against the god race. We are here to save you and free you from the devil claws of the god race. Please release your strength. Please do not be stingy with your help. In the farmland, the farmer put down the hoe in his hand and looked up at the sky. In the dojo, the martial artists all opened their eyes. They walked out and looked at the sky. In the city, martial artists, pedestrians, and vendors all raised their heads to look at the sky. Inside the brothel, the guests hurriedly put on their clothes. Ignoring the girl's call, they rushed out the door in 3 steps and 2 steps. They also raised their heads to look at the sky. Someone began to release their power. They bowed their backs and the divine power on their bodies began to shine. Xianxia's realm had begun to rise again, but they underestimated the coldness of human nature. When Xianxia's cultivation level rose from the middle stage of the 7th layer of the spirit void to the middle and late stages, he stopped again. Some people fell silent. They just looked at the sky quietly, with an attitude that it didn't matter to them. Some people chose to watch coldly, paying attention to other people's movements at any time, thinking about whether they should interfere or not. But in many places, there were fallen gods in the cities where a large number of martial artists were gathered. All of you, put away your strength. Large amounts of fallen gods flew around in the sky, issuing serious warnings to outsider martial artists. Someone wanted to help and was releasing his power, but after being threatened by the fallen god, he was so frightened that he withdrew his power. The progress of Xianxia's advancement was stuck here. In a large number of cities, the fallen gods laughed sinisterly and roared, "Whoever dares to provide strength, let his head fall to the ground." Outside the divine hall of nature, Long Qian'er was already a little anxious. She angrily said, "No threat, no good words. These damn bastards really deserve to die. It's already a catastrophe, yet all of them are still indifferent. If they aren't killed, then there's no reason for them to do so." Everyone below the temple was extremely disappointed. Originally, everyone was excited to make such a big plan, but they didn't expect that no matter how perfect the plan was, it would still lose to humanity in the end. The sounds of the nature temple could be heard from outside, and the sounds of the nature temple could also be heard from outside. Some dense, noisy noise caused everyone's minds to buzz. Some were silent, some were cursing, and some were sneering. A particularly ear-piercing voice rang out. "Damn! I can't suffer by myself. I can't recover. None of you can think of anything good. At most, everyone will be annihilated by the god race together. At that time, there will be more companions on the Yellow Springs Road." Hearing this, Long Chenner was so angry that her lungs almost exploded. "You cold-blooded, heartless bastards. We're helping you," she scolded angrily. "Help us? That sounds good. But you're actually helping yourselves, right?" Another sinister voice sounded. "Ah!" Long Chenner shouted angrily. Xianxia said, "Chenner, calm down." The current scene was something that no one could have imagined. He had originally thought that if someone was willing to stand up and help them fight against the god race, they would definitely be supported by everyone. This process should be incomparably smooth. Everyone should be fighting for it and devoting their part of their strength. Unexpectedly, not only did they not receive help, they even received sarcasm and ridicule. "Forget it, he." Long Chenner was once in despair. She sneered and said, "Forget about them. Let them die. Such a person, such a world, is really boring. There's no way to save them." The master gods all shook their heads and sighed, not knowing what to say. Xianxia shook his head and said, "This is how people feel, isn't it? I was once like you, disheartened by human nature. But what do you mean by strong? It's because you're very strong. No one can defeat you? I don't think so. I think the meaning of being strong is that when we are facing problems, we can always find a way to solve them, right? Those who are good at solving problems are the strongest. Those who choose to flee when they encounter problems are cowards." Chenner. Long Chenner gritted her teeth and said, "But no one is born a bad person," Xianxia said. "Perhaps the reason why we call bad people is because they were too kind to this world, but this world has caused them to be extremely disappointed time and time again. Instead, it has caused them to start to become even worse than bad people. Perhaps when we were young, we naively thought that our elders were honorable, correct, and amiable. When we saw their ugly faces behind their backs, we felt despair. When we saw their elders forcefully attacking little girls as old as us, our worldview also collapsed. Perhaps we thought that being a master should be great and selfless, but when we saw a master scheming against us disciples for strength, we felt three views collapse. Perhaps we go into society and use our best intentions to help others, but in the end, we suddenly overhear people saying that we have ulterior motives and even plotting against us. When we become scapegoats, the goodwill in our hearts will turn into malice and our blood will turn cold. Perhaps the pure goddesses in our eyes are unattainable, holy, and clean, but when we suddenly come into contact with the adult world and discover that those goddesses will take off their clothes and do the most embarrassing actions with men, we will feel disappointed in our hearts and feel that this world is hopeless." Xianxia shook his head and said, "Many people are not willing to be heartless. It's just that their fantasies about the world were shattered and trampled upon in the cruel reality. The beautiful fairy tales weaved in their hearts suddenly turned into horror stories. Many people chose to follow the current. Since the reality is like this, why should I persevere with myself? But have you ever thought that perhaps when we face these problems, it is our own attitudes that have added bricks and mortals to the cold-blooded ruthlessness of this world? Chenner, I am your master, but you are the master god of life. There are very few things I can teach you. This is one of them, right? You must learn to be responsible. It's not the courage to face danger head-on, but learning not to give up when facing difficulties." Long Chenner bit her lips and said, "I see, master." Xianxia smiled and said, "Let me do it. I believe that there is at least a trace of goodwill hidden in everyone's hearts. What we need to do is not to spit out their malice, but to let their weak goodwill take root and sprout." At this point, Xianxia took a deep breath and spread his voice throughout the world, saying, "I am Xianxia, the main candidate for this project. I know that everyone has no obligation to help me or patience, But please listen to me and tell me a story. If you still choose to watch from the sidelines after I finish, then I respect your choice. This story is about how a young boy grew up. Through daydreaming, Xianxia shared the scenes of his life with everyone. That was from when he was by Mukin, from the first genius in the starry sky to being killed by his master and his beloved woman. That was when he was an artifact spirit, accompanying Xianxia for many years, and then sacrificing a large amount of his divine power to give Xianxia the chance to be free and reborn. It was the story of a young boy who woke up from Blackstone City, was born into a destitute family, and fought for it. Xianxia had been telling the story, and the images constantly flashed through everyone's minds. It was Xianxia who entered the nature sect with hatred. He was young and hot-blooded. He and his fellow disciples fought desperately to gain strength. One day he could seek revenge on Xianxia. That was when Xianxia fought hard in the western regions, meeting Chen Hengjuan, meeting the eminent monk of the Feiyun Temple, and meeting the great master Tunkong who was trapped by love. That was the many dangers he had encountered in the Devil's Sea, and he had to fight to the death with his enemies. That was the first woman he met that he wanted to protect, Dream Butterfly. He hugged her and injected a mighty aura into her day and night to maintain her life. After that, there was the Battle of the Nine Firmaments continent. It was the Battle of Beast Spirit Island. Xianxia had witnessed for the first time the evil of people's hearts. There was actually someone plotting such a huge and horrible conspiracy. It was the invasion of the Bai clan. The entire 5 continents realm was sealed off by the sun. People lived on a dark land, struggling to find a way out. That was Xianxia entering the 6 emperors' world, surviving under the various martial emperors, persisting and working hard, and becoming stronger. That was when he brought his hatred to the Bai clan to meet Xianxia. However, it was also at that time that his hatred turned into love for the world. He killed his enemies and also killed Bai He together. However, he found that he had a heavier responsibility on his shoulders. It was the first time that everyone knew that the world they lived in was just a dream. Countless people raised their heads and stared blankly at the sky. This was a feeling of despair and loneliness that overturned all perceptions and suddenly ushered in helplessness. That was because Xianxia still hadn't given up on his struggle. He had been entangled with many divine envoys, desperately trying to enter the cycle of time, witnessing the miracles of human history and loving this world more and more. He had defeated the Star Lord and arrived in the real world, only to discover that this world was as cold as the dream world. It was also when he entered the Temple of Nature and began to fight against the Temple of Thunder. From the beginning to the end, it had always been Xianxia's enemies, from the Profound Sky sect to the Bai clan, to the Glory God sect, to the Thunder God race that dominated God realm. His enemy was getting stronger and stronger, and the one that remained unchanged was Xianxia's heart of martial arts. What was martial Tao? Many people gave it too complicated a meaning, boasting it to be incomparably noble and unfathomable. However, Xianxia had always inherited the most primitive and pure martial heart. A martial practitioner should punish the strong and help the weak, take kindness as the foundation, and support justice as his duty. Strengthening one's body and acting righteously. That's all. Xianxia's entire life had been transmitted to everyone through the Daydream Tao, without any reservations. Everyone was shocked, including the main gods and ancient races outside the Temple of Nature. Everyone was not shocked by Xianxia's strength, but by his tenacity and unyielding determination. He was shocked that after experiencing so many dark moments and seeing so many horrible scenes, he was still fighting and was willing to continue to work for others. Within a radius of 100 light-years, all the civilians and martial artists were silent. They stared at the sky in disbelief. After he finished speaking, Xianxia chuckled and said, "If I were to say that my life is tragic, I'm afraid I'm much more tragic than most of you. If the reality you see is too cruel, I'm afraid the world I've seen is much crueler than yours. Is this the reason why you are willing to fall?" Xianxia said, "Regardless of whether you've broken the pot or not, and whether you want to help me or not, I still want to continue fighting. Even without your help, I still need to think of other ways to have a good fight with God Realm. regardless of victory or defeat. At least I won't regret my life. Complaining and abandoning oneself will not solve the problem. Then, here's the problem. Xianxia raised his hands high and said, "Do you want to continue living like a coward? Or do you want to stand up like a man who stands up to the heavens and face your problems bravely? This choice is for you to decide. I'm waiting for you." After a moment of silence, the sun insignia on Xianxia's chest shone again. Countless martial artists and countless people raised their hands and released their power. The farmers raised their heads and the gardeners raised their potted plants. The martial artists raised the swords in their hands. The merchants expelled their guests, took to the streets, and raised the coins in their hands. The little rabbits pricked up their ears and the fierce tiger roared towards the sky. The girls in the brothel pushed away the customers and raised the handkerchiefs in their hands. The ticket takers raised their money bags as they wore their pants. Put your hands down and put away your power. The fallen knights became anxious and began to kill crazily. However, everyone didn't even look at the fallen knights. They stared firmly at the sky and unleashed their power without reservation. Kill. This time we are not afraid of death. An old man said this as he collapsed. Who? Someone shouted at the sky. Immediately after, everyone in the entire city released their strength and shouted towards the sky. Who? Drink! A city shouted. It was like a flower blooming all over the field, wildly spreading. City after city, in every region and corner of the world, shouts filled the sky endlessly. It's lit up. Xing Hui excitedly grabbed Lan Ling's shoulder and said, "It's bright. Look, look." Countless lights flew over from all directions. Xianxia smiled. The sun insignia on his chest was already so bright that no one could look directly at it. His realm was rapidly rising. Middle and late spirit void 7th layer. Late spirit void 8th layer. Early stage, middle stage, late stage. 9th level of spirit void. It's still rising. The Master God was shocked. Xianxia had already broken through to the 9th level of spirit void, and his realm was still crazily soaring by 1, early stage, middle stage, late stage of the 9th stage of spirit void. Spirit void 10th layer. In an instant, Xianxia became the strongest god in the history of the entire god realm. The fallen knights were still madly killing people, but they could no longer stop them. Xianxia took a deep breath and said, "In the name of the sun, I expel all of you evil that walk in the world. Sunshine, shine everywhere." Buzz. In the sky, a sun appeared that enveloped the entire line of sight. That entire sky was the sun. Thousands of feet of sunlight shone on the earth. People were bathed in the sunlight, raising their heads, letting the slight warmth touch their cheeks. In just an instant, within a radius of 100 light years, all the fallen gods had evaporated. Long Chenner looked up at Xianxia with an incomparably admiring gaze. This was what a man should look like in her heart. This person was worthy of being her master. He could teach her a lesson that no one could tell her. Xianxia lowered his head to look at Long Chenner and said, "Chenner, I will eventually return to the human race. To reach the peak is not the life I want. If I am lucky enough to win, you will still become the highest god in this world and this god domain. I hope you will remember today. Fear can't be subdued. Hope is what makes you want." Long Chenner nodded forcefully. Xianxia raised his head to look at the sky and said, "I have already sensed the dimensional tomb. Brothers, walk and fight with me." After saying that, Xianxia swept Xing Hui and the others up and took away the divine power tower. They turned into a beam of light and soared into the sky. In the vast starry sky, a dimensional world that was invisible to the naked eye and in a concealed state was suddenly pierced through by a beam of light. Xianxia and the others suddenly landed on the ground. Xianxia immediately disintegrated the divine power tower and used the elemental emperor stone to reconstruct the weapons of the 5 of them. At the same time, when Xianxia entered the dimensional tomb, he lost his strength and his cultivation base once again declined to the 6th level of spirit void. Then Guan Shao said, "What if we don't come? What if we wait outside and wait for the God race to leave? Use the Divine Power Tower to reach the 10th level of the Spirit Void to kill the God race. Xianxia shook his head. The power borrowed from the sun is only temporary. Everyone needs to provide me with strength at all times. But the gods don't have to fight me head-on. They just need to escape from me and quickly kill all the creatures in the area that provide me with strength. I will still lose. The 4 god kings are all at the 9th level of the Spirit Void realm. Their speed is extremely fast if they want to kill someone. Although the sun was shining brightly, it was not completely invincible. Xianxia had long thought of the limitations of his ability. To deal with the divine realm, it would be a long-term plan if he truly possessed his own strength. As they spoke, the 5 of them began to observe the mysterious dimensional tomb. If Su Kaiwe hadn't recalled it, this dimensional tomb would have become an eternal secret. But now it's back. In front of the 4 of them were pyramid-shaped objects. They looked like altars, but they weren't. There were still a large number of battle traces and Shen power fluctuations left on these towers, but they were already very weak. Xianxia frowned. What does this mean? From the looks of it, the god race seems to have fought here before? Could it be that some of the 3 sovereign ancient races are still alive? Dimensional tombs weren't real tombs. This was the place where the ancient races would conduct experiments to break their own flaws in life. Therefore, theoretically speaking, there shouldn't be any traps here. At this moment, a voice suddenly entered Xianxia's ears. Time flies. Xianxia's eyes lit up and he said, Her spirit has been linked to mine. Her spirit is still floating here. I'll play her voice out directly. Everyone listen together. Then, Xianxia nodded his head and said, All right, time flies. Tell me. Immediately after, the sound of time slowly floated out. I have good news for you, she said. It should be good for you. After many years of recounting, everyone finally had a certain understanding of the current situation of the primordial tomb. Back when the dimensional tomb was closed, the 3 supreme ancient races had once fought to the death. Crimson Eye and White Eye had joined forces to deal with the black-eyed race. In fact, the Crimson Eye race still had the advantage. After the war was over, a small number of experts from the Crimson Eye race and the White-Eyed race survived. They knew that they had been tricked, and there was absolutely no hope that they would be able to leave the dimensional tomb alive. After some discussion between Crimson Eye and the experts of the White-Eyed race, they made such a decision. Let all the existing experts use their bodies as basis to set up a huge sealing formation. Considering that the new god race would definitely come back in the future, they couldn't give the new god race any good fruit to eat. This sealing formation was divided into 5 rings. The outermost ring was the 5th level of Spirit Void, the 6th level of Spirit Void, the 7th level of Spirit Void, the 8th level, and the 9th level. Because they didn't have a deep understanding of the profound Tao, this formation was also very simple and violent. The only way to activate the formation was for experts of the same level to enter the formation. In other words, at this moment, the 4 god kings of the god race had all entered the god king formation of the 5th ring, and all the master gods had entered the master god formation of the 4th ring. By analogy, the temple war god entered the temple formation, and the war god entered the war god formation. The mechanism of this formation was that all experts who entered the dimensional tomb had to enter the corresponding formation. As long as one of them remained outside, the formation would not activate. At this moment, the entire sealing array had been opened. However, the experts who entered the array would temporarily be trapped in the array, unable to come out or move. To break the formation, we need to start from the outermost ring. There was no need for anyone to enter the first ring formation, that was, the formation at the 5th level of the Spirit Void realm. Then, a 5th level Spirit Void God representative must break through the first ring formation. There are 8 dangers in this formation. After all 8 dangers have been broken, the second ring, the 6th level Spirit Void formation, will be opened. As for the God race, they would be freed from the Spiritual Void 6-layer formation and join the ranks of breaking through the formation to break through the second ring formation. By analogy, every time a formation was broken, the experts in the next ring would be able to regain their freedom. So that's the case, Xianxia said. This kind of sealing array is indeed great news for us. For the time being, we don't need to face the experts of the Divine King level. They are still imprisoned. I have a question, Xianxia said. If the formation can't be broken, will the God King and Master God Realm experts be sealed forever? No, they weren't sealed. They just needed to stay in the formation in order to maintain the operation of the formation. If they came out, all their efforts would be wasted. I know you want to use this method to seal them, but this is not possible. Yes, Xianxia nodded. I imagine this formation isn't that powerful. The experts of the two supreme ancient races might not be able to defeat the experts of the God race if they all moved. Could it be that the array formation they created after their death could trap the Reaper race instead? This is illogical. It doesn't matter, Xianxia said. We will only fight opponents of the same cultivation realm. We will definitely not fail. It's not that simple. Apart from the good news, there's also bad news. Because the formation was made directly from the bodies of the three supreme ancient races, their corpses are also in danger. Every time the God race breaks through a dangerous situation, not only can they obtain a large amount of cultivation resources, they can even obtain the corpses of the ancient God group, the ancient Crimson Eye, and the ancient White-Eyed race. They are also cultivating these corpses into fallen gods. What? Even Crimson Eye and White Eye? Xianxia exclaimed. That's right, because the three supreme ancient races have no qualitative difference in terms of their bodies. They can all be trained to become fallen gods. Furthermore, they are currently, Xianxia replied, they have already broken through to the third ring formation, that is, the seventh level of the Spirit Void, right? I have already seen the Dragon Knights of the seventh level of the Spirit Void in the outside world. Yes, the Dragon Knight you saw was the first ancient god race corpse in the three-ring formation after the danger was broken. Now that they've broken the fourth danger zone in the third ring formation, Formore will free the god race at the eighth level of the Spirit Void realm, and the ancient race corpses at the eighth level of the Spirit Void realm will also be taken by the god race. That's why you should head to the three-ring formation immediately. However, you should use the sixth level of the Spirit Void realm to deal with the seventh level of the Spirit Void realm and the corpses of the ancient god race. This is very difficult, Xianxia said. Are the 8 dangers going to be explored one by one? No, their plan is to rush together. Once a dangerous situation is broken, then the people here will go to the next dangerous situation for reinforcements. That's why it's impossible for you to find an uninhabited danger zone. Xianxia nodded and said, the god race is very thoughtful. There's nothing else to say. Let's go. After saying that, Xiangxia's group of 5 immediately advanced. They had first crossed the first ring. All 8 dangers here had been broken, and all of them were different. After crossing the second ring, the 8 dangerous situations here were also broken. However, Xianxia and the others discovered a problem. They didn't see any god race corpses along the way. In other words, those responsible for destroying dangerous situations were basically the fallen gods. These people didn't die at all, and they didn't have to worry about dying even if they broke through a dangerous situation. This brought another great benefit. After the fallen god broke through the danger zone, it was useless for them to seize cultivation resources, because they were unable to cultivate. Xianxia and a few of his companions exchanged glances. This news once again raised their confidence. If the fallen god could also cultivate, then it would be complete doom. Xianxia and the others were at the 6th level of Spirit Void. When fighting against the fallen god at the 7th level of Spirit Void, the people in other dangerous situations had succeeded and had risen to the 8th level of Spirit Void. They would have absolutely no way of surviving if they came to encircle Xianxia. Very quickly, Xianxia and the others arrived at the third ring formation. Sure enough, they had passed through the first 3 dangers, and all of them had been broken. As for the third danger zone, it was in the process of breaking through, and it should have only just begun. Xianxia and the others did not choose this. Instead, they went to find someone who was slower. In the 8th danger zone, they had to ensure that they were on the same starting line as the other party. After the first 3 dangers were broken, the people here went to support the 4th, 5th, and 6th dangers. The speed of these 3 dangers would definitely increase. 8th danger zone. It was a domain shrouded in light. From the outside, it was impossible to see what was happening inside. It's the same as the previous ones, Xinghui said. Before the danger was broken, it was all unknown. There were no details outside. Because of this, Xiangnan and the others hadn't been discovered along the way. Xiangnan said, "This is it. No matter what, we have to fight. Too much worry will only delay time. Let's go in directly." As soon as Xiangnan and the others entered, they discovered that they had arrived at a brand new world. This should be an independent space. Under the blue sky and white clouds, there were birds singing and flowers fragrant. The scenery of the green mountains and beautiful waters was pleasant. On the land of this entire world, there was only one thing that was particularly eye-catching. It was a pyramid. This pagoda was tall without a roof, so large that it had no boundaries. It seemed to lead to the endless end of the horizon. Half a waist away from the tower, it had already passed through the vast sea of clouds. At this moment, no one who had passed through could see them. They should already be above the clouds. Is there a trap for this thing? Blue Spirit frowned. He tried not to climb the tower, but to fly straight into the sky. However, he discovered that he was no longer able to fly 100 meters away from the ground. There was an invisible barrier above his head that blocked him from flying in the air. The Blue Spirit landed and said, "Looks like we have to climb the tower. It's impossible to fly directly." Xiangnan said, "Climb straight up and act according to the situation." The 5 of them arrived at the bottom of the tower and immediately ran along the stairs. The pyramid was shaped like a staircase. There were a total of 4 sides, and each side was made up of 1 step at a time. And when they got closer, they discovered that there were other things besides the stairs. After every 100 steps, a stone pillar would appear. The pillar stood about 100 meters high. Xiangnan and the others did not know what these pillars were for. There were only some strange patterns on them, and there were no other mechanisms. They continued to walk up, and then discovered something else. Every 100 steps, a pillar would appear outside each tower. However, after reaching 1,000 steps, the pillars on each side suddenly turned into 2, and there were a total of 8 pillars on all 4 sides. By analogy, every 100th step would have 2 pillars, and when they reached 1,000 steps, they would suddenly become 3 pillars and continue to analogy. Soon, Xiangnan and the others also crossed the clouds and appeared above the sea of clouds. And even higher up, it was not the blue sky, but the thick clouds. By this time, they were already at the 8,000th step. As he looked up into the sky, he finally saw something in the depths of the dense sea of clouds. Pieces of hazy red light suddenly appeared in the sea of clouds at the higher levels, accompanied by the sounds of fighting. "Charge!" Xiangnan and the others exchanged glances and increased their speed. When they arrived at the 100th step, they finally met the god race. It was also at this moment that they finally saw the so-called mechanism of the Heavenspan Tower. On Xiangnan's side, there were a total of 110 pillars on every 100 steps. On each pillar stood a stone statue. The 2 eyes of the statue were constantly shining red light towards the people who were stepping on the stairs. This was the case on every side. 110 sculptures, each of them releasing a red light towards the passers-by, attacking, and the power of these red lights had also reached the 7th level of the spirit void realm. What was even more shocking was that the vast majority of the people who passed through were ordinary Duoluo divine race, but there were still some who were ancient divine race. The corpses of the ancient Crimson Eye, ancient God race, and ancient White-Eyed race had already been converted into fallen gods, fighting against the stone statues. "Get out of the way!" Xiangnan suddenly tugged at Guanzhao. "Z." 2 beams of red light suddenly shot out from under Guanzhao's feet. The red light swept down the stairs, leaving behind a deep cut. The cut line quickly healed. "This is the power of eternity." Xiangnan's heart sank as he said, "My God, this is the first time I've seen the 7th layer of Spirit Void's eternal force. It has actually undergone such a tremendous qualitative change." The Crimson Eye race that was above the 5th level of Spirit Void had begun to possess Godhead and began to merge their talents. Every time one's innate talent merged, one's innate talent would rise by 1 level. Along with this, the eternal force also underwent a qualitative change. This was similar to Xiangnan's Sun Qi. The two streaks of red light that shot at Guanxiao earlier were definitely the strongest eternal force that Xiangnan had ever seen. The fallen gods were also fighting against this red light. Some of them were dodging while others were fighting head-on. However, they had a natural advantage. They were not afraid of death, and could still be resurrected after death. At this time, the fallen god, who was a little lower down, discovered Xiangnan's group of 5. "It's a human!" A spirit void 7th stage fallen god roared angrily. In the blink of an eye, the 5 nearest fallen gods immediately rushed towards Xiangnan and the others. "Kill them!" As Xiangnan spoke, he jumped again. At the same time, 5 streaks of red light swept past his feet. Lan Ling formed a seal with both hands and said, "Heavenly Dipper Imperial Swordsmanship, go!" The flying sword shot towards the fallen god with a whoosh. The 5 fallen gods reacted quickly enough to dodge the attack of the flying sword at the same time. Lan Ling slightly raised the corner of her mouth and said, "Do you think that you can be safe just like this?" As he spoke, his right hand hooked back. Just as the 5 fallen gods were feeling proud, a thin line suddenly appeared on one of their necks, followed by their heads rolling down the stairs. The other 4 fallen gods were shocked. They also saw the horizontal lines on each other's necks. In an instant, the 4 heads split up. "Purify them quickly," Blue Spirit said. Xiangnan dodged 5 streaks of eternal light and ran towards the corpse of the fallen god. With his ability to react, dodging 5 rays of light was not a problem. The problem was that he was facing the attacks of 5 sculptures. But when he ran near the corpse, the 5 sculptures there also started to attack him. 10 sculptures, 10 streaks of red light. In such a damn place, flying ability was ineffective. Xiangnan had to run back and forth on the stairs to dodge the attacks of the light. This was equivalent to him originally possessing a 3-dimensional moving space, but now he was suddenly compressed to 2 dimensions. Everyone knew what this meant. Xiangnan flipped backwards with one hand. 10 streaks of red light sliced out from behind him with a sizzling sound. Then, the 10 streaks of red light quickly returned and crossed into a large net. "Damn it!" Xiangnan gritted his teeth and carried a solar lightning shield. "ZZ." 10 streaks of red light sliced into the shield at the same time, and the sun shield began to cut apart at a fairly slow speed. "1 level short. Don't carry it to death," the big snake said. Sure enough, Xiangnan carried the red light, but the other fallen gods took the opportunity to attack Xiangnan. The eternal force emitted by the sculpture was not too terrifying. It was not as powerful as the attacks of the fallen god, but they were too capable of interfering with their movements. The 5 fallen gods on the other side rushed towards Xiangnan. They were also chased by 5 streaks of red light. When they arrived in front of Xiangnan, the 5 streaks of light on Xiangnan's side had also split into 3 to attack the fallen gods. "Drink!" The 5 fallen gods shouted in unison, forming a filthy shield. The red light sliced into the shield. Since the fallen god was at the spirit void 7th layer, the threat it posed to them was almost the same as the threat it posed to Xiangnan's sun shield. "Damn it!" a fallen god exclaimed. "He is only at the 6th level of spirit void, but his defense is actually on par with ours?" Xiangnan turned around and took a look. Luo Shang and the others weren't idle and had already begun to charge upwards. If Xiangnan couldn't fight here, they would always watch the show. This made Xiangnan breathe a sigh of relief. He thought to himself that it didn't matter if he was delayed. It was fine to buy them some time. Xiangnan smiled and released 6 suns to temper the sun. There was nothing to hide anymore. When they reached this point, they had to fight for speed. As for Xiangnan, who was already able to defeat a Spirit Void 7 Star Lord, he was slightly inferior to a Spirit Void 7 Star Dragon Knight. The 5 fallen gods in front of him were only the new god race, not the fallen ancient gods. Xiangnan used his agile movement technique to dodge all the red light. Then he raised the saber in his hand and dropped it. The heads of the 5 fell to the ground one after another. "Purify!" Xiangnan waved his hand repeatedly, and 5 rays of sunlight descended, turning the corpses of the 5 people into sewage. Here, he faced another 10 streaks of red light. 5 of them came from the direction of the fallen god, and 5 were in the middle. However, the 5 furthest streaks had already been exceeded by Xiangnan's attack range. He no longer chased after Xiangnan and went to shoot at others. This thing can be broken, right? Xiangnan quickly moved and ran, dodging the pursuit of 10 streaks of red light. He lightly jumped onto a pillar that was 100 meters tall. If he went up, he would be stopped. As for the height of the pillar, it was just over 90 meters, almost 100 meters, and it could jump up. Xiangnan's figure flashed and the statue was cut in half. Indeed, it can be destroyed. Xiangnan nodded slightly. He raised his head and looked up. More fallen gods were battling in the distance. That was already the 150,000 th step, and the number of sculptures had reached 160 per 100 steps. Starting from Xiangnan, fewer and fewer sculptures had been destroyed, and most of them remained intact. It seemed that the fallen god had no time to destroy the sculpture and was only focused on rushing up. 160 sculptures were different from 110 sculptures. One had to know that these sculptures were displayed on the same row of stairs, shooting at the bottom. However, the pyramids became narrower and narrower the further up they went. At 150,000 steps, 160 sculptures could cover almost the entire fan-shaped area in front of them. The red light swept across the entire arena. It was hard to find a place to dodge. The numerous fallen ancient gods were battling with great difficulty in such a densely packed area. However, they were still advancing. Their strength was stronger than the red light. The distance between the 150,000 steps was much easier to walk, and it was already rare to see a backward fallen god. After Xiangnan met up with his teammates, he immediately ran upwards. Very quickly, they arrived at the 150,000 stairs. The red light crossed into a fan-shaped net. Xiangnan jumped about 50 meters, and the fan-shaped net immediately lifted up. This was embarrassing. There was no way to fall. 13 on the left. Lan Ling suddenly shouted. He waved his finger and the flying sword flew out with a whoosh, cutting the sculpture in half. Xiangnan understood what blue spirit meant at the same time and fell to the left 13 meters away. It was originally a dense net of red light, but after a sculpture was cut off by blue spirit, a very small gap appeared. Xiangnan fell from the void and stepped on the ground again. The huge red light fan-shaped net began to press down again. 20 on the right. Lan Ling shouted. With a whoosh, the flying sword sliced open a sculpture. The 5 of them flew to the right 20 meters at the same time. Coincidentally, a beam of red light disappeared and the 5 of them avoided another calamity. The fallen gods here had already discovered Xiangnan and the others, but they did not have the ability to intercept them. The blue spirit wanted to release the flying sword again. Xiangnan hurriedly said, "Don't break the sculpture. Let the sculpture block the army of the fallen gods. Use one leaf to cover your eyes. Quick! Give all your weapons to blue spirit." Lan Ling's eyes lit up and he said, "Wonderful plan." After saying that, blue spirit immediately controlled 5 weapons and flew out. 5 etheric blades flew onto the spectacles of the 5 statues and crossed over, blocking 5 pairs of eyes. Very quickly, the red light pushed the weapon and began to push it out. However, this also bought Xiangnan and the others time. The 5 of them quickly rushed up from the red light blank area and crossed another 100 steps. There were still 160 sculptures here. The 5 of them exchanged glances and laughed. The blue spirit released 5 etheric blades to cover the eyes of the sculpture. There were a total of 5 blades that allowed the 5 of them to pass through. The fallen gods below were about to go mad with anger when they saw this scene, but there was nothing they could do about it. They were all advancing in stupid ways that was resisting head-on. Then, he walked up step by step until he reached the sculpture. Then, he crossed the sculpture and welcomed the next round of shooting. This method is rude and effective, but it is too slow. Xiangnan's group of 5 easily surpassed the army and gradually arrived at the 160,000 th step. Furthermore, they advanced at an extremely fast speed. At this moment, he lowered his head and looked down. It was already a vast sea of clouds, and he could no longer see the fallen gods below. And here, the number of sculptures had already reached 170. They were standing on the 50th step. Just as the sculpture below couldn't be reached, so could the sculpture above. This step could give them a short rest. No, look up there. Guanxiao suddenly pointed high up. Everyone looked over and saw a red light flickering amidst the clouds above, and there was a great shadow resisting the red light. There are actually people at such a high place? Xing Hui asked in surprise. Xiangnan's heart sank as he said, "Damn it. He alone is carrying 170 streaks of red light. Not good. There are even more powerful experts here. We must not let them break through the danger first. Charge." Blue Spirit continuously used the method of one leaf blindfolding the eyes to cover the eyes of the sculpture, and the 5 of them quickly rushed up. When they arrived near that person, an even more shocking scene appeared. Sure enough, it was the same as what Xiangnan had said. It was an ancient god with a huge figure, fallen ancient god. He was using his own strength to carry 170 streaks of red light. The dense red light was concentrated on him, and it had already condensed to an area of a dot. However, the fallen ancient god's eyes were wide open as well, striving to collide with 170 streaks of red light. Fallen scarlet eye? Xiangnan sucked in a breath of cold air. The god domain had truly turned the corpse of the Scarlet Eye clan's ancestors into a fallen god. The sturdy man also discovered the existence of Xiangnan's 5. He was currently exchanging red light with the sculpture, and he had already gained the upper hand. His black and red light pushed 170 streaks of red light. The connection point in the middle was about to reach the sculpture's vicinity. At this moment, the burly man suddenly used his left hand to condense a strange black and red light shield. He actually gave up the victory that was right in front of him and shot a black and red light at the 5 of them with his eyes wide open. The red light from the sculptures struck his shield and could not penetrate it. "Get out of the way!" Xiangnan and the others didn't dare to underestimate their enemies in the slightest and all jumped up. "Are you kidding me? That person's red and black light can resist 170 rays of red light together. He didn't dare to take such an attack." The 5 of them jumped up together, and with a sigh, a beam of red light swept past everyone's feet. And that stone staircase was completely pierced through. Xiangnan even felt that the red and black light had probably swept through the entire Heavenspan Tower and was deep beneath the surface. Damn! Is it that powerful? Xing Hui's eyes widened. After the fallen ancient god missed his attack, he immediately shot the black and red light up. The beam of light slanted downwards and shot upwards rapidly. The 5 of them quickly separated. The red light almost touched Guanzhao's arm and instantly cut off a small piece of skin and flesh. "Not good!" Xing Hui and Lan Ling shouted at the same time. Starlight pointed in the direction of the 170 beams of light that were attacking fallen Scarlet Eye. At this moment, due to the arrival of Xiangnan and the others, those beams of light were beginning to split apart and were about to attack Xiangnan and the others. The direction of the blue spirit finger was even higher. Damn it, there was actually someone who was breaking through at a higher place. "We can't drag it down." Xing Hui immediately made a decision. He shouted, "The 4 of you go up first. I'll bind him. Blue spirit, shatter all the sculptures for me." The sculpture was no longer a problem. The problem was the fallen Scarlet Eye. With the sculpture around, fallen Scarlet Eye wasn't afraid at all, but Blue Spirit would be interfered with. Since he wanted to fight, he could just clear the obstacles. Lan Ling nodded and said, "No problem, you must hold on." After saying that, he released his flying sword. The flying sword lightly circled around the red light attack, then arrived at the far left of the front row sculpture, and began to fly horizontally from that sculpture. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The flying sword directly cut off a horizontal line. All the heads of the sculptures disappeared at the same time, 170 streaks of red light. "Xing Hui, you must catch up alive!" Xiangnan shouted and immediately rushed higher with the other 4. At this moment, this place was already quiet. Obviously, it was impossible for the fallen Scarlet Eye to let Xiangnan and the others go. In the direction the 4 of them were heading, another red and black light shot towards them. At the same time, there was a loud boom. A streak of true sun chi descended from the sky and smashed heavily onto fallen Scarlet Eye's head. The fallen Scarlet Eye lowered its head abruptly. The red and black light actually pierced through his own feet with a chi sound. However, there were some tentacles growing out of the bloody holes on his feet and they quickly healed. At this moment, a sun appeared in the sky. Xinghui nodded at Xiangnan's back. With the sun here, I'm not afraid of his infinite rebirth. The fallen Scarlet Eye turned around and coldly looked at Xinghui, who made him angry. God race, you've fallen. You actually want to mix with humans. Fallen? You deserve to say that to me. You blaspheming bastard. Xinghui laughed loudly. The fallen Scarlet Eye shook his head and said, There is no point in insulting me. I am a first-grade realm protection warrior, Red Devil, from the lower Scarlet Eye clan. Xinghui narrowed his eyes. Knights Templar, Violet Gold God Protector Knights. Xinghui. Xinghui had only betrayed the current Knights Templar, but he had not betrayed his faith. He was still loyal to the Knights Templar, but he was loyal to the original heart of the Knights Templar. You have an identity that everyone in the world admires, but unfortunately, you have chosen the wrong direction. The Red Devil buzzed with laughter. After saying that, the Red Devil suddenly shot out a beam of red and black light. After Xinghui was baptized in the dream world, his combat awareness was already extremely strong. He easily dodged the beam of light and said, Bring out something decent. This kind of foolish beam of light is an insult to my purple gold knight. The Red Devil roared and smiled. He put away the red light, then waved his hands and 2 red halos appeared. Come, knight. I'll let you have your wish. The Red Devil ran out of 2 red and black halos, then waved his hands. There were 2 more and then there were still 2. Xinghui felt his scalp go numb. As long as his master didn't take the initiative to cancel this damned eternal force, or if it was completely shattered, it would exist forever. His body soared into the air, but he didn't dare to jump too high. He only jumped 30 meters high, and then his body flew around, dodging the 6 halo cuts. However, the Red Devil had no intention of stopping. The next 2 continued to stack together. In the blink of an eye, 16 halos were chasing after him. Xinghui leapt into the air again, and an etheric spear slammed heavily onto a halo. Pong! The halo was immediately blasted apart. The halo was destroyed, but the opponent's cultivation was too high. The backlash from the halo caused Xinghui to spit out a mouthful of blood, sending him flying. He didn't have the ability of a blue spirit. He had to hold his gun in his hand. To cut through the incomparably solid eternal light, the etheric spear was no longer that easy. It actually produced a backlash. Damn it! Xinghui knew that he couldn't delay any longer, and there would be more and more halos. He desperately used his clever battle consciousness to bypass 1 halo at a time and finally arrived in front of the Red Devil. The Red Devil raised his fist and smashed it. Its enormous fist was wrapped around the power of the fallen Eternal, and its power was boundless. Xinghui stepped on the Red Devil's knee and took the opportunity to jump up. While dodging the blow, Peng's spear landed on the Red Devil's head. Clang! The Red Devil lowered his head fiercely after being smashed. The great spear only shattered the protective light above the Red Devil's head. On the contrary, Xinghui spat out a mouthful of blood from the shock, sending his entire body flying. After all, he didn't have Xiangnan's supreme divine body. Who? Xinghui knelt on the ground. His arms were already in severe pain and even began to tremble. The Red Devil looked at the spear with a serious expression and said, What kind of spear is this? It can actually make you lower than me by 1 realm and still shatter my fallen eternal light. Unfortunately, your cultivation level is too low to pose a threat to me. After saying that, the Red Devil waved his hands and another 2 halos appeared. The starlight quickly dodged and was already wrapped around by 30 halos. His consciousness was extremely strong. He could easily dodge 30 halos. However, if he didn't break the halos, more and more halos would appear. However, if he did, he would surely suffer a backlash. Xing Hui gritted his teeth and circled around the halos before dodging the strong man's fierce attacks. He twisted his body and stabbed the red devil's heart with a return spear. This spear pierced through both the red light and the red devil's skin. However, the strength of the spear had also reached its end and was blocked by the ribs. The red devil was enraged. He opened his mouth and shouted, "Damn flea, red wave! Pooh!" A red light bullet exploded out. Xing Hui's pupils contracted as he hurriedly blocked with his spear. Boom! The red light bullet suddenly exploded on the gun. Xing Hui was blown backwards. He rolled on the stairs more than 10 times in a row. After he got up, he spat out another mouthful of blood all over the ground. If it wasn't for the etheric spear, this light bullet would have blasted him to pieces. The red devil was even angrier. "This damned weapon has ruined my life several times. You're dead." The red devil strode towards Xing Hui with 2 thick long legs. At the same time, nearly 60 halos circled around the red devil's body. Xing Hui panted violently, vomiting blood, and his heart was extremely anxious. "I can't beat him." The difference in cultivation realm was too great. Although the etheric spear is very powerful, I do not have enough strength to control it. I need strength. If I were still a purple gold knight, that would be great. If I can summon the dragon riding spear, he looks like he's going to die here today. At this moment, when Xing Hui was already in despair, the layers of clouds in the sky suddenly lit up. A gigantic spear that spread across the sky suddenly appeared. Dragon riding spear. In front of them, Xianxia and the others suddenly raised their heads. He's already a dream body. Yet he can summon the dragon riding spear? Lan Ling asked in surprise. Below, Lan Ling's eyes suddenly widened. His eyes turned red. He looked at the dragon riding spear and suddenly shouted, "I have not betrayed my faith as a knight. No matter where I am or who my name is, I am still a god protector knight, Xing Hui." Xing Hui raised his right hand. Dragon riding spear. Divine power from heaven. Boom! The dragon spear fiercely landed in Xing Hui's hand, merging with the etheric spear. A thick layer of dragon scale armor suddenly appeared on his body. Heavenly divine power. Sweep through 1,000 troops. The majestic starlight swept out with an overbearing spear. Before the red devil could react, it was sent flying by a spear. Pong! Xing Hui heavily stood on the ground with the shaft of his spear. He looked coldly at the red devil and shouted, "God Protector Knight Xing Hui is here. Blasphemer. Kill." Another. At the 165,000th step, Xianxia and the others stood still. In front of them, another fallen ancient god who was breaking through appeared. This time it was still a fallen Scarlet Eye, but it was a woman. She had long legs that all women could envy, and an exceptionally slender waist. This woman was also using the eternal light to resist the sculpture's light beam. Her eternal light was as strong as the red devil, but her body's agility was obviously higher than the red devil's. Whoosh! Guan Shao let out a long sigh and said, "I'll stay and deal with her. You guys continue to move forward." Xianxia immediately said, "No, her cultivation level is higher than yours, especially since you don't have an etheric weapon, you only have an etheric shield. You simply can't defeat her." Guan Shao stroked Xianxia's chin and said, "My man, you must climb to the top and obtain cultivation resources. Otherwise, once the 4th ring formation is activated, the enemies of the 8th level of the Spirit Void will appear again. If we are unable to advance to the 7th level of the Spirit Void, we will completely lose any chance to resist." Xianxia said, "But," Guan Shao interrupted him and said, "Don't worry, I have many methods. It won't be that easy for her to kill me." Xianxia gritted his teeth and said, "Blue Spirit, shatter all the sculptures and leave room for Guan Shao to fight." The blue spirit released its flying sword and shattered the 2 rows of sculptures, leaving a blank space of 200 steps. This was because the scarlet-eyed woman was very flexible, and the battlefield would be expanded accordingly. Lan Ling was very thoughtful. "You must come and see me alive." Xianxia lightly kissed Guan Shao on the forehead and said, "Let's go." After saying that, Xiang Nan, Lan Ling, Luoshang, and the others immediately rushed towards a higher place. The scarlet-eyed woman didn't do anything unnecessary. She directly looked at Guanxiao and smiled. "What a beautiful woman. I'm so jealous of your face. I like beautiful women like you the most. I like to tear off the skin of people like you." Guanxiao licked her sexy lips and giggled. "Don't worry. Big sister will play with you and let you experience the ultimate fun." The woman raised a finger and said, "Looks like not only are you beautiful, you should also have some strength. If you can come here, it means that you have already passed the Red Devil's trial." As she spoke, a small, black and red halo appeared above the woman's index finger. However, this halo was much smaller than the Red Demon's halo. It was more like a ring. Guanxiao clasped her hands together and said, "Phaseless avatar." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 9 avatars stood out from Guanxiao's body. The scarlet-eyed woman said, "Your ability is not bad. A challenging battle is more interesting. However, it doesn't make any difference to me if you transform into multiple avatars." As she spoke, the woman's right hand was originally only holding up one index finger. At this time, the other 4 fingers also stretched out. Above each finger, a ring-sized halo appeared. Guanxiao's expression changed slightly, but very quickly the woman also raised her left hand. On each of her 5 fingers, there were 5 halos, 10 at a time. Although this halo was much smaller than the Red Devil's, it still had an absolute advantage. The woman smiled strangely. "I'm even better at mastering the power of eternity than the Red Devil." Guanxiao did not wait for her next move, and immediately shot out 2 tearing lights at the woman. At the same time, the other 9 avatars also moved out together. 10 groups of 20 rays of tearing light shot towards the woman. The woman also abruptly closed her eyes and opened them. With a buzzing sound, 2 streaks of black and red light shot out. Guanxiao's 10 groups of 20 beams of light were actually suppressed by that woman's group of beams of light. Moreover, the intersection point of the 2 women's beams of light was quickly pushing towards Guanxiao. The red-eyed woman giggled and said, "Didn't anyone tell you that a fake like the light of tearing is simply imitating the eternal light of our red-eyed race? You really hit the muzzle of a gun when you used such a shitty thing to deal with me." As she spoke, the woman suddenly took a step forward. Her fallen eternal light immediately pushed all 10 groups of Guanxiao's ripping light back and shot through a clone of Guanxiao. The other 9 Guanxiao quickly dodged. The phaseless avatar could only be activated once it had only one body left. Could refresh 10 avatars. Until then, Guanxiao could only continue to use 9 bodies. At this moment, an even more troublesome situation appeared. The woman waved her hands and 10 halos flew out. Afterwards, she raised her hands and waved them again. There were 10 more halos. Her speed of superimposing halos was too fast. She swung her hands 10 times. Twice was 20 times. 9 Guanxiao quickly dodged in the open space. Her fighting ability was also very brilliant. Although she could not catch up with Xiangnan Luoshang, she was more than enough to deal with ordinary experts. These 9 Guanxiao quickly dodged the numerous halos and directly arrived at the woman's side. Light of tearing. With a shout, the 9 Guanxiao revolved around the woman. Each Guanxiao shot out 2 rays of tearing light, desperately shooting at the woman's head. The woman waved her hands and 20 halos returned to attack Guanxiao. She tilted her head back slightly, and the head was also wrapped in red light, blocking off all the tearing light. Pooh. Guanxiao was unable to dodge. The 20 halos that had been chased back shattered 2 avatars, leaving 7. The woman shook her head. "There's no need to waste your energy. Your light of tearing is too low to compare to mine." As she spoke, she waved her hands again and 10 halos flew out again. 30 halos chased after 7 Guanxiao, forcing Guanxiao out of the woman's attack range. The woman shook her hand again and left with another 10 halos. There were already 40 of them. The woman said craftily, "If I play dumb, I won't fight you head-on. Instead, I'll superimpose an eternal aura on you. You only need to buy enough time to face hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of attacks. Do you still have room to resist at that time?" This idea is not bad, so it's decided. Amidst the woman's silvery laughter, she actually started to act like a scoundrel. Guanxiao desperately chased after her, while she constantly dodged. As long as Guanxiao caught up, she would use the eternal light to defend herself. With this repetition, 10 halos stacked together. Up until now, 7 of Guanxiao's avatars had been shattered, leaving the last 3. However, the number of halos flying back and forth in the sky had already reached 300. Those rings of light that were the size of rings flew about in the air, leaving behind traces of light that Guanxiao could not handle. How long can you last? The woman smiled sinisterly and threw out another 10 halos. Guanxiao sighed and simply stopped moving. She said, "Your eternal force completely crushed my tearing light. You don't need to create so many halos, do you?" The woman giggled and said, "Don't play dumb with me. Do you think I don't know your avatar ability? It's called phaseless avatar. I have to guarantee that I will kill all of your avatars at the same time in order to make you permanently die. Therefore, the reason why the eternal aura has so many layers is to defeat you in one go." Guanxiao shook her head. "You do know about the phaseless avatar. No wonder you are willing to spend so much time accumulating the number of halos. In that case, I definitely won't be able to beat you." The woman said, "Got it? It's too late." With that, she pushed her hands and shot more than 300 halos towards Guanxiao at the same time. These 300 halos were aimed at the last 3 Guanxiao, launching an attack together. All they needed to do was hit, and that was absolute kill. "Can you give me one sentence?" Guanxiao suddenly asked. The woman frowned slightly and suddenly pulled her hands. The 300 halos all stopped. These halos buzzed in front of Guanxiao, less than an inch away from Guanxiao's face. "What else do you want to say?" the woman said. Guanxiao smiled charmingly at her and walked towards her. The woman frowned. "Take a step closer and you won't have a chance to speak." Guanxiao said, "Why are you afraid of me? Didn't I try just now? Even if you don't have the protection of the eternal aura, and even if I have the best chance to hit you, I still can't break your defense, can I?" The woman sneered. "It's good to know." Guanxiao approached her step by step and kept smiling. The smile on her face became more and more sexy and charming, with a soul-seizing beauty. The expression on the woman's face was uncertain. She bit her lips and tried to make a move several times, but stopped. In the end, Guanxiao walked in front of the woman and used her right hand to wrap around her head. She said gently, "Don't be afraid, relax. My strength is no threat to you. Relax, relax. I know what you want, only I know you." As he spoke, Guanxiao blocked the woman's neck and gently kissed her. The woman's body stiffened. Her hands wanted to push Switch Xiao, but she only gently placed them on Guanxiao's waist. This bizarre scene happened. In this dangerous, heaven-span tower, 2 women actually kissed each other. Guanxiao's right hand went down the woman's long hair and grabbed her back, scratching her waist from her shoulders. The woman raised her neck and her face turned red. "Do you like it?" Guanxiao bit her earlobe and whispered softly. Her right hand followed the woman's waist and scratched her shoulders. The woman's breathing started to quicken. "What are you doing?" she said. Guanxiao said charmingly, "You like women, don't you? Am I not beautiful? Aren't you tempted?" The woman blushed and panted. "But I still want to kill you." Guanxiao said, "Don't worry. Sister's life is already yours. Why don't you enjoy it before I die?" The woman pondered for a moment. Her right hand trembled and numerous halos flew over, banging on the other 2 Guanxiao. Then, she said to Guanxiao fiercely, "I don't know why I did this, but if you dare to try to use the phaseless avatar, I will kill you mercilessly." Guanxiao patted her back gently as if she was comforting a child. "Sister won't do this. I can leave everything to you," she said. The woman gritted her teeth. Her hands pierced through Guanxiao's waist and climbed up along Guanxiao's smooth lower abdomen. The 2 women were completely hugged together. Guanxiao smiled charmingly and whispered in the woman's ear, "Do you like elder sister?" The woman panted and said, "Happy." Guanxiao smiled even more charmingly. "Big sister can give you anything. Before Big Sister dies, can you give everything to Big Sister? Are you willing to show your entire body to your sister without holding back? The woman fiercely pushed Switch Xiao. However, he was quickly carried back by Guan Xiao and said, "Are you willing?" The woman's eyes were absent-minded for a moment, and she said, "Yes, yes." In an instant, everything disappeared. 300 halos were buzzing around the woman. On the other side, in the distance, Guan Xiao looked at her expressionlessly. The woman was shocked. "When did you use the phaseless avatar? This is impossible. I will never ignore it." One of them, Guan Xiao, said with a cold face, "Don't you realize?" The woman suddenly came to her senses and said angrily, "Hallucinations? You actually used illusions on me." Guan Xiao laughed loudly. "You were hit from the beginning. Do you think I would have sex with a stinking woman like you? Ha 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 ha. In this world, no one but little brother Xianxia can touch a single finger of mine," the woman said angrily. "I was suddenly tempted by you just now." Guan Xiao said, "Of course, in illusions, people are the easiest to be bewitched. So what? I'm still awake. You damn woman, I'm going to kill you," the woman said coldly. Just as she finished speaking, the woman suddenly trembled and was completely stunned. Guan Xiao was raising a finger. Above her finger, there was a small, black and red halo floating. Why? The woman's pupils contracted. Guan Xiao said, "I have always suspected that the eternal light is not a martial skill of the Crimson Eye race, right? It should be your race's innate talent or race ability. I really want it. The eternal light, the power of disintegration, is too attractive. Now I have finally found an opportunity. Not only have I obtained the eternal light, I have also obtained the power of disintegration and destruction." "You despicable bastard." The woman's face turned red with anger. "You've been bewitching me to leave everything I say to you. Damn it. Is this the prerequisite for you to absorb my abilities?" Guan Xiao nodded her head as a matter of course. "Yeah. What else do you think? Ha! You don't really think I'm in love with you, do you?" The woman shouted like crazy, "Die!" After saying that, the woman's eyes flashed, and the two rays of light condensed into a beam of black and red light, fiercely shooting towards Guan Xiao. 10 Guan Xiao's eyes shone at the same time, and 10 beams of the same black and red light also greeted them. However, that woman's strength was obviously much stronger than Guan Xiao's because of her cultivation realm. She actually used a beam of light to carry Guan Xiao's 10 bundles. The light connecting points on both sides were still slowly advancing towards Guan Xiao. The 10 Guan Xiao laughed together. One of them said, "Do you know what's the most interesting? Interestingly, I have 10 and you only have 1. Do you know what this means?" The woman's expression changed drastically. 10 Guan Xiao raised their hands at the same time, and 10 halos floated on each of them. There were a total of 100 of them. "That's right." Guan Xiao excitedly licked her lips. "That means that the speed at which I release my eternal force is 10 times faster than yours." As they spoke, the 10 Guan Xiao waved their hands and let out a cry. 100 halos flew out. "Again," Guan Xiao said excitedly. He waved his hands again and another 100 halos flew out. "I will kill you. I will definitely kill you, you stinking woman." The woman was so angry that she jumped into a rage. Guan Xiao said, "Big Sister likes your appearance. If you are a little more angry, you will be able to arouse Big Sister's interest." 170,000 th step. A flying sword flew in front of him, smashing the sculptures into pieces. Xianxia and the others quickly arrived here. The flying sword paved the way for them in front of them. The journey was extremely smooth, but at this moment, Lan Ling's expression suddenly changed. Immediately after, there was a crisp sound of clanging. In the distance, the blue spirit's flying sword was hit by something, and it was actually smashed back. Lan Ling hurriedly clasped her hands together and said, "Sure." The flying sword pierced through the sky and headed straight for the space between blue spirit's eyebrows. It was unknown what hit it, but the speed and strength of its return was incomparably great. The blue spirit was already completely focused on stabilizing the flying sword. However, the flying sword's inertia was enormous. It was still flying backwards until the tip of the sword almost hit Lan Ling's body. Xiang Nan and Luo Shang were already prepared to push Lan Ling away. The flying sword finally stopped. Lan Ling's expression was solemn. There are experts. The three of them raised their heads to look at each other, but they saw a faint shadow walking around in the sea of clouds, and the sound of horse hooves seemed to be muffled. Shit! After hearing the sound of horse hooves, Xiang Nan's heart sank. It's the Dragon Knight. The Dragon Knights came from the ancient god race, the Soaring Dragon Knights. The Soaring Dragon Knights were the predecessors of the Knights Templars. The Divine Templar King who created the Knights Templars was a first-grade Dragon Knight himself. Back then, in this dimensional tomb, there were also three supreme ancient races. The Black-Eyed race fought against the Crimson Eye and White Eye races alone, but in the end, they almost exterminated Crimson Eye and White Eye. From this, it could be seen how exaggerated the Black-Eyed race's battle prowess was. Amongst them, the contribution of the Soaring Dragon Knights was indispensable. Xiang Nan had personally fought with the Dragon Knights, and he knew very well how terrifying this kind of fellow was. The three of them exchanged glances and quickly ran upwards. Sure enough, after running 2,000 steps, there was a sturdy man sitting on the horse and waiting quietly on the road ahead. After seeing Xiang Nan and the others, the Dragon Knight pulled out a huge sickle from his back and said, "Flying Dragon Knights, second-grade Dragon Knights, Tiger Roar." Lan Ling's expression changed slightly as she said, "You two continue to move forward. I'll stay and deal with him." Xiang Nan said, "Let me do it. The Dragon Knights are extraordinary." Blue Spirit said, "Don't you believe me? If there are even God Realm lackeys up there, then their strength must be even stronger than this Dragon Knight. The two of you, of course, will stay here to deal with even more powerful experts. That's it. Hurry up and leave." Xiang Nan frowned and said, "The opponents we encountered before were all powerful, but not only did the Dragon Knights rely on their outstanding abilities, their combat skills and combat experience were equally astonishing. Lan Ling, don't be too reluctant. If you can't beat him, you can think of a way to escape." After saying that, Xiang Nan and Luo Shang exchanged glances. The two of them quickly moved closer and headed towards a higher place. However, the Dragon Knight's attention was not on Blue Spirit, but on Xiang Nan. When Xiang Nan rushed forward, he immediately charged towards Xiang Nan. At this moment, a flying sword pierced through the sky and flew towards the Dragon Knight. Clang! The Dragon Knight immediately made up his mind and pushed the flying sword back with a sickle. "Your opponent is me." Blue Spirit took a deep breath and approached the Dragon Knight step by step. Above, 175,000 steps. On the long stairs, one could only see Xiang Nan running alone, while the sculpture in front of him was inexplicably cut apart continuously. Upon closer inspection, he saw a black shadow clearing the way for Xiang Nan in front of him. "The pyramid is getting narrower and narrower," Xiang Nan said as he ran. "Based on this slope, it should be around 200,000 steps to the top." The snake said, "We are getting closer and closer to the peak. If we encounter enemies here again, it will definitely be very difficult to deal with." Just as he was speaking, Xiang Nan suddenly saw Luo Shang stop in front of him. Luo Shang was quietly standing on the stairs, looking at the fog high up in the sky. Xiang Nan frowned and quickly chased after Luo Shang for a while. At this moment, he looked up and saw a person walking up with his hands behind his back in the sea of clouds. 180 sculptures were constantly shooting at this person, but the red light of eternity did not cause any damage after hitting that person's chest. The man strolled around, but his hands were useless. This is Xiang Nan suddenly found it inconceivable. Even the fallen ancient god he had encountered earlier was not this powerful. Regardless of whether it was the Red Devil or the two they encountered later, they were all fighting against the sculpture. Luo Shang said in a hoarse voice, "The eternal light did not hit him." When Xiang Nan heard this, he immediately opened his lightning photoelectric eyes and looked again. Only then did he discover an unbelievable scene. The man with his hands behind his back really wasn't hit by the eternal light, 180 beams of light were blocked by a thin layer of white light about half an inch away from the man's chest. Because the white light was too close to his body, it was easy to ignore. Fallen white eyes? Xianxia immediately thought of it. That should be an ancient expert of the white-eyed race. His corpse was converted into a fallen god by the god race. The man simply ignored the statue and continued to walk up with his hands behind his back. After passing the statue, he just brushed past it and didn't even break it, leaving a smooth path for later generations. Luoshang said, "Leave this person to me. Continue upwards." Xianxia was at ease with Luoshang. He said, "Don't clash head-on. His cultivation level is higher than yours. Find an opportunity." After saying that, Xianxia took a deep breath, causing double the speed of light to vibrate as he ran upwards in a matter-piercing state. The large number of sculptures that attacked Xianxia with the eternal light also penetrated his body, unable to cause any damage to him. Although this move was ingenious, it allowed his body to tremble at double the frequency at all times. This was an extremely stamina-consuming action. However, no one had given Xianxia a path now. He could only think of this move. It was the most efficient. He must dare to seize the first place before reaching the top of the divine realm. Behind. Clang. Luoshang was ejected. The man looked at Luoshang quietly, his face expressionless, but his eyes were pure white. Luoshang clenched the etheric blade in his hand, and his bow suddenly disappeared. Clang. The white light on the man's body lit up for a moment, and then a black shadow was bounced away. The shadow quickly shot backwards and condensed into Luoshang's appearance. The man put his hands behind his back and said to Luoshang, "Don't tell me you still haven't noticed? I'm different from the fallen god you met outside." Luoshang looked at himself, his flushed wrist, and then at the invincible etheric blade. Indeed, the man did not boast. The man expressionlessly looked at the sky and said, "Amongst the four supreme divine powers, the power of disintegration is the strongest type of defense. Unfortunately, every time we white-eyed race cultivators advance to a higher realm, we will face a death crisis. Otherwise, the new god race will not be the one to dominate the world." At this point, the man lowered his head. He let out a long sigh and looked at his hands. A layer of white light appeared on his hands. He said, "When I was converted to the fallen god, my power of disintegration increased by leaps and bounds." He looked at Luoshang and said, "You should be using etheric particles. That is the sharpest thing in the world, and I have the strongest power in the world. A sharp knife can definitely cut a piece of wood, but only if it is in the hands of an adult. If this knife is held by a 3-year-old child, do you think he can cut wood? It's not the knife. It's a human problem." The man smiled and said, "You are too low. You are the one with the sharp saber, son. But I am not wood." Swoosh! A black saber light sliced Blue Spirit back. At this moment, the scene was bloodstained. Blue Spirit's feet drew 2 long whirlpools on the stairs. He was panting so hard that he could barely stop his body. His entire body was already covered in blood and flesh. The wounds on the back and abdomen were the most serious. They were 2 huge cut wounds, flesh and blood turning out. They were hideous and terrifying. The saber on his back almost split Blue Spirit into 2. A man riding on a war horse looked down at Lan Ling arrogantly. His eyes were filled with indifference. Blue Spirit was almost unable to stand. His legs were trembling, and the flying sword above his head was also erratic. He was actually in danger of falling at any moment. "Damn it!" Blue Spirit wiped the blood from her eyes and said, "Whoosh whoosh." It's different from what Xianxia said. "Damn it. Who is this dragon knight that powerful? He's only a second-class dragon knight." "Xianxia, this bastard monster, whoosh. How did you fight a first-class dragon knight so evenly back then? Really? It makes people angry when they think about it." Blue Spirit knew very well that the dragon knights in history had never been so heaven-defying. The dragon knight in front of him was captured and turned into a fallen ancient god, causing his combat strength to soar. However, this was not an excuse. The dragon knights that Xianxia had fought in Everlasting City had also been transformed. What's going on? Unknowingly, the gap between him and Xianxia was already this huge. Xianxia could even kill a first-class dragon knight, but he didn't even have the strength to fight back against a second-class dragon knight. The dragon knight also heard Blue Spirit mutter to himself. He said proudly, "No one can defeat a first-class dragon knight by leaps and bounds." Lanling chuckled and said, "You, ha, 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 you're too arrogant. You didn't fight with Xianxia. You're lucky. Otherwise, I must let you see that our human race, who is not inferior to your group of so-called ancient gods, or even stronger than you." The dragon knight shook his head and said, "Deceive yourself, humans, he." With that, the dragon knight suddenly charged forward. Behind him was the shadow of the entire knights. This terrifying charge was simply unstoppable. Lan Ling's pupils constricted. This move again! Damn it! How did Xianxia deal with it back then? The blue spirit immediately released its flying sword and charged towards the main body of the dragon knight in front of him. Insignificant skill. The dragon knight brandished his huge sickle and sent the flying sword flying backwards with a clang. Rumble. The knights first knocked the blue spirit away, and then they trampled over the blue spirit. Afterwards, the blue spirit lay half dead on the ground, on the verge of death. The dragon knight turned around and looked at blue spirit again, saying, "This time, I will let you die." Lan Ling took a deep breath and felt a pain in her chest, as if someone had reached into a mace and frantically stirred it. "I'm so unwilling." Cough. "My heavenly dipper imperial swordsmanship is completely unable to borrow the power of the etheric particles." Lan Ling's mouth was filled with blood. The heavenly dipper imperial swordsmanship was a complete set of martial arts. There were a total of soldier descent, steel cloak, feathers, joint attack, and blue spirit's heaven-shaking sword. The disciples of the spirit vulture sect could have borrowed the strength of their weapons. They could use the heavenly descent of divine weapons to fuse them into their bodies, allowing them to obtain the strength of their weapons. The blade was too powerful to allow blue spirit to borrow any power. A spirit vulture sect expert who had lost this ability could be said to have greatly reduced his strength. At this moment, the dragon knight charged towards blue spirit with a thunderous rumble. This time, blue spirit knew that she was on the verge of death. He sighed and looked at the sky absent-mindedly. "Are you going to die? I'm so unwilling." He had finally arrived at the divine realm, and before he could display his strength and fame, he was killed just like that. Since when did he stop moving forward? Xianxia and the others had always been getting stronger. Even Guanxiao was constantly absorbing new abilities and improving. He was the only one who hadn't made any progress. Even the weapon in his hand was given by Xianxia. "Haha, is this me?" This was the famous chief disciple of the spirit vulture sect. In the blink of an eye, many images appeared in Lan Ling's mind. The dragon knight's charge had already begun to trample on his body. However, he could no longer feel the pain, and an image of how he had grown up appeared in his mind. "What is your name?" In the spirit vulture sect's martial arts arena, amidst the cries of countless disciples, the eyes of all the elders shone brightly. That elder Zhu Zhang asked in astonishment. "My name is Lan Ling." The young blue spirit carried her sword on her back, and she was filled with such high spirits. "Am I not the most powerful person? Didn't I become the #1 genius back then? I was the super expert who made the spirit vulture sect famous for a while. Am I going to die like this? Am I this weak in the god realm? Not willing. One Luoshang and one Xianxia, they can just defeat me. Now even the bastards of the divine realm can toy with me in applause? Unwilling. This daddy is unwilling." In an instant, clang 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 clang. When the knights trampled on blue spirit's body, it was supposed to be a pu 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 sound. But suddenly, it was as if iron hooves were trampling on steel. "What?" The dragon knight suddenly turned around and widened his eyes in disbelief. At some point, the blue spirit was enveloped by a thin layer of light. It was that thin layer of light that blocked the trampling of thousands of soldiers. What was even more inconceivable was that there was a huge sword floating on the other side of the blue spirit. The sword was a phantom, not a real body. Tao. The Dragon Knight could tell at a glance that the big sword was the Tao. He suddenly comprehended? Blue Spirit opened his eyes. He could not believe what he was experiencing. He also saw the big sword. Is this my Tao? A brand new Tao. Lan Ling's eyes lit up again. He laughed loudly. I didn't expect that. I never expected that a good person wouldn't live long, but a bad person would live for 1,000 years. Ha 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 ha. What the hell? The luck goddess actually favors me. A scum who does evil things. TSK. I really don't know what to do. The blue spirit took a deep breath and raised her hands high. The sword god said. He could control all the swords in the world. As long as any substance condensed into the shape of a sword, it would automatically fall into the path of the sword. Even the sword condensed from the etheric particles could not escape the restraints of the sword Tao. Lan Ling took a breath and said, Sword God's Tao self-destruct. The etheric flying sword suddenly started to buzz. The etheric particles were frantically resisting the power of the divine sword Tao. But in the end, this tiny flying sword was still split into 99 pieces. Each flying sword was smaller, only 1/99th of the original size of the flying sword. However, at this moment, a large number of etheric particles appeared in the air. They automatically filled each flying sword, filling it up to its full size. The Dragon Knight frowned and immediately charged at Blue Spirit again. Heavenly Dipper swordsmanship. Steel cloak. Blue Spirit's eyes narrowed as he shouted sharply. At this moment, his entire body was like a sharp sword. The aura he emitted was as sharp as the edge of a sword. Swoosh! The two flying swords quickly landed beside Blue Spirit and condensed into a set of Daogu Xianfeng's Taigang robes. Clang! The Dragon Knight ferociously charged forward and was bounced away by the Blue Spirit. Blue Spirit, on the other hand, remained motionless. It was as if it was nailed there. He let out a long sigh of relief. Finally, we can fight back. Heavenly Dipper Imperial Sword Technique. Heaven-shaking sword swoosh swoosh swoosh. 97 flying swords gathered in the same direction as a meteor shower, finally forming a heaven-piercing giant sword. Blue Spirit hooked her finger at the slightly panicked Dragon Knight and said, Come, let your Lord Blue Spirit cut you into a multicolored color. I can feel that you are an expert, but facing an enemy like me is something that combat skills cannot solve. The white-eyed race clansman looked at Luo Shang and said, It's a pity that this is an unfair battle. Luo Shang took a deep breath. On his wrists, Sun Qi became extremely bright, and the hands holding the hilt of the saber turned pale due to excessive strength. The white-eyed man shook his head and said, Do you want to increase your attack power by increasing your divine power? The true Qi beneath Luo Shang's feet exploded, and he rushed out like a meteor, swinging the saber in his hand without hesitation. The white-eyed man raised his right hand slightly, and an eggshell shield enveloped him. Clang! The blade struck the shield. In an instant, the power of the blade struck the shield. This power was transmitted through the shield to the person who supported the shield, the white-eyed man. The white-eyed man swiftly flipped his wrist and pushed his palm forward, suppressing the shockwave force. Similarly, the saber hacked the shield and rebounded its power to Luo Shang. However, Luo Shang was only at the 6th level of the Spirit Void Realm. His strength was unable to suppress this kind of rebound force, and he was sent flying by Peng Yi. The white-eyed man said, Which is more powerful, the sharpest weapon or the strongest defense? This is no longer decided by the weapon itself, but by the person who uses it. After Luo Shang landed on the ground, he immediately launched his next attack. His body began to spin rapidly, turning into a light top, and then rushed towards the white-eyed man. Relying on the strength of the spin to increase the strength of the chop is a very life-threatening method. Are you sure you can handle it yourself? The white-eyed man remained expressionless. Luo Shang rotated very quickly. When this saber struck, it was clearly stronger than the previous saber. Clang! The saber chopped the shield, and both sides had to endure almost the same amount of force. The shield-bearer would surely withstand the inertial impact of the attack, and the saber-bearer would surely withstand the recoil force. The white-eyed man didn't move an inch, but Luo Shang was bounced away again. But this time, Luo Shang's chopping power was too great. This was already beyond the strength his body could withstand. Luo Shang coughed out a large mouthful of blood from the shock. His internal organs were already damaged, and the bones in his arms were also shattered. He panted, his eyes still gloomy as he stared at the white-eyed man. In this situation, I suggest you use heavy weapons, such as hammers, sticks, and even axes. At the very least, the impact will be stronger than blades. Bai Mu said. Perhaps you have the ability to raise your cultivation to the 7th level of Spirit Void, but this is obviously impossible. As he spoke, the white-eyed man's right hand trembled, and he condensed a huge hammer with the power of corruption and disintegration, and flew towards Luo Shang. Luo Shang's figure flashed and immediately dodged. The white-eyed man tilted his head slightly, as if he was listening to something. His figure also flashed and quickly disappeared. Immediately after, a loud bang rang out. On a blank staircase, 2 people appeared at the same time. The heavy hammer in the white-eyed man's hand was smashing into Luo Shang's saber. Luo Shang's expression was solemn. Bai Mu said, I didn't expect that I would be able to react so quickly and move at such a speed. After I possessed the destructive power, I also obtained the lightning attribute of the new god race. Right now, I'm not a white-eyed person who only knows how to defend. I'm a degenerate white-eyed god who has both offensive and defensive capabilities. Luo Shang was restrained by the enormous oppressive force, unable to withdraw. The white-eyed man increased his strength even further. What was visible to the naked eye was that Luo Shang's hands and wrists, which were holding the hilt of the saber, had bent down to a certain extent. The white-eyed man said expressionlessly, Now, I'm going to use 5 parts of my strength. With that, the giant hammer suddenly sank. Luo Shang's hands, shoulders, and even his waist were cracking because he couldn't withstand the heavy load. A faint look of surprise finally appeared on the white-eyed man's face. He said, What a strong endurance. It seems like you must have undergone inhuman tempering. All right, 60%. Ka. Luo Shang's hands and wrists were crushed to pieces by the sudden force. He hurriedly pulled back his hands and tried to retreat. However, there was a tremendous amount of power on his body. How could he retreat just by saying that? The giant hammer suddenly fell down and smashed Luo Shang's hands firmly onto the ground with a boom. Didn't you hit the vital part? The white-eyed man suddenly lifted the hammer high and smashed it at Luo Shang again. Luo Shang took the time to hook the saber away with his feet, and his body turned into an afterimage as he quickly retreated. The white-eyed man also turned into a shadow, reluctantly chasing after Luo Shang. Following that, the sound of a giant hammer continuously hitting the stairs rumbled. Under the bombardment of the giant hammer, the enormous heavenspan tower was actually shaking intensely again and again. What? At the same time, Xing Hui, Guan Xiao, and Lan Ling could all feel the terrifying tremors coming from beneath their feet. They all looked up at the same time. This is... What kind of powerful power is this? Lan Ling's pupils constricted as she said, Damn it! It must be Luo Shang. Is the enemy he encountered so terrifying? Above, Luo Shang used his extreme reaction ability to constantly dodge the attacks of the white-eyed man. The white-eyed man's instantly sprinting speed had already surpassed Luo Shang's, and he had an absolute advantage in terms of movement speed. Luo Shang couldn't compete in terms of speed, so he could only find an advantage in terms of skill. Every time this hammer struck down, Luo Shang almost dodged it again, and every time he could die under the giant hammer. Below, Xing Hui and Red Devil stood opposite each other. Both of them were out of breath and their entire bodies were stained with blood. The Red Devil gasped for breath and said, Good. Really good. You're at the 6th level of Spirit Void, yet you can actually force me to this extent. Xing Hui was also having a hard time. His left arm was broken, and only his right hand was holding a weapon. In such a high-intensity and high-density battle, there was no chance for Xing Hui to repair his injuries. The enemy was keeping an eye on his movements at all times. As long as he did anything to heal his injuries, the Red Devil would seize this opportunity to launch a fatal blow at Xing Hui. Boom! 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 3 more violent vibrations came from beneath their feet. Xing Hui anxiously looked at the high ground and thought to himself, who exactly was the source of this terrifying power? He couldn't delay any longer. He had to quickly deal with the enemy and help. The Red Devil was also looking high up. A rare expression of fear appeared on his face as he said, "Looks like that monster Yong Yen has attacked. Haha, you guys have suffered a lot. That pervert Yong Yen is a famous monster of the white-eyed race. Back when we were sealed in the dimensional world, in the chaotic battle between the 3 races, he fought against the top 10 experts and was invincible. Now that he has the power of corruption, I wonder what kind of terrifying situation his strength has risen to. Damn it, just thinking about it makes my scalp go numb. Fortunately, I don't need to fight such a person." Xing Hui gritted his teeth and said, "It's fun to fight you, but I don't have the mood anymore. I have to put everything on the line." The Red Demon laughed loudly. "What more powerful method can you use? The power of faith. The God race has taken back your statue, and you no longer have the ability to use this move." Xing Hui wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said, "I've never used such a move before. I'm afraid Xiang Nan will be unhappy. When I went to Dreamscape, I was curious. I visited a destitute family and learned a skill from them. Unfortunately, their abilities are too shallow. They are only limited to the heavenly tribulation realm, and I have spent a full 40 years to improve this move with the God race's vision and knowledge. Looks like I have to take it out no matter what." The Red Devil laughed loudly 3 times and said, "Pretend to be a ghost." With that, his entire body was shrouded in a red and black light, and he suddenly rushed into the sky. Then he turned into a rolling meteor and smashed down towards starlight. Xing Hui took a deep breath. He put his hands together and placed the shadow of the dragon riding spear on the tiger's mouth. He shouted, "Night's Wrath, the heavenly god Hegemon body." Buzz. Xing Hui's body suddenly became incomparably sturdy. The meteorite that the Red Devil had transformed into smashed into Xing Hui's body with a loud boom, and the entire meteorite was ejected. On the other hand, Xing Hui's body was only knocked backwards, leaving 2 gaps between his feet on the ground. The Red Devil was shocked. He felt that half of his body was numb from the collision. However, Xing Hui was not harmed. Xing Hui smiled and said, "This move was originally called the True Fire Overlord Physique. It was created by a resounding great grandmaster in the dream world. Although his realm isn't shocking, his martial arts philosophy is in the divine realm. Can also dominate one side." Xing Hui looked at the dragon spear in his hand and said, "True Fire is definitely too outdated. However, I have followed this line of thinking and tried to borrow the divine power of the dragon riding spear. Sure enough, it worked." "Lucky!" Red Devil roared. His fists collided. The red light on his fists squeezed together and immediately exploded. A thick red light that was like a palace pillar shot towards the starlight. "It's useless!" Xing Hui shouted and pushed out his left hand. That terrifying tyrannical body made him use his left hand to resist the red light and approach the Red Devil step by step. However, the red light exploded wildly into Starlight's palm, and he was unable to resist it no matter what. Xing Hui laughed loudly. "Has this move caused Xiang Nan to suffer? How can you, a tiny member of the Crimson Eye clan, crack it?" As he spoke, Xing Hui's left hand suddenly pushed the black-red light beam away. Immediately after, Xing Hui sprinted forward and shouted, "Heavenly God Tyrant Body, Knight's Charge!" Red Devil hurriedly wanted to dodge, but it was already too late. No! The Red Devil was blasted into pieces by the starlight. Who? Xing Hui's body immediately softened. He panted and said, "Fortunately, I was able to summon the dragon riding spear. Otherwise, this heavenly god tyrannical body attack would not work." Thinking of this, he quickly ran upwards and muttered to himself, No matter who is dealing with that monster, you must hold on. Above, Guanxiao and the woman were still fighting. However, at this moment, the woman had already fallen into an absolutely passive state. She had an advantage in terms of realm, while Guanxiao had an advantage in terms of quantity. At this time, 10 Guanxiao were revolving around the woman. Each Guanxiao's eyes emitted a degenerate light of eternity, constantly shooting at the woman's body. At the same time, tens of thousands of tiny halos were frantically smashing into the woman's defense. Under such a dense attack, the woman finally couldn't hold on any longer. Even if it was pure consumption, she would still be exhausted to death. Pong! Finally, the red light shield on the goddess body was shattered. Immediately after, a dense circle of light crashed into the goddess, shattering the woman into powder. At this moment, Xing Hui rushed forward with a whoosh. The two of them exchanged glances. Xing Hui heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it seems that you have also won. Guanxiao was so tired that she almost lost her strength. She barely managed to support herself and sat on the stairs. Panting, she said, "It's so difficult. Dealing with the 7th layer spirit void's enemies almost dragged me down. This won't do. No matter what, I have to think of a way to raise my cultivation level." Xing Hui hurriedly said, "Now is not the time to talk about this. Take a rest first. I'm going to continue running upwards." Guanxiao frowned and raised her head to look up. "Who caused that vibration just now?" Xing Hui said solemnly, "It's a white-eyed clansman called Yong Yen. I heard that this person is very powerful. I wonder who is fighting him. I have to rush over to help. Someone who can create such a terrifying commotion must be very troublesome." Guanxiao said, "Let's go together." Xing Hui said, "You should rest first." "No need." Guanxiao shook her head. "I have a demonic physique and my physical strength recovers very quickly. Let's go." After the two of them gathered together, they immediately went up together. Above, clang, a gigantic heaven-shaking sword smashed the Dragon Knight to the ground. Blue Spirit floated in midair and slowly floated towards the Dragon Knight. "You've already lost," he said. The Dragon Knight roared and jumped up. He rode his warhorse and suddenly charged towards the Blue Spirit. "Tsk tisk." Blue Spirit shook her head and said, "Heavenly Dipper Imperial Armament. Steel Shield." The heaven-shaking sword instantly disintegrated and rearranged itself into a prismatic etheric shield. Clang. The Dragon Knight charged heavily on the shield and suddenly stopped. Blue Spirit gently hooked her right hand and the giant shield slammed down. With a ferocious shield strike, it knocked the Dragon Knight to the ground. Blue Spirit smiled and said, "Come, try this move. Terminator Sword Technique. Unity of Human and Sword." Blue Spirit's body flickered as he charged towards the Dragon Knight. During his sprint, all of the etheric flying swords disappeared, and the surface of his body was covered with thick etheric particles, wrapping his entire body into a giant sword. The Dragon Knight roared, and with astonishing willpower, he jumped up again. He roared angrily and rushed towards the Blue Spirit. With a whoosh, the two of them crisscrossed each other. The giant sword disappeared, and Lan Ling placed her hands behind her back. The Dragon Knight's body stopped. He lowered his head and looked at his chest. There was a slender bloody hole there. The Dragon Knight fell from his horse and turned into a pool of sewage. At this moment, Xing Hui and Guanxiao also rushed over. "Oh? Did both of you win?" Lan Ling said. "I was thinking of helping you." Whoosh! Xing Hui heaved a sigh of relief. "It seems like Luo Shang is fighting against Yong Yen. Then I'm relieved." Lan Ling said, "What do you mean? Are you looking down on me?" Xing Hui was embarrassed for a moment and said, "Ah, this? Stop talking so much. Hurry up and go back up." The tremendous tremor just now was so shocking that it could actually shake the boundless heavenspan tower to the point of jumping. "I'm afraid Luo Shang won't be able to resist this kind of power." And hearing this, Lan Ling's expression was grave as well. If Luo Shang hadn't broken through, he would most likely have died. "Let's go." The three of them gathered together and continued on. After running for a while, the three finally arrived at Luoshang's battlefield. Upon seeing this, the three of them all sucked in a breath of cold air. Luoshang's entire body was covered in countless injuries. His two hands were also smashed flat. It seemed like he had bought time to recover, but he had yet to recover completely. There were huge craters everywhere. These craters were continuously smashed out and healed. Heaven's Lanling's heart skipped a beat as she said, "I've never seen Luoshang being forced into such a desperate situation." Xing Hui suddenly rushed over and said, "Luoshang, heal your wounds first. I'll deal with him." Knight's wrath. Heavenly God Hegemon body. Xing Hui's body suddenly became incomparably rigid. Tyrannical body? Guanxiao was stunned for a moment and said, "You brat. You actually went to the Bai clan to secretly learn cultivation techniques? Don't you know about the grudge between Xiang Nan and the Bai clan? Then you should have heard of it as well. In the dream world, Xiang Nan was already worthy of being the savior. His deeds had spread far and wide. Xing Hui had been to the dream world before, so he must have heard of such a legend. Xing Hui said, "What are you still thinking about now? The one who is guilty is the Bai clan. Not by Wuxia's cultivation method. I'll take care of this Yong Yen." Xing Hui was extremely confident. He held the dragon riding spear in his hand and turned into a beam of light that rushed towards the white-eyed man. The white-eyed man's expression was expressionless. When Xing Hui rushed forward, his hand suddenly struck Xing Hui like lightning with a hammer. Xing Hui rolled his eyes and sank into a short faint of a few seconds. His entire body was knocked out, and he actually exploded through the steps and shot directly into the depths of the Heavenspan Tower. Damn it! Blue Spirit sucked in a breath of cold air. Is it that strong? At this time, the Heavenspan Tower was automatically repaired, and the tunnel pierced by the starlight quickly recovered, while the starlight was pushed out. After Xing Hui stood up, he shook his head forcefully, but he still felt that his head was heavy and his feet were light, and he couldn't even stand steadily. "I'll do it." Guanxiao immediately transformed into 10 avatars and spun around the white-eyed man to shoot light. However, the white-eyed man didn't even dodge. He just stood there quietly. 20 red and black beams of light landed on the white-eyed man's protective shield. Large amounts of sparks were constantly sprayed out, but they were unable to penetrate through it. Guanxiao gritted her teeth and waved her hands, instantly forming 100 halos. These halos collided with the shield of the white-eyed man, one colliding and the other shattering. Guanxiao's expression froze. This was different from the previous battle. When the halo hits a solid object, it should bounce back. But in fact, it's all shattered. Is it the eternal power of the Crimson Eye race? Only then did the white-eyed man turn around and look at Guanxiao, saying, "How did you obtain this ability? You are not a member of the Crimson Eye clan." As he spoke, the white-eyed man waved his right hand and a bolt of lightning appeared in the air. "Be careful." Blue Spirit rushed out and pushed Guanxiao away, shouting, "Heavenly Dipper Imperial Armament. Steel Cloak." The phantom of a giant sword appeared behind Blue Spirit. At the same time, a huge hammer smashed into Blue Spirit's body. Clang! The giant hammer suddenly stopped. Blue Spirit remained motionless. So strong. Both Xing Hui and Guanxiao were shocked. When did this Blue Spirit become so powerful? What is that? Dao Luck. Xing Hui looked at the giant sword behind Lan Ling in disbelief. The corner of Lan Ling's mouth rose slightly as she said, "Sword God Dao." Xing Hui heaved a sigh of relief. Blue Spirit winked at Luoshang. "Now, I am the strongest expert in our team. Luoshang Little Mauer. Watch me deal with Yong Yen." Luoshang did not like to argue with others. He only said, "You can't beat him. Help me buy some time. I will take over from you when I am fully recovered." Lan Ling laughed loudly. "If you can say such words, it means that you don't know enough about my strength. I'm different now. Heavenly Dipper Imperial Sword Technique. Heaven-shaking sword clang 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 clang. The 99 Ethernet flying swords quickly merged together, producing the sound of metal colliding. A gigantic heaven-shaking sword slashed down at the white-eyed man with a shout. Another etheric particle. The white-eyed man said indifferently, "You have a better grasp of the etheric particles than that machete man." As he spoke, the white-eyed man waved his giant hammer and said, "Sixth force." Clang. When the hammer and sword collided, the giant hammer was actually sent flying by the heaven-shaking sword. Lan Ling smiled confidently and said, "I'll kill you this time." The heaven-shaking sword shouted as it returned to its original position. It raised its head high and slashed towards the white-eyed man. "Oh!" The white-eyed man was slightly surprised and said, "7 points of strength." Clang. The giant hammer and the heaven-shaking sword fought for the second time, but this time the hammer and sword were sent flying together. Neither side had an advantage. Blue Spirit let out a cold chuckle and the heaven-shaking sword slashed down again. The white-eyed man nodded slightly. "It's a good opponent. 8 points." His hand was like lightning as he smashed the heaven-shaking sword apart with the sound of a giant hammer. The heaven-shaking sword shattered into 99 flying swords and was sent flying everywhere by the impact. Lan Ling's heart sank as she roared, "Terminator sword technique. The combination of human and sword." He rushed towards the white-eyed man, his body turning into a sharp sword. The white-eyed man immediately became serious and said, "The power of disintegration is 9 points." He pushed his hands forward and a dazzling light shield appeared. 15 minutes ago, Xianxia, who was in the form of a material penetration, quickly ran upwards. 180,000, 190,000, 195,000. Who? Maybe there really isn't anyone in front. Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. At this moment, the sound of horse hooves suddenly came from the sea of clouds above. There's still someone else. Xiangxia's heart skipped a beat. The serpent said, "Not good. From the sound of it, that person should be very close to the peak." Xianxia realized that he was mistaken. It was not that there was no one in front of him, but that the people in front of him walked further. He immediately increased his speed. When he reached the 99,000th step, he saw a dragon knight. As the dragon knight advanced, he spun the huge sickle in his hand. All the red light from the sculptures was blocked by the rotating sickle lattice. First-class dragon knight. Xianxia took a deep breath and recognized him at a glance. This dragon knight's aura was nearly 10 times stronger than the previous second-class dragon knight. He had only seen this kind of strength in Hanemo before. The dragon knight also sensed Xianxia's approach. He turned his head to look down and said, "Huh? Human race." Like Hanemo, the dragon knight did not like to have pre-war conversations. When he asked questions, he did not expect Xianxia's answer. Instead, he directly threw the huge sickle towards Xianxia without saying a word. The sickle spun out a huge arc of light and slashed towards Xianxia with a thunderous momentum. A great dream has descended. Xianxia immediately entered an invincible state. He did not intend to fight this dragon knight at all. This place was only a few thousand steps away from the peak. As long as he rushed up, he would be able to obtain the resources of this dangerous situation. It wasn't hard to speculate that the 3 supreme ancient races had entered the dimensional world for the sake of staying here for a long time. They would definitely bring in a large amount of cultivation resources. Right now, the safest place in the dimensional tomb was actually the various dangerous places. Cultivation resources could only be placed there, which was the safest. The first Grey Dragon Knight's black sickle pierced through Xianxia's body and did not touch his body. The Dragon Knight nodded and muttered to himself, "The God race warned us that a human race might come. It seems that he possesses this dream ability." In his invincible state, Xianxia sprinted upwards and even took time to slash the Dragon Knight with his saber. A huge sun, lightning, and saber light slashed towards the Dragon Knight. However, he was sent flying by the Dragon Knight's punch. Xianxia did not look any further and rushed forward without looking back. The invincible state could only guarantee that Xianxia would not die, but it would not increase his strength. In this state, Xianxia still had to use all his trump cards to face the Dragon Knight. However, if he could advance and raise his cultivation by a bit, there would be no need for him to engage in unnecessary battles. Seeing this, the Dragon Knight also increased his speed and chased after Xianxia. At the last 2,000 steps, Xianxia ran as fast as flying and jumped up with a whoosh. "We're here!" Xianxia's eyes lit up, and he was finally the first to arrive at the peak of the Heavenspan Tower. At the top of the Heavenspan Tower was a spacious platform, and above it was actually a divine hall. This temple was very large, about the size of a small human city. One ancient pillar after another stood at the edge of the palace, supporting this colossus. At the entrance of the palace, there were 2 rows of magnificent sculptures. These sculptures depicted different characters, including the crimson eye race and the white-eyed race. The only thing missing was the black-eyed race. From the looks of it, the situation was indeed the same as what Timeran had said. After the 2 ancient races defeated the black-eyed race, they were able to establish these dangerous situations, so they did not erect the black-eyed race statue. It should be inside. Xianxia stabilized his mind and immediately rushed towards the entrance of the divine hall. However, a strange force suddenly pushed Xianxia out. "Huh!" Xianxia frowned. His body was pushed backwards by the force and only stopped at the edge of the peak. "It's the power from that sculpture," the big snake said. Xianxia looked at the 2 rows of sculptures at the entrance. Sure enough, those sculptures were shining. He tried to sprint again, but in the end, an invisible force pushed him back. Could it be that there are formations here? Xianxia opened his lightning photoelectric eye to observe and obtain the results. There was indeed a formation protecting the temple, and the array eyes of the array were those sculptures. In other words, if he wanted to break through the formation, he still couldn't avoid these sculptures, and he still had to face them head-on. "We have to break through," the big snake said. Xianxia took a deep breath and his entire body emitted dazzling sunlight. This time he no longer sprinted, but walked step by step towards the door. As for that invisible power, it would continue to increase as Xianxia went deeper. The closer he was to the palace gate, the greater the thrust. When he was still 10 meters away from the gate, it was already difficult for him to walk, and the thrust was unimaginable. Matter penetration. Xianxia immediately used his material penetration ability, but in the end, it was still blocked by the thrust. Right at this moment, a gust of wind came from behind him, and the first-class Dragon Knight jumped up and also came. The moment the Dragon Knight saw Xianxia, he threw out the huge sickle. Xianxia bent down abruptly, and the scythe whistled from above his head. As a result, the sickle was blocked by the thrust and pushed back 7 to 8 meters away from the gate. The serpent said, "No, before you use your full strength, your strength is still inferior to that of the Dragon Knight. If you compete with him, you will definitely lose." Xianxia took a deep breath and said, "We must enter before he does. We can only use up the dream Dao time once more." Great Dream descends. Xianxia activated the invincible loading for the second time, and the thrust on his body suddenly disappeared. He turned around and waved his hand at the Dragon Knight before turning around and entering the temple. The Dragon Knight roared and rushed towards the gate, but was stopped at a distance of about 7 meters. The light on his body exploded, and he took another step forward, reaching around 6 meters. Afterwards, he began to charge towards the main entrance, reaching 5 meters. He once again strengthened his strength, drawing out the shadow of the knights and entering another meter. Inside the shrine, in front of him was a long corridor. On both sides of the corridor stood a statue that was more than 10 meters tall. On the left was the white-eyed race, and on the right was the crimson-eyed Xianxia, and didn't know what other traps there were, but he still dashed towards the end of the corridor in an invincible state. Xianxia, who was in the Great Dream Realm, could not trigger any formations or traps. But as he ran, he realized something was wrong. "This place is so big?" Xianxia frowned and said, "According to my speed and running time, I have already run at least 1,000,000 miles. But the peak platform of the Heavenspan Tower isn't this big in total. Could it be an independent space?" The serpent said, "Is the interior of this palace equivalent to a small world?" Xianxia shook his head. "No, I can still feel the space outside the temple. That means that there is no independent space inside. It's precisely because of this that I feel strange. Accelerate and try." Xianxia directly entered the double speed of light and sprinted towards the end of the corridor at a speed of 1.2 million kilometers per second. This corridor had already turned into white light at the speed of more than light. Xianxia had been preparing to crash into the wall of the divine hall at the end, but in reality he hadn't. He sprinted for a full 10 seconds. The distance of the sprint had already reached a terrifying 12 million kilometers, but it still hadn't come to an end. No, stop, the big snake said. Xianxia immediately stopped sprinting. He saw that he was still in the corridor, with statues standing on both sides. The snake said, "This is definitely not a matter of distance. It must be some kind of trap being triggered, or some sort of formation not being activated." Xianxia made a small mark on a sculpture and began to run at the speed of sound. But after running for a while, he saw the statue again. "Indeed," Xianxia said thoughtfully, "it seems that he has fallen into a trap of infinite circulation. Since you are invincible and do not trigger any traps, it can be proved that we must trigger certain conditions before we can start to break through," said the serpent. "Looks like I have to disband Mengdao." Right at this moment, something else happened, which confirmed what the big snake said. Behind Xianxia, the Dragon Knight barged in with a shout. Xianxia frowned. He had already run more than 10 million kilometers, but the Dragon Knight had just entered when he arrived behind him. That meant that he had run such a long distance in vain. When the Dragon Knight arrived at the corridor, the statues on both sides of him suddenly survived and jumped off the pedestal. "So it's like this," Xianxia said. From the looks of it, he had to fight against the statues and shatter all the statues along the way before he could reach the end of the corridor. Xianxia immediately left his invincible state, but this time, another strange thing happened. Xianxia discovered that he and the Dragon Knight were originally in the same corridor, but when he appeared, he and the Dragon Knight were suddenly separated. Two identical corridors appeared, one for Xianxia and the other for the Dragon Knight. The two corridors were parallel and transparent. Both Xianxia and the Dragon Knight could see each other. However, the Dragon Knight tried to bypass Xianxia, but he couldn't. He still failed in his attempt to break the wall. The two of them couldn't meet. "I understand," said the serpent. Xianxia said, "How is it?" "This is a self-protection mechanism. In order to prevent intruders from traveling together and cooperating with each other, this corridor will separate everyone who enters into a separate corridor," the snake said. "In this way, the invaders cannot rely on the advantage of having too many people to forcefully barge in." Xianxia's eyes lit up and he said, "This is really an interesting setting." On the other side of the corridor, the Dragon Knight had already begun to break through. He was riding on a black war horse, killing statues one by one. In the blink of an eye, 7 or 8 statues had been hacked into pieces by him. But in reality, the sculptures weren't that fragile. One could see that these sculptures all possessed the 7th level of the Spirit Void Realm. Moreover, the sculpture also possessed the abilities of the Crimson Eye and the White-Eyed race, possessing the power of eternity and disintegration. Logically speaking, these sculptures should be very powerful. The Dragon Knight definitely would not be able to break through the obstacles so easily. After the key Dragon Knight had been transformed into the fallen god, his strength had greatly increased. "Quick! We can't let him lead," the big snake said. Xianxia also took a quick step forward, and the two statues on both sides instantly came to life, jumping off the pedestal one after another. This was the problem. Xianxia was only at the 6th level of the Spirit Void Realm, but every single sculpture was at the 7th level of the Spirit Void Realm. The serpent said, "It must be the experts of the two races that were left behind. They knew that they would not be able to live for long, so they sealed their own strength in the statue and asked the statue to help them resist the invaders." One white-eyed statue immediately erected a white shield, while the other red-eyed statue attacked Xianxia. The eyes of the statue emitted a blazing red light. This red light was much more powerful than the red light of those tiny sculptures on the steps outside. It clearly inherited the full strength of the true Crimson Eye clansman, especially when the statue was alive and could fight. Bang, bang, bang. Xianxia was repelled by the 7th layer Spirit Void statue. He stepped forward again, dodging the attacks of the two statues and shattering them with the help of the sun and lightning. Although there was a difference in Cultivation realm, Xianxia's strength was still unquestionable. But new troubles followed. There was no problem defeating the statue, but its efficiency was too low. When Xianxia defeated a group of statues, that first-rate Dragon Knight was already challenging the 15th group. Far exceeded Xianxia by a long distance. Crimson Eye and the White-Eyed Ancestor had naturally set up these statues to defend against intruders. However, it was obvious that they did not expect such two great experts to enter this place in future generations. The statue's own strength was no longer a problem. The question was who could break through faster. We can't hold back anymore. We have to surpass him. Xianxia could only fire at full power. He unleashed 6 suns, opened his eye of anger, and even used the Thunder God seal, which wasn't particularly good at increasing his strength. With Xianxia's trump card, he could barely match the first-class Dragon Knight at the 6th level of the Spirit Void Realm with the 7th level of the Spirit Void Realm. Xianxia relied on his spiritual fire's movement and his superior battle consciousness to quickly kill the statues one by one. The Dragon Knight on the other side fought even more ferociously. He rode on the back of a horse, his enormous sickle and tiger-like wind slicing a statue of a supreme being under the horse. The two of them moved forward quickly, leaving behind a large number of statue fragments in the corridor behind them. However, their strengths were similar and their speed was similar. However, the Dragon Knights were already a distance ahead of Xianxia. During this journey, Xianxia chased after him with all his might. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't catch up. The Dragon Knight was also desperately chasing after him. Xianxia had already summoned the group lightning array. With the help of the sun and lightning, countless lightning bolts descended, rumbling towards the large-scale statues, using the range of attacks to speed up their journey. The Dragon Knight, on the other hand, had the advantage of charging forward. He had maintained his charging state from the beginning to the end, which was still able to offset the advantage brought about by Xianxia's attacks. The two of them chased after each other, competing with each other, neither of them willing to be left behind by each other. "This won't do," the snake said. "You'll always be one step behind him, and you'll definitely be the first one to enter." Xianxia gritted his teeth and said, "Damn it, I can only use this move. I'm reluctant to let the child trap the wolf. Tai divine art." "Who?" Xianxia pulled out a gigantic saber light from the sun and lightning from his dreams. This move was originally the last trump card. It was used to deal with powerful enemies that might appear. But I can't keep it anymore. The enormous saber light flew towards the end of the corridor in a tyrannical manner. Along the way, all the activated statues were shredded into powder by the blade light. Xianxia didn't need to make a move anymore. He directly followed behind the blade light and sprinted wildly. In just a few seconds, he caught up to the Dragon Knight. The Dragon Knight looked at Xianxia and roared angrily. Xianxia waved his hand at him and immediately left the Dragon Knight behind. Another few seconds later, the Dragon Knight had already turned into a small figure behind Xianxia. In a few seconds, the Dragon Knight completely disappeared from Xianxia's sight. "We've reached a fifth of the distance." Xianxia was delighted. He could sense that he had already crossed 1/5 of the corridor's length. Although the saber light was constantly being consumed and shrinking, it didn't matter anymore. Previously, Xianxia couldn't catch up with the Dragon Knight, and neither could the Dragon Knight. The speed at which the two of them normally cleared the barrier was almost the same. 2/5. The powerful saber light destroyed countless statues along the way, causing Xianxia to leave the Dragon Knight far behind. It was also at this time that the saber light finally ran out. "Continue," the serpent said. "I'm afraid that the Dragon Knight hasn't even reached 1/7 of the distance. We've already reached 2/5 of the distance." Xianxia took a deep breath, pulled out his huge saber, and began to do it personally. Below, on the steps, Xinghui, Guanshao, Lanling, and the others were all lying in a pool of blood. Only Luoshang was still fighting against the white-eyed man. Luoshang's injuries were even more severe than the three of them, but the three of them were already unable to move, yet Luoshang was still able to fight. This was relying on his unyielding will to support his body. Lying in the blood, Lan Ling gasped for breath and said, "Too whoosh. Is he too strong? There's actually such a powerful expert in this divine realm." Xing Hui said, "Fortunately, the white-eyed race is the smallest of the three ancient races. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Due to the white-eyed race's characteristic of advancing and dying, their numbers were already very few, especially the higher their cultivation level, the fewer they were. Most of the white-eyed race clansmen were not killed, but were likely to die in the process of advancement." Pang! Luo Shang was knocked into a shadow and flew out from above the three of them. Looking at the white-eyed man's eternal flames, he was actually completely unharmed until now. Luo Shang and the others were completely exhausted, but they couldn't even break through his defenses. Not only did Yong Yen not get hurt, his face also didn't show any signs of exhaustion. This kind of person was simply too terrifying. The white-eyed man slowly floated into the air. He looked down at Luo Shang expressionlessly and said, "You are a worthy opponent, but your team is finished. Now, I will kill all of you one by one to free you." As he spoke, the white-eyed man brandished his giant hammer and smashed it towards the nearest blue spirit. Clang! When the giant hammer was less than 3 meters away from the blue spirit, a ray of light suddenly blocked the giant hammer. The long saber in Luo Shang's hand was smashed to the ground and fiercely jumped out. Luo Shang gasped for breath and lowered his head even further. His long hair, dyed with blood, enveloped his gloomy and cold face. "Do you still want to resist?" The white-eyed man looked at Luo Shang and said, "Knowing that you are no match for him, isn't it a good thing for you to get rid of him as soon as possible? Recognize the reality. You are no match for me. Within the same realm, I am only defeated by a first-grade Dragon Knight. Apart from that, I am invincible." Luo Shang waved his right hand and put the saber back in his hand. His figure flashed, and with another clang, the long saber slashed into the shield. The long saber was ejected again and flew away. "Are you stupid or brave? Don't you understand the difference between us until now? You've tried thousands of times, and you'll get the same result if you keep trying." Bai Mu said. The white-eyed man swung his hand and struck. Boom! Luo Shang narrowly avoided the hammer strike, but the shockwave caused by the hammer hit the ground sent him flying. The white-eyed man shook his head. "You're already weak. You can't even withstand the shockwaves of the hammer." Luo Shang was already exhausted and extremely weak. He wanted to try to get up, but he tried 3 times in a row before barely succeeding. He raised his right hand and aimed it at the saber dozens of meters away. The saber jumped a few times, seemingly struggling, wanting to fly back to Luo Shang's hand, but it kept buzzing and vibrating, not having enough pulling power. "It's over," Bai Mu said. "If I kill you, I will go to the peak." Luo Shang reluctantly sat cross-legged, his weak strength unable to even summon back his saber. The severe intracranial hemorrhage caused his eyes to be unable to see clearly, and he could hardly hear what the white-eyed man was saying in his ears. His mind was buzzing with thoughts. "Split it!" A voice echoed in Luo Shang's mind. "Split it!" Cut through the white-eyed man's shield. Luo Shang's mouth moved a few times, as if he was muttering to himself. The white-eyed man was already prepared to kill the blue spirit. When he heard the voice of the weak insect mosquito, he looked at Luo Shang curiously. "What?" This machete man, this silent man who rarely talked to anyone in battle, spoke up in a rare manner. The white-eyed man couldn't suppress his curiosity. He wanted to hear what this rare man was saying. As he listened attentively, he heard a series of intermittent words. "The strength of a weapon depends only on the person who uses it." Really, is that so? Which is more powerful, the sharpest saber or the strongest shield? That depended on the owner of the 2 weapons, who had the better physical fitness and who had the greater strength. This was the most shallow truth. But is that really the case? Is that all? Luo Shang stood up and limped towards his saber. The saber began to buzz again, as if it could already feel its master's desire and summons. The white-eyed man shook his head. "You don't even have the strength to walk." Luo Shang bent down and picked up the saber. He raised his head and looked at the white-eyed man through the gloomy gap between his long hair. "I can split it," he said. "The sharpness of the saber depends not only on how thin the blade is, but also on the saber's heart," he said. "The sharpness of a weapon is only a manifestation, and the heart of a swordsman must be like a saber," he said. "If the heart doesn't have a blade, then the blade's sharpness also doesn't change," he said. "Who?" Luo Shang let out a long breath. He closed his eyes, closed his ears, and closed his sense of smell and perception. At this moment, the battlefield suddenly quieted down. "This is," the white-eyed man's expression changed. Lan Ling and the others were still gasping for breath, and the white-eyed man's mouth also emitted a sound. Even Luo Shang's breathing sound was incomparably heavy. However, this world seemed to have been suddenly sucked away, and it was so quiet that it made one feel panicked. This temperament was emitted from Luo Shang's body. The wind stopped and the sound disappeared, as if even time had frozen. The white-eyed man's expression became more and more shocked. At this time, Luo Shang's senses had completely disappeared, and he no longer paid any attention to the outside world. In his inner world, it was pitch black. In the endless darkness, there was only a saber floating in the air, silently floating. Suddenly, Luo Shang opened his eyes. The moment he opened his eyes, the world began to revolve again. "Absolute kill," he said. Luo Shang turned into an afterimage and brushed past the white-eyed man. Swoosh! Hiss! The white-eyed man sucked in a breath of cold air. His shield was actually sliced 3 inches deep. "It's not possible!" The white-eyed man panicked. He immediately raised his giant hammer and threw it at Luo Shang. Luo Shang closed his eyes. He held the hilt of the saber with both of his hands and placed it on the side of his face. A cyclone appeared beneath his feet. "Who?" That Luo Shang disappeared on the spot. Boom! The giant hammer smashed into Luo's body. Luo Shang appeared, opened his eyes and said, "Absolute kill." He turned into an afterimage again. Swoosh! The white-eyed man's protective divine shield had already healed completely, but this time, it was actually cut 6 inches apart. His thick shield was only 10 inches in total. The white-eyed man's pupils contracted. Luo Shang closed his eyes and a cyclone appeared beneath his feet. He disappeared with a cry and dodged the white-eyed man's next attack. Luo Shang appeared, opened his eyes and said, "Absolute kill." Swoosh! The white-eyed man's complete shield had been sliced open for a full 9 inches. One blade, 9 inches deep. Lan Ling and the others were stunned as they looked at Luo Shang like they were looking at a ghost. The white-eyed man was shocked. He knew that the next time the result would definitely be terrible. The white-eyed man actually escaped. He did not even run towards the peak, but ran wildly towards the Heavenspan Tower. Luo Shang did not chase after him. He closed his eyes and a cyclone appeared beneath his feet. "Who?" He disappeared without a trace. At the same time, a voice floated in the air. Absolute kill. On the quiet stairs, in the sea of clouds, the white-eyed man sped downwards. All of a sudden, his body split into 2, disconnecting from his waist and turning into 2 corpses, bouncing non-stop on the stairs. Luo Shang appeared beside the 3 of them. He took a deep breath and slowly sat down. He placed the saber on his knees and died. "Fuck! Don't die!" Blue Spirit jumped up like crazy. He shook Luo Shang's shoulder forcefully. "You brat! How could you be tired to death? Wake up!" Guan Shao and Xing Hui's hearts tightened. "Yeah!" Guan Shao suddenly turned around and saw the little bird standing beside him licking a big insect. Guan Zhao's heart skipped a beat. His eyes turned red and he roared, "Little sparrow? Why are you here?" Could it be that Xianxia also? Actually, the little bird was pushed out. The big snake had always been sealed on Xianxia's arm. As long as he didn't unseal it, he would be the same person as Xianxia. But little sparrow was uneasy. He had been sitting on the half of Xianxia and playing. No matter how many times Xianxia scolded him, he would always find an opportunity to get out and sit on it again. That little bird had been following Xianxia since he met Xianxia in Blackstone City. He had fought almost every battle with Xianxia. In every intense battle, Little Sparrow could always find his own position and stand idly by. From Xianxia in the body-tempering realm to Xianxia in the spirit void realm, he was here. He had developed an ability that no one in the world possessed, and that was the ability to avoid battle. In any intense battle, he could easily find the safest place to watch the show. This was something that even Xianxia could not compare to. At the peak of the divine hall, in the long corridor, the little bird felt safe. It climbed out of Xianxia's arm and sat on his shoulder. However, the mechanism of the corridor was that as soon as new entrants appeared, they would immediately split into a corridor. Halfway through, the little bird was pushed into another new corridor of birth, starting from scratch. However, facing a large number of sculptures, how could a dignified little sparrow sovereign fight with a sculpture? Venerable Little Sparrow immediately turned around and left the divine hall to look for Guanxiao. Those who walked towards the peak of the Heavenspan Tower would be attacked by the sculpture, but those who walked down from above would not cause an attack. The little bird hummed a tune and licked the bug. Yeah. Seeing Luo Shang's death, Little Sparrow was puzzled. When Guanxiao saw the little bird, she was so scared that her heart was about to collapse. She desperately asked the little bird to get a safe answer from Xianxia. However, who was Venerable Little Sparrow? He was the one who had always answered the wrong question and drove the Space Master God crazy. What happened to Xianxia? Guanxiao said. The little bird licked the bug and circled around Luo Shang. As it circled, it licked the bug and said, "Did you kill him? Where's Xianxia? I'm asking you, little bastard." Guanxiao grabbed Little Sparrow's shoulder. Little Sparrow's expression changed. Vomit. In his mouth, he vomited a pill mixed with mucus. He grabbed the pill with his chubby little hand and handed it to Guanxiao. What is this? Guanxiao was shocked, and then said, I remember. You ate a pill that can bring people back from the dead. And I heard Xianxia mention it. This is the pill, isn't it? The little bird licked the bug and nodded. Guanxiao said, You actually haven't digested it yet? Heavens, no one has ever taught you how to refine pills. Xianxia, this idiot. Pills weren't something that could be eaten easily. They had to be refined in conjunction with cultivation techniques, but Xianxia had always ignored this point. In other words, Little Sparrow had never absorbed this pill since she had eaten it. And his miraculous resurrection had nothing to do with this medicinal pill. He hadn't died at all. Every time Venerable Little Sparrow slept, he would be able to be revived with blood. Quickly give Luo Shang something to eat. Blue Spirit snatched the pill away. Where's Xianxia? Guanxiao furiously asked again, and even snatched away the bug from the little bird's hand. Little Sparrow looked at the insect with envious eyes and said, Inside the palace, there are sculptures. Are you dead? Guanxiao asked. The little bird said, Even if you die, you will not die, Xianxia. Bah! Guanxiao heaved a sigh of relief. Lanling hurriedly stuffed the pill into Luo Shang's mouth, but he didn't swallow it in his stomach. Guanxiao pushed away Lanling and said, Let me do this. What do you know? He has entered a state of physical death, but his brain will still have a few minutes to live. Fortunately, all of us have cultivated the Sun Qi and possess the same cultivation technique system, so we can help him absorb it. Blue Spirit, inject Sun Qi into his body and let the medicinal pills in his body evaporate. I will control his body's functions so that his body can stop him from absorbing the medicine. The two of them joined hands and immediately became busy. Lanling pushed Luo Shang's back with both hands, while Guanxiao placed her left hand between Luo Shang's eyebrows and her right hand against Luo Shang's denta. After a while, the medicinal pill was exhausted. Luo Shang slowly opened his eyes. Ha! That's great! Xing Hui happily waved his fist and said, Little Sparrow has come at such a good time. Luo Shang stretched his muscles and bones, bent down and picked up his saber, then walked towards the high ground. The three of them were preparing to celebrate, but Luo Shang left as if nothing had happened. Lan Ling hurriedly said, What are you doing? Luo Shang did not look back and said, If you are not dead, then chase after me. Damn it. Lan Lingqi gritted her teeth and said, not a single word of thanks? Xinghui smiled and shook his head. Forget it. We've already gotten used to this guy's personality. Hurry up and follow him. What he said is correct. We need to quickly meet up with Xiangnan. Everyone was worried about Xiangnan's safety, so they rushed up in groups. Venerable little sparrow fell down from Guanzhou's shoulder and drilled into her chest, revealing only her small head outside. Guanzhou blushed. What are you doing? The little bird said. Warm. Guanzhou shook her head and knocked on the little bird's head. Temple. Boom. Xiangnan shattered the last group of statues and finally left the corridor. Right in front of him was a large hall. Inside the hall, there were also dense statues, but the faces of these statues were all aimed at a golden pillar. What powerful energy fluctuations! Xiangnan's heart skipped a beat. The pillar actually emitted a dense power that could be absorbed. The serpent said, it must be the two ancient races. After refining the cultivation resources, they merged into the pillars and became the essence of power. What they had expected was that a new god race would break into this place in the future, but the god race's cultivation system came from faith. It would be useless to directly absorb medicinal pills and cultivation resources. So, Xiangnan said, therefore, the essence of this power is reserved for us outside the god race. Xiangnan touched the pillar with his hand and carefully sensed it. Indeed, it is the essence of power. The energy in this pillar is the purest. It can be absorbed by any martial artist of any attribute. Furthermore, there is also a spirit void 7th layer godhead stored here, that is, a temple battle god level godhead. But, the big snake said, but what? Xiangnan frowned and said, there is a power on this pillar that protects the absorber. If I'm not mistaken, it should be the eternal power of the Crimson Eye race. Xiangnan took a few steps back and slowly opened his third eye between his eyebrows. Then he went to observe the pillar. Sure enough, there was a faint red light on the pillar. Xiangnan nodded and said, that's right. If I start absorbing the power on the pillar, the eternal force inside will forcibly protect me and put me in an eternal state. I will not be able to contact the outside world, nor will I be attacked. Only when I absorb enough power essence will I be able to come out on my own. The big snake said happily, this is a good thing. Xiangnan said, it's a good thing, but it's also not. You should know that there is a dragon knight in the corridor. If I start absorbing it now, I will meet that dragon knight when Guanzhou and the others rush over. Well, that's a problem. Then we can only wait for Guanzhou and the others to come over and absorb it together. Before that, you have to kill the dragon knight before you can guarantee your safety, the serpent said. Xiangnan patted the pillar and said, this should be the foundation of the third ring formation, the 8th danger zone. If you destroy this pillar, then the 8th danger zone will be broken. But, what's going on with these statues? Before the dragon knights arrived, Xiangnan began to study this place. Beside the pillars were a large number of statues, which at first glance looked almost the same as the ones in the corridor. But why are these statues standing here? Why didn't they launch an attack? Then what's the point of them standing here? Xiangnan said, we need to understand the function of these statues. I don't want other accidents to happen when I absorb the essence of power. As he spoke, Xiangnan used his giant saber to lightly tap the face of a statue. Clinker. There were actually fine rocks falling off that face, revealing a small face of a real person. Xiangnan's heart skipped a beat. He hurriedly used his saber to knock open the entire statue. As a result, a lifelike corpse appeared. The corpse's complexion was rosy, like a living person, but it had no signs of life. The serpent said, I understand. This is the corpse of those ancient race ancestors trapped in the dimensional tomb. Xiangnan said thoughtfully, so it's like this. The corpses are also hidden in danger. When we entered the Heavenspan Tower, we encountered several fallen ancient gods at the 7th level of Spirit Void. These ancient gods should have been obtained by the god race from the first 7 dangers, right? This time, the enormous formation in the primordial tomb was divided into 5 rings, starting at the 5th level of the spirit void and ending at the 9th level. The 3rd ring corresponded to the 7th level of the spirit void realm, and the 7th level of the spirit void realm corpses would appear in this ring as well. Because the first 4 dangers of the 3rd ring formation had already been broken by the god race, they had obtained the ancient corpse of the 7th level of the spirit void realm and converted it into a fallen ancient god of the 7th level of the spirit void realm. Then, they had the fallen ancient god help them to go through the dangers behind them. That was what Xianxia and the others had encountered. Xianxia pondered for a moment and then said, "You said that the experts we met before were all so powerful, but why didn't they split apart? That fallen scarlet eye, fallen white eyes. If they were split into thousands, wouldn't it be much easier for them to venture into danger again?" Before Xianxia arrived at the peak, he had seen Red Devil and Yongyan who were astonishingly powerful, but why was there only one of them? Even when Xianxia was in Yongla City, there seemed to be only one first-class Dragon Knight, Hanemo. The serpent said, "There is probably only one explanation for this. It must be the selfishness of the god race. Fallen scarlet eyes, fallen white eyes. After all, they do not belong to the god race. I think the god race should have limited a portion of their vitality when converting them. It prevents them from splitting up multiple times." Xianxia felt the same way. The god race was so arrogant, but the fallen scarlet eye and the fallen white eye were much stronger than the fallen god. If the 2 races could split indefinitely, who would this world belong to in the future? Would he still belong to the fallen god? Wasn't the god race working in vain to make a wedding dress for someone else instead? Xianxia said, "We can't let these corpses be tainted anymore. I'd rather break them than let the god race transform them into fallen ancient gods." Xianxia immediately made a decision. With a slight shake of his right hand, the saber wind crushed all the corpses in the hall into powder. Although this was disrespectful to their ancestors, it was still much better than having them be transformed and controlled like walking corpses. Then Xianxia quietly waited. Presumably, Guanshao and the others had already entered the corridor and started to break through. Xianxia sat cross-legged, waiting for the arrival of the first-rank Dragon Knight. He had to be dealt with first before he could start absorbing the essence of power. After a period of time, as expected, he heard the sound of horse hooves coming from outside the main hall. Immediately after, the main entrance of the hall was blasted apart. The Dragon Knight ferociously rushed in and directly attacked Xianxia without even looking at the situation here. "I've been waiting for you for a long time." Xianxia stood up from the ground and immediately launched a counterattack. At this moment, Xianxia had already made the most perfect preparations. He summoned the 6 suns in advance, released the divine lightning seal, and opened the Eye of Anger. Full fire. Without any reservations, the 2 of them collided with each other fiercely. To Xianxia's surprise, although this Dragon Knight was also a first-class one, his strength was still slightly inferior to that of a first-class Dragon Knight, Hanemo. At the scene, the sun and lightning shot wildly, while Xianxia had always used his body to block the pillar, preventing it from being accidentally destroyed by the Dragon Knight. Xianxia relied on his strong fighting consciousness to fight more and more valiantly, gradually gaining the upper hand. The Dragon Knight gradually entered a passive state of being beaten. In the end, Xianxia struck the Dragon Knight in the chest with his Thunder Dragon palm, and immediately chased after him with a vertical chop, killing him on the spot. The Dragon Knight and his horse were split into 2. Following that, he drew down a ray of sunlight to purify the Dragon Knight's corpse. But in the end, there was no reaction. Xianxia frowned slightly and said, "Why hasn't his corpse turned into sewage?" "It's hard to say," said the snake. "It might have something to do with the protection mechanism of this hall. But it doesn't matter anymore. Look, his corpse hasn't split up yet. This means that our previous deduction is true. In order to prevent the fallen ancient god from occupying the world, when the god race converted them, they were stingy with their life force and made some moves on it. In the future, it would still be the new god race that dominated the entire god realm." Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief, put away the giant saber, and continued to sit cross-legged, waiting for Guan Shao and the others to arrive. After a long time, Luo Shang was the first to appear. Immediately after, Lan Ling, Xing Hui, and Guan Shao finally gathered together. The blue spirit looked at the corpse of the Dragon Knight in horror and said, "Xiang Nan, did you kill this?" Xiang Nan nodded. Everyone fell silent. The blue spirit sighed, "You're really a monster among monsters. Do you know how badly that white-eyed clansman beat us up before? That white-eyed clansman claims that no one in the world can defeat him in the same realm except a first-class Dragon Knight. But you even killed a Dragon Knight. Damn it! The difference in strength between us is actually so huge." Xiang Nan chuckled and said, "Didn't you guys also win in the end? Besides, you think your opponent is too powerful because your realm isn't high enough. If you also have Spirit Void 7th layer, then the few experts you encountered before are nothing." Hearing Xiang Nan's words, Lan Ling's mood became better again, and she said, "That's true. If this daddy has the Spirit Void 7th layer, then Yong Yen is in this daddy's hands, and he can't even walk past 3 moves. All right." Xiang Nan clapped his hands and said, "Now let me introduce the situation to you." As he spoke, Xiang Nan told everyone about the energy pillar. After the 3rd ring and the 8 danger zones are destroyed, the 4th ring formation will be activated. At that time, the god race of the 8th level of the Spirit Void will regain their freedom, he added. An ordinary god race at the 8th level of Spirit Void isn't scary. What's scary is the fallen ancient god at the 8th level of Spirit Void. That's why we have to fight for the ownership of the 1st danger zone of the 4th ring and upgrade to the 8th level of Spirit Void, before they get the corpse of the 8th level ancient god of Spirit Void. Xiang Nan pointed to the pillar and said, "There is power, essence, and godhead inside. If we absorb it, we should be able to upgrade it to the 7th level of Spirit Void." Blue Spirit said, "I'm finally standing on the same starting line as them. Damn it, the fallen ancient god of the Spirit Void's 7th layer. I'll see you in the 4-ring formation." In this ring, the 5 of them were always 1 level lower than the others, and they were fighting with incomparable grievance. But in the next ring, it would not be like this. "Start absorbing it. I'll try the water first." Xiang Nan was the first to walk in front of the pillar and put his right hand on it. Then, he circulated his cultivation technique and began to absorb the essence of the power inside the pillar. Sure enough, a massive amount of energy suddenly surged into Xiang Nan's body from the pillar. At the same time, a beam of red light split out from the pillar and enveloped Xiang Nan. Xiang Nan said, "Just as I expected, you guys should start immediately." Lan Ling and the others exchanged a glance. They all walked towards the pillar and began to absorb the essence of the pillar's power according to Xiang Nan's method. The 4 of them began almost at the same time. At the same time, for streaks of red light descended, trying to forcefully protect them in an eternal state. At this moment, an accident suddenly occurred. An inexplicable attraction suddenly grabbed Guan Shao. Just as the red light was about to envelop Guan Shao, she was dragged out. Not good. Xiang Nan and the others were shocked and immediately wanted to save Guan Shao. However, the moment Guan Shao was dragged out, Lan Ling and the others entered an eternal state. None of the 4 of them were able to leave. "Who is it? Is there anyone else here?" Xiang Nan said angrily. "Look at that!" Blue Spirit shouted. The few of them looked in the direction of Blue Spirit. Upon seeing this, they immediately felt their hearts go cold. It was that first-class Dragon Knight. He actually got up from the ground again. His body, which had been cut off, had actually healed again. Xiang Nan shouted, "That's impossible. I've checked him many times before, so he has no reason to live. I even used sunlight to purify him." After Guan Shao was dragged out, she naturally refused to surrender. She immediately launched an attack on the Dragon Knight. But a first-rate Dragon Knight was too powerful. The Dragon Knight suddenly pulled out a spear and pressed Guan Shao to the ground with a clang. "He's using a gun. It's not a sickle." The moment he saw the gun, Xing Hui was stunned. It was as if he had seen a ghost. He kept saying, "Impossible, impossible, impossible. Can't be his. This is absolutely impossible." No matter how much Guan Shao struggled, she was unable to break free from the suppression of the spear. As for the Dragon Knight, he looked down at Guan Shao through the helmet shrouded in shadows and said in a hoarse voice, "Finally, I still have to wait for this moment." With that, he suddenly raised his spear. Xianxia was frightened and roared angrily, "You dare!" Guan Shao rolled over and dodged. The Dragon Knight slapped Guan Zhao's forehead with his spear. That Guan Zhao's head was smashed into the ground and rebounded fiercely. In an instant, there was no movement. Immediately after, blood gushed out from the floor beneath Guan Zhao's head. Xianxia's eyes were red. His entire body seemed to have gone mad as he bombarded the eternal light. However, this light was obviously left behind by a 9th-level spirit void expert. It was simply impossible to shatter. "You damn bastard! I'll kill you!" Xianxia roared. The Dragon Knight shook his head. "Don't be nervous. She's not dead. She's just unconscious." "Who?" "It's time to reveal the truth now." As he spoke, the Dragon Knight took off his heavy helmet and hugged his hands in his arms. The moment he saw his appearance, Xianxia was also stunned. Temple God King? The Dragon Knight was actually the divine king of the temple. The spear he used was the dragon riding spear. How could that be? Xianxia's eyes widened. He simply couldn't believe what he was seeing. This was too unimaginable. Why? Didn't a God King expert have to enter the 5th ring formation? If one of them didn't enter, the entire formation wouldn't be activated. Could it be that he entered the dimensional tomb after the formation was activated? However, this was impossible. Due to the protection mechanism of the formation, as long as he came, the formation would still be shut down. Something's wrong. The divine king of the temple's realm and appearance were not right. He was indeed exactly the same as the divine king of the temple, but he was much younger. He looked like a young man in his early 20s. As for his cultivation, it was true that he was only at the 7th level of the spirit void realm. Who was he? What was the purpose of doing this? He is a god king. At this moment, Xing Hui's words confirmed Xianxia's guess. Xing Hui let out a long sigh and said, "I once followed him and was also responsible for protecting his statue. I will never admit my mistake. Especially the dragon riding spear. In this entire world, only 2 people are qualified to use the dragon riding spear. One is me, and the other is the temple god king himself. Damn you, what are you doing? If you have the ability to attack me and use a dirty trick on a woman, what kind of shit is a god?" Xianxia said angrily. The dignified divine king of the temple actually ambushed a woman. The Dragon Knight shook his head and said, "Do you want to know the truth? Don't worry, I will tell you slowly." With that, he took out a sacred sword and released 5 statues from it. The divine king shattered the 5 statues one by one. Inside were 5 corpses. Xianxia and the others immediately recognized that the 4 corpses were originally from the Crimson Eye, White Eye, Thunder God race, Nature God race, and Human race. The 4 races that had grasped the 4 great divine powers had all gathered together. Seeing this, Xianxia's heart skipped a beat, and he had a bad premonition. Even though he still didn't know what the divine king of the temple was going to do. The divine king of the temple nodded in satisfaction and released something else. Xianxia had seen this before. It was the branch of the tree of life. The divine king of the temple looked at Xianxia and said, "I know that you must have a myriad of doubts in your heart. You are at a loss for what to do about what is happening in front of you." Then his gaze turned to the 5 corpses. He said, "Do you really think that the creation of the fallen god is our ultimate goal? Creating a group of emotionless monsters that are unable to improve their realms? Xianxia, you really underestimate the ambitions of our new god race." The temple god king pointed at the 4 corpses and said, "The 4 of them possess the power of destruction, the power of order, the power of disintegration, and the power of eternity. As for the fallen gods, they can only possess 2 of them, the power of destruction and the power of disintegration. Can they satisfy us like this? No. Especially since you came to the divine realm, you absolutely cannot." The temple god king looked at Xianxia again and said, Ever since you appeared, we have realized that you have grasped a strange power of light. This power actually surpasses all divine power. It even restrains all divine power. You 6th-level spirit void humans can already easily crush 7th-level spirit void god race, right? You can even easily kill 7th-level spirit void fallen gods, and even fight against 7th-level spirit void fallen ancient gods. You finally won. But before you all appeared, this was simply a fantasy. It was absolutely impossible for it to happen. Xianxia, if you were me, what would you choose to do? Continue to create the fallen god and work hard to become a fallen god king. But so what? Even if I have transformed into a fallen ancient god, or even a fallen ancient god king, as long as you advance to the 9th level of spirit void, I am still no match for you, am I not? Xianxia's expression was cold. The divine king of the temple nodded and said, "Therefore, I need all of my divine power. I am not satisfied with the power of filth. What I want is destruction, disintegration, eternity, order. A mixture of these 4 divine powers, chaos divine power." Xianxia's pupils shrank as he said, "You're crazy." The divine king of the temple nodded. "I thought I was crazy. This idea is impossible. But her appearance has brought us a new turning point." The temple god king pointed at Guanshao, who was lying unconscious on the ground. Xianxia's heart skipped a beat, and he had a faint premonition of something. The divine king of the temple said, "The 4 great divine powers cannot be fused with each other. This is determined by their attributes. Order and destruction are contradictory. Eternity and disintegration are also contradictory. To fuse 4 contradictory divine powers together would be tantamount to foolish dreams. But she can do it." The bad premonition in Xianxia's heart had finally come true. The divine king of the temple said, "A human woman can actually absorb any kind of divine power she wants. She should be the most beautiful redemption that the heavens have bestowed upon us." Xianxia gritted his teeth and said, "You want Guanshao to absorb the 4 divine powers?" The divine king of the temple nodded and said, "Yes, she absorbs 4 kinds of divine powers. We can use her to transform ourselves and become the god of chaos. But even so, this is still not easy. It is not easy for a single person to absorb 4 types of divine power. This person must possess a Tier 5 divine grade talent. That is, the divine king himself. The god race possessed 5 divine grade talents. These 5 talents could be fused with each other. Once fused, they would obtain a Tier 2 divine grade talent. After fusing all of them, they would obtain a Tier 5 divine grade talent, which was also the highest level of talent known. The temple god king said, "But at present we do not have the corpses of the 9th level of the spirit void. They are still hidden in the 5th ring array. I've thought about it before. After the 5-ring formation is completely destroyed, I'll get the 9th level spirit void corpse and transform it into a 9th level spirit void chaos god." "But Xianxia, do you know what the problem is?" Xianxia said coldly, "That means that I have also broken into the 5th ring formation and advanced to the 9th level of spirit void, the supreme god." "That's right." The temple god king nodded. "At that time, you will be able to kill me without waiting for me to absorb it. That's why I made the boldest and most dangerous decision in the history of the divine realm surrender. Furthermore, to use your words, what's even crazier is that not only did I lower my cultivation realm, I also lowered the other 3 god kings to the spirit void 7th layer. You have to know that the talent that has been fused will not be decomposed again. Thus, my realm has only decreased, but my talent is still a Tier 5 divine grade. You've been waiting for this opportunity." Xianxia narrowed his eyes. "Yes." The temple god king said, "Although I have been reduced to the 7th level of spirit void, and even though I still have a Tier 5 divine grade talent, I am still very worried that I will not be able to defeat you. If I can't defeat you, how will I snatch this human woman from your hands? Eternal light." Xianxia closed his eyes and spat out 4 words in anger. The temple god king smiled. "When you begin to absorb the essence of your power, it will be my best chance to ambush you." "You disguised yourself as a dragon knight," Xianxia said. "No, The temple god king shook his head. I don't need to pretend. I've always been a dragon knight. Xianxia said, how did you know that I would definitely come to the 8th danger zone? I don't know, said the temple god king. That's why the 4 of us demoted god kings sent out together, occupying the 5th, 6th, and 7th 4 dangerous situations. The first 4 dangers have been cleared. You will definitely come to these 4 dangers. Fortunately, you came to my 8th danger zone. How did you know that I would definitely be able to enter the dimensional tomb? Xianxia said. The temple god king said, you are already a supreme god, aren't you? Do you think I would ignore such an obvious question? I know you can definitely come. I've been waiting for you. I'm also betting that you won't come alone. You will bring your companions, including this woman. Xiangxia's heart was about to shatter. It was because he was too greedy and longed for companions to accompany him. Before, he was clearly alone, and he was the one who did all the dangerous tasks. In the wind and rain, he was used to fighting in loneliness. However, at the end of the day, he was greedy and didn't want to be lonely anymore. He also began to enjoy the feeling of having his teammates with him. It was also this kind of greed that harmed Guanxiao. If he had known earlier, why would he be like this? He might as well die alone. At this moment, the divine king of the temple had already begun to control Guanxiao. To be more precise, he was controlling Timefly, allowing Timefly to control Guanxiao. This scene caused Xiangxia's Canthus to split apart. At the same time, they persecuted 2 of Xiangxia's most important women. This enmity was higher than the sky and deeper than the sea. The divine king of the temple smiled faintly. Are you angry? Are you powerless? This is the price you should pay. You overestimated yourself to challenge the god race. You should be able to think of your own tragic ending. Since ancient times, anyone who has disrespected the god race has either died or is dying. Xiangxia's expression was already extremely cold. He said coldly, you will pay the price. Trust me. Everyone who was said by me is dead. Your god race is next. Guanxiao had already stood up expressionlessly. She began to uncontrollably absorb the white purpose eternal force, the power of order of the nature god race, and the power of destruction of the thunder god race. Because she had already absorbed the eternal force of the crimson eye race, she had now omitted this step. People who were unconscious were the easiest to be mentally controlled. The temple god king smiled at Xiangxian. It was a smile from the victor, filled with pride. Xiangxian desperately smashed the red light barrier, while the temple god king didn't care. He knew that he had already won. After Guanxiao absorbed all the divine power, the temple god king began to establish a connection with Guanxiao. The temple god king, Guanxiao, and the life branch sprout were arranged in a triangular arrangement. The life branch sprout emitted a lifeline. First, it connected Guanxiao. Then this lifeline connected the temple god king's eyebrows. Then, the temple god king connected the life branch sprout again. The 3 were connected in series. The temple god king's body began to undergo terrifying changes. His divine power had changed, turning into a silver light, a chaotic divine power mixed with 4 divine powers. This silver color started from the position of the temple god king's dantian and slowly spread throughout his body, constantly changing. As the temple god king underwent the transformation, he said, you know the most interesting part. After I became the chaos god king, I regained my ability to cultivate. Next, I want the power essence of the 4th and 5th rings. I will return to the 9th level of spirit void. Xiangxian said, since the 4 god kings have been demoted, who is guarding the 5-ring formation? The divine king of the temple said, it's the divine kings of the 4 divine temples of nature. Aren't they already dead? Xing Hui said in shock. The divine king of the temple said, dead. But corpses can also activate formations. Just like these dangerous situations, aren't they also guarded by the corpses of the ancient race? At this point, the temple god king had already completed his transformation. The divine power in his body had all turned pure silver and primal chaos divine power. The connection to the tree of life was broken. As for Guanxiao, because she did not possess a Tier 5 divine grade talent. After forcefully absorbing 4 divine powers, her entire body shattered in front of Xianxia. It was like a statue of a beauty carved out of crystal that was ruthlessly shattered. Her body was shattered, countless cracks on her skin, and her skin fell off one by one. Xianxia knelt in the red light barrier, tears streaming down his face. He desperately smashed the barrier, but it was useless. There was nothing in his eyes anymore. It was only about Xiao. Only Guanxiao had shattered into pieces on the ground. In his mind, he recalled all the scenes related to Guanxiao. She remembered that when she was still a little girl, she had followed a secret organization to advise Bai Mukin. He also recalled the scene of Bai Mukin meeting Guanxiao for the first time since he was reincarnated as Xianxia. Brother Xianxia. These 4 words remained in Xianxia's mind for a long time. What Xianxia couldn't accept the most was this scene. The person he cared about the most was tortured and killed right in front of him. From Xiangzhonghua to Guanxiao, the temple god king took a deep breath and clenched his fist. Above his fist, the primordial divine light shone brightly. He was satisfied. He smiled at Xianxia and said, "I've finally found a power that can contend against your power of light. But this is not the end. Xianxia, your tragedy has only just begun. I'm not satisfied with killing a woman like you. I want to destroy your family. I want to kill all the people you care about, your teammates, your family, including your pitiful dream world. Slowly enjoy this process of despair. I already have the power of primordial chaos. I'm going to convert the other 3 god kings into primordial chaos gods." The young divine king of the temple laughed 3 times. Before leaving, he even turned to look at Xianxia and said, "Being against the god race is the most wrong choice in your life. To answer you in your words, you have to pay the price." He's gone. When Xianxia and the others came out, they would all become Spirit Void 7th layer. The temple god king was still not so confident that he could defeat Xianxia's 4 experts who possessed the power of light at the same time. He needed help. He was going to transform the other 3 god kings. Xianxia's eyes were already expressionless as he stared fixedly at Guanxiao, who was shattered all over the ground. Luo Shang, Lan Ling, and the others were both furious to the extreme. Their silence was terrifying, and the killing intent in their eyes was already so dense that it could not be dissolved. "Xianxia, cheer up!" Xing Hui shouted at Xianxia. "Be strong!" Xianxia was still expressionless, and his heart was already completely cold. "Are you so easy to give up?" Xing Hui shouted. "Could it be that the legends I heard about Xianxia in the dream world are all fake? If your woman is dead, avenge her." Xianxia still did not react. "If you can defeat the divine king of the temple and the god of thunder, you can free the goddess of life. She can help you revive Guanxiao." Xing Hui shouted anxiously. A fierce light suddenly flashed in Xianxia's eyes. He stood up abruptly and stared at Xing Hui. "Is this true?" Xing Hui raised 3 fingers and said, "I swear to you with my faith in the spirit of knighthood that it is absolutely true. You better wake up. The human race is created by the goddess of life. It's easy to revive Guanxiao." Xianxia took a deep breath and his expression returned to normal. "That's right. Long Chenner once said that all humans were created by the goddess of life, not by the combined efforts of the goddess of life and the god of thunder like other ancient races. Therefore, only the goddess of life could save Guanxiao. Because the god of thunder did not interfere with human creation, the goddess of life gave the human race more possibilities out of her love for the human race, giving the human race the opportunity to possess more talent than the 5. Tier 5 divine grade innate, chaos divine power is nothing. He had 6 divine talents. He could reach Tier 6 and sacred grade. The god race did not know about this situation. Xianxia gritted his teeth and said, "Absorb your strength and raise your cultivation realm. Absorb them all. Damn bastard. I want revenge." Xianxia was originally the backbone of this team. Luo Shang was a person without a big dream. His only dream was to become the strongest person in the world. Lan Ling was also a person who played games in his life. He only did what he felt was interesting and didn't even care about betraying his sect. Xing Hui was a resolute person, but he was too confused. He loved and hated the god race. It was Xiang Nan who connected these fellows, who were originally impossible to get together, and attracted them like a magnet. If Xiang Nan lost his fighting spirit, the team would be scattered. But at this moment, Xiang Nan burst forth with an unprecedented ferocity. It was for the sake of his dreams, but also for the sake of revenge. The three men who felt the two spirits immediately felt relieved. Lan Ling smiled sinisterly. A rare smile appeared on Luo Sheng's face, and Xing Hui was also full of confidence. As long as Xiang Nan was around, as long as he had a target, everyone would be at ease. The four of them immediately began to absorb the essence of their strength. In Xiang Nan's heart, there was an additional motivation to avenge his woman. Even if Guanshao could be revived, so what? This hatred could not dissipate. Luo Sheng, Lan Ling, and the others had never seen Xiang Nan's fierce gaze before. In their memories, Xiang Nan had always been a man who was easy to talk to and tolerant of others. It was easy for him to have sympathy for anyone. In Xiang Nan's words, it was called loving this world. But now Xiang Nan was very different. His eyes revealed a fierce aura, becoming even more resolute and sharp. Ha 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 ha. That's what it looks like. Blue Spirit laughed sinisterly. In a word, Xiang Nan, this daddy will accompany you to flatten the divine realm. After an entire day, the hall was already filled with fallen gods and fallen ancient gods. They were all waiting for Xiang Nan and the others to come out. Before the four of them could come out, the pillar was wrapped in eternal light, unable to be destroyed, nor could it open the fourth ring formation. The next morning, Xiang Nan and the others opened their eyes almost at the same time. All four of them had risen to the 7th level of Spirit Void. All of them possessed Tier 3 divine grade talent. For phenomena of heaven and earth suddenly appeared in the sky of the dimensional tomb. This was a sensation caused by the advancement of one's cultivation realm. As for the heaven and earth phenomenon that belonged to Xiang Nan, it was the strongest, completely overshadowing the other three phenomena. This entire dimensional world had turned into a gigantic lightning star. Dense amounts of solar lightning covered the sky and land. However, the difference was that this time, there was an extremely large dragon shadow rising from below the horizon, rushing into the sky, sinking from the other end, and rising from the next direction. That dragon shadow was incalculably large, truly shocking the entire world. Azure Dragon Pan Yang. The second type of divine talent merged into the Lightning Meridian talent, allowing the Lightning Meridian talent to reach the 3rd grade divine grade. The increase in talent caused the sun and lightning to undergo another qualitative change. Afterwards, the heaven and earth phenomenon disappeared, and the eternal light that enveloped the four of them also disappeared. A massive amount of Spirit Void 7th stage fallen gods rushed forward. Lan Ling looked at Xiang Nan. Xiang Nan, on the other hand, did not look at anyone. He only looked at the fragments left behind by Guanshao on the ground. He said in a hoarse tone, "If you don't leave a single one behind, kill them all. I'm so angry. Kill them all." This was the first time that Xiang Nan hadn't said these 4 words. Lan Ling howled excitedly. "It's all mine. Luo Sheng, Xing Hui, don't snatch it from me." As Lan Ling spoke, Luo Sheng had already made his move. Heart slash, Fengju. At the scene, there was only such a faint voice left. Luo Sheng disappeared and appeared again. The densely packed fallen gods on the scene were all shredded into pieces. No one, no divine power, could block the attack of the heart slash. Countless amounts of filthy energy and a rare amount of degenerative energy were sliced apart like paper in front of the heart slash. Just as Lan Ling was about to make a move, the battle was over. Damn it! It's a step too late. Lan Lingqi kept stomping his feet. Xiang Nan, on the other hand, knelt on the ground, never looking at anyone. He earnestly gathered the body fragments left behind by Guanshao together slowly. In the sky, a warm sunlight descended, shining on Guanzhao's fragment. Those fragments began to fuse and eventually turned into a complete corpse of Guanshao. Xiang Nan stood up and smashed the pillar behind him with a punch. Using the fragment of the pillar, he made a huge coffin. He easily placed Guan Shao inside and put the coffin into the sacred sword. Xing Hui said, "You should have broken through the last danger zone. The fourth ring formation has been activated. Are you going to leave?" Xianxia took a deep breath and said, "Let's go." The four of them immediately left the divine hall and ran down the path they came from. Apart from the fallen gods killed in the shrine, there were still hundreds of thousands of fallen ancient gods climbing up the stairs. At this moment, a loud noise came from the sky. In the distance, in the direction of the fourth ring array, the sky split open, and countless rays of light fell down, illuminating the entire area covered by the four-ring array. At the same time, the aura of the Thunder God race soared into the sky. The master gods who were in charge of the four-ring array were now free. At this time, Xianxia's best choice should be to head to the four-ring formation immediately. At this time, the experts of the divine realm should also be preparing to break the danger of the four-ring formation. He had to seize the power essence before they could seize the corpse of an ancient god at the 8th level of the spirit void realm. However, when Xianxia and the others rushed down, they saw a dense group of fallen gods. These people also discovered that the danger had been broken and were preparing to return to the four-ring formation. Xing Hui grabbed Xianxia's arm and said, "Ignore these minions and waste time. They will always be at the 7th level of the spirit void and will not pose any threat to us." However, Lan Ling and Luo Shang looked at Xianxia and waited for Xianxia's reaction. Xianxia waved his finger and said, "Kill them all, not a single one," flattening the entire heaven-span tower. "I like it." Lan Ling laughed loudly and said, "Heavenly Dipper Imperial Swordsmanship. Fei Yu." 99 etheric flying swords soared into the sky and quickly shattered into thousands of etheric feathers. It was like a flood that poured down and fell down the stairs, covering the sky and earth. All the fallen gods covered by feathers, including the fallen ancient gods, were shot into a beehive. Luo Shang also moved. He suddenly disappeared. Typhoon. Hu. Wind on all sides covered the heaven-span tower in all directions. This move was even more vicious than blue spirits. The saber chi had completely turned into a strong wind, blowing wildly down from the various plane films. The fallen gods were torn into pieces by the gale, meat paste, and dregs. The two of them cleaned up in one move, and it was an entire 10,000 levels. All the fallen gods that existed within the 10,000th order had no chance of surviving. There were still 100,000 ranks left. Xianxia shook his hand and said, "Let me do it." Lan Ling and Luo Sheng knew that Xianxia needed to vent his anger, so they tacitly stopped. Xianxia raised his right hand, and on his palm was a thunderball. Solar lightning, triple the speed of light. Boom! From an extremely distant place, the entire heavenspan tower had instantly turned into a lightning tower. It was almost impossible to see how lightning filled the heavenspan tower. The entire tower was covered by a dense amount of solar lightning. In an instant, all the god races on the heavenspan tower evaporated. This move subdued both Lan Ling and Luo Sheng. The two of them looked at Xianxia in surprise. Xianxia took a deep breath and said, "Four-ring formation. Let's go."